What you just said is a total lie. They did not have the manpower to reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people?
No matter how much they push on that door handle, it will not open because it is maglocked. The entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making shit up.
Not
You're
against
so retarded.
people.
No, you don't.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3 seconds. Door will unlock in 15 seconds.
Correct.
That's the sign
what it
right in
says.
front of the maglock door. So then
there's
what
a
you
fire-
just said,
hold
so
on,
what you
stop,
just said was a
wait,
lie, right?
hold
What you
on.
just said was a lie.
No.
That they don't need another person to open it, right?
You're just
Try and open it. I can't open it, man. Just try it, you motherfucker. Really? Are you sure? Okay. Oh! So typically, every single thing that you presented about this was a lie.
because I don't even know if this was a maglock door specifically.
You said multiple times. Where do you think I got the impression of it being a maglock door from? It's because you said over and over again, these were maglock doors. They couldn't be opened.
You're a political hack job. I don't care what you
You
think
say
is
that, and I have destroyed you. You've gotten destroyed at every
Not
single
you're
microsecond of this
just
conversation.
Berging right now.
You've been
You're just Berging.
really name one
You're
thing I
just
was wrong about.
Berging
What's
right
one thing I've been incorrect about in this whole conversation? One thing.
Every administration does.
Every administration grants pardons to people that are helping them commit crimes in office? Name Donald Trump said that they should have broken the entire ACA.
Okay, what this is about is the legitimacy of the January 6th committee. Artemis thinks it's not legitimate. I do.
I agree that, well, dude, also, there's difference between criminal hearings and public hearings. In public hearings, if you're not going to convict somebody of a crime, then you can talk about almost anything.
Sure, but it doesn't really matter. But the big thing is that Dev doesn't think that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a valid argument against things.
I think it's not a valid argument. Hold on. I think it's not a valid argument to...
I mean, it depends on what you're arguing against. What do you mean?
Sure. Yeah, I just want you to get him to say that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a valid argument. That I don't need anything else.
Not for this specific argument, Artemis.
Yeah, but we could just use that going forward.
You cannot use the fruit of the poisonous tree to throw out all the evidence that was gathered by the January 6th committee. That's retarded.
That's irrelevant. I just want to make sure.
Wait,
that's
what would you
no.
What
That's
part
exactly
of,
what you're arguing, though.
What part of what they started is even like a fruit of the poisonous tree stuff?
So my issue is that they threw out what was it?
The two guys that weren't allowed on.
Jim Jordan and a couple other ones. For unknown reasons at the time, and they didn't really specify.
Wait. For unknown reasons, or because they were likely to come under the scope of the investigation?
That's irrelevant to the issue.
It's irrelevant to have a congressional committee that's investigating something if the people being investigated are on the committee?
Sure. It is why that everybody claims that the Hunter Biden investigation for his IRS stuff is a political prosecution. It's because nobody believes from one side that it's a legitimate process.
Hold on.
Because one side
wait. No. First of all,
Yes.
no. But secondly, so you think that if there was a congressional committee that was put together to investigate whether or not 5 Republicans had done some illegal or improper thing, and a bipartisan committee is assembled to put together this investigatory subcommittee or whatever that the Republicans have a right to have the 5 people accused as being part of that committee to do their own investigation?
Yeah, but they were never accused in the first place. If they had made that known that was why that they were dismissed.
Pelosi explicitly and literally said that.
Not during that time.
Yes, she did.
Already made it. No, she did not.
You understand that Pelosi didn't reject all 5 submissions. She just rejected 2, right?
She rejected the 2 most trusted Republicans in the United States. Yes, I understand.
No, Artemis.
Wait. She rejected 2 people who were likely to come under the scope of the investigation.
Yeah, she didn't say that though. That's the issue.
What did she say was the reason for rejecting them?
She said that. She said she couldn't explain at that time. That was what it was. Dev is.
Hold on. I did a whole sequence on this. I did a whole sequence on specifically your questions in my January 6th video.
Yeah, I know.
And what it was is that she rejected 2 of them, and she didn't reject them because they were pro-Trump, because she allowed Troy Nelson, who is also pro-Trump. She rejected them because they were under investigation, because they were in the December 21st conspiratorial meeting. Yeah. That's why everyone who was in that meeting was not allowed. Those 2 guys were chosen.
She never said that at that time, and because of that,
we owe them a public explanation.
If you're going to do something like that and reject something which has not been done before, you should probably give an explanation at that time. Because hold on, because all I get is post hoc rationalization of why they did it. after
She
the
says
fact,
her
not during
statement,
the fact.
she said, citing, quote, statements and actions, end quote, made by the pair, Representative Jim Banks of Indiana and Jim Jordan of Ohio. Pelosi said she was rejecting their nominations, quote, with respect for the integrity of the investigation, end quote.
Yes, and the issue is she didn't specify what those actually were, what actions they took.
You don't.
I don't
actually done
think
that.
she needed to. Everybody
Part of
knew
it.
that these people were part of like the Trump crew that was trying to reject the vote. I think it's fine for her to say that. Wait, it's not like she can't formally charge them with a crime or something. It's not like they've been investigated.
I'll directly address this, Destiny. You say that everybody knew at the time, but most people think the issue of January 6th is the riot and not the actual Eastman scheme, right?
I'm talking about not the average public. I'm talking about what a congressman would have thought at the time,
but
like
the
Pelosi.
average public think that everything is tainted, and that's why everybody doesn't agree that January 6th is as bad as it was.
So hold on. So you think that if they would have allowed these two Republicans, that the public would have a significantly different view of the January 6th Commission?
It would probably have been a lot less negative, yeah.
Okay, you're a bad faith actor. Okay.
Okay, I don't care what you think, Destiny. I'm being a bad faith actor. You were entirely wrong. You got somebody to lose $700,000 in a bet. I don't care
I
what
don't know
your
what that has to do with
opinion is.
anything, but you're just wrong. Like the
You're just
easiest thing to do,
predicting political outcomes. That's what it is.
how could you possibly predict this political outcome? There were 3 Republicans that were accepted, and by the end of it, McCarthy said he wouldn't submit anybody because he wanted people like you to go, oh look, the Republicans weren't involved at all. That's exactly what happened. And that's what you're doing.
Republicans failed the slot. Guess which ones
hold on.
failed the slot? The ones that got ousted because they were entirely anti-Trump. And then that tainted everything. If you would just let it happen.
Of course. Wait, of course that's why they were ousted, because the Republicans didn't want this commission to happen at all. No shit, they were ousted for joining it. What do you mean?
No.
That supports my story, of course.
No.
Hold on, Artemis. Let me just ask you a few questions here, because when McCarthy came out and said that we will do our own investigation, how come it never happened? Because they had 2 more years to do it. Why didn't they do the January 6th committee number 2, but from the Republican point of view?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask them.
Probably because they were sweeping.
And I guess the other question is, the contents, or no, not the contents, but the basic idea of the December 21st meeting became public like 10 minutes after that meeting concluded, because one of the idiots went to Politico and said who was there. And Pelosi was not going to allow anybody in that meeting, because the December 21st meeting was the meeting where they planned out what they were going to do on January 6th. So it makes sense if you're investigating January 6th to not allow any of those guys in that meeting to be on the committee.
If it was that simple, she would have easily been able to say it publicly that was the reason why.
Wait, that's what she said.
I just have to address this from my perspective. I have to address this from my perspective. Okay? I have to address this from my perspective. Listen, I understand this was not necessarily a criminal investigation, but whenever you're initiating something that's potentially criminal, you don't owe anybody shit. Okay. You don't tell the people that you're potentially investigating that, yeah, we're investigating you specifically for XYZ ABC. You can say, hey, we think there might be a conflict of interest here. And that's the maximum amount of information that you need to give. And you don't even need to give that information. That's a courtesy.
And that's why we see the stellar rise of the public opinion that Trump did nothing wrong and he was valid in his actions. If you would just gave some type of lean, hold on.
Do you believe that, or do you think that other people can hold that?
The reason why your statement is bullshit is because it's not like you can point to the fact that there weren't all of these like crazy MAGA-rotted Republicans on the committee, so all the evidence was bad. It's not like they turned out information that was incorrect, and none of the Republicans that were involved in any of this have even contradicted the narrative on J6. They all just like pivot from it, and they don't say anything about it.
To be clear, Liz Cheney was caught witness tampering on J6 committee with Hutchinson or whoever, Hudson, or I don't know.
Caught witness tampering how?
I've heard this before. Please explain it to me.
She was texting behind Hutchinson's lawyer's back about prepping her for the hearing or whatever.
Prepping her how?
This is a non-criminal hearing.
It doesn't matter. It's witness tampering.
Hold on. Artemis, you are right about this.
Wait. Isn't witness tampering a criminal charge?
Yeah. Weird.
Okay. This isn't a criminal investigation.
She was hold on. Cassie Hutchinson.
Why doesn't it matter?
It's a congressional witness, not a criminal witness.
It doesn't matter. But, witness tampering is witness tampering.
What ended up happening?
You understand that like procedures of law don't apply between like civil and criminal, right? There's different levels.
Hold on. So when Hutchinson swears to be a,
I wish we had a lawyer here.
Hold on. When they do a witness, when they give testimony under oath, they still get judicial punishment for lying under oath. Correct? Even if they're not in a...
So that would still apply regardless of whether or not she was talking to them.
Okay, so again, witness tampering is still illegal, regardless of whether or not it's a fucking judicial matter or a congressional matter.
Hold on. So let's say I'm not saying that this is correct. You could question whether or not this was ethical. I just don't think that this would ever rise to the level of criminality.
Wait, what were they even texting about? Or what?
Exactly, that's my question.
Well, so here's the thing. I did look into this. It does seem like, I forget the name of the woman now. Cassie Hutchinson and Liz Cheney, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So they were texting each other privately, and it did go against basically the rules of the committee.
Yes.
However, like I don't think that's reason to throw out all the evidence of the committee, Artemis.
Well, no.
Wait. What were they texting about?
That's the issue.
Basically, what Cassidy Hutchinson should say while she's being interviewed.
That's okay. That he knows a little bit more because I don't care about the J6 committee too much. So he looked into it a little bit more.
I just did the big video, yeah. So
yeah.
No, basically, she was kind of coaching her about like how to answer questions.
When you say coaching, I need is she telling her to lie about it, or what is the?
Yeah, she's coaching her.
Here, I'll dig it up if you want to see it.
Yeah,
I have it in my
shoot me
sources
that link. I'm curious. Yeah.
Hold on.
Artemis, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I'm saying that in general, this is one of my frustrations. So somebody will come to me with like a claim like, oh, there was witness tampering for the Jan 6 fucking commission. It's like, okay, well, is this even a criminal or civil matter? Does it have any kind of precedence? You did say that there were like rules that were against it, right? But then when we ask a follow-up question, it's like, okay, the reason why witness tampering is prohibited is because you don't want somebody to color the testimony of somebody else and coach them into saying more than they otherwise would. That's why you don't want to do that. So the question is whether or not Liz Cheney in these communications was effectively coaching a witness to be more hyperbolic about her testimony or to even fabricate things.
Okay, I've got it. Where should I put it?
So there's a section.
You can DM me, right?
So section 1512, Title 18 constitutes a broad prohibition against tampering with a witness, victim, or informant for congressional hearings.
Okay, what's the definition of tampering in this context?
Wait. What's the U.S. code?
Yeah, section 1512, Title 18.
And sorry, in what kind of proceedings? There was last.
Tampering with a witness, victim, or informant. It doesn't specify anything outside of federal. The effect of, hold on, let's see this. It prescribes conduct intending to legitimately affect the presentation of evidence in a federal proceedings or a communication of information to federal law enforcement officials. So,
you're gonna for me to buy that, you're gonna have to read the whole thing because you're giving me snippets.
Wait. I'm so sorry. One more time. You said section 1512 of Title 18. Is this or what was the?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the link. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I DM'd you guys the texts.
Okay, so the flock.
Maybe halfway down, it's Liz Cheney.
Also, just as a real quick thing, because I have to look it's always hard to track down all the Republican conspiracy theories. What was the claim you made about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden earlier, and Hunter Biden advising Joe Biden or being part of it? What was that claim more specifically?
He wasn't. He's no longer a civilian because he's sitting in on high level official meetings with government in the White House. So he's acting as an advisor at that point because normal civilians wouldn't be in that situation.
And then for when was this?
That was right after the debate.
Okay.
The Biden debate.
Okay. So to be clear, real quick. So, and I don't know what the relevance of this for the earlier arguments, but Hunter was not involved intimately in in his father's government for any what?
We don't know that.
That's not the claim being made. The claim was that Hunter was talking to Joe Biden more and was apparently in a few calls more with some senior White House staff and aides after the debate. But the idea that he was part of some big policy initiatives or was doing counseling or advising relating to government policy and anything like that. This could just literally be my dad had a really rough performance. I'm going to be in some calls and chat with him or whatever. But there's no evidence, or at least nobody's alleged that there was any type of influence or telling his dad to do a certain thing or conduct a certain policy or anything like that. Right. Okay.
If only we were able to do an investigation. Well, we still can actually. You just can't charge him with anything. So you can still investigate. Which I'm pretty sure they're going to do. The issue with the pardoning of Hunter is now he cannot plead the fifth on anything. So I guarantee you what the Republicans are going to do to take vengeance, you call it a retribution or whatever, is they're going to sit him down in front of the congressional hearings and get him to testify. Jesus. And then they're going to either get him on contempt for when he doesn't want to answer or try to get him into a perjury trap is what I assume is going to happen.
We'll see about that.
That's just.
But wait. So why did we bring up the fact that Hunter was joining Joe on a couple calls with aides and advisors after?
Oh
the
no,
debate
he wasn't on
performance?
calls. He was in the White House. It was the piercing the veil of between civilian and a actor advisor.
We're establishing.
Wait. What were we piercing this veil for, though?
Pisco. He was saying he was just a civilian and a third party.
Because I think that had to do with the comparison to Kushner, right?
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make my argument, and then I'm going to leave. I do have other things to do, and I'm done shooting Zinchi and Chaos Cultists in the face.
Nice.
So, which, by the way, Destiny should do. So, anyways, the reason why I think it would be relevant that Hunter is now presently advising his father in political matters is because they've also admitted to like calling each other multiple times per week. So, for me, I think it beggars belief that you're talking multiple times per week and work/public-private concerns don't come up. You literally only talk about like, hey, how's your recovery going? And hey, how's being a president going? And you don't get into any details. That beggars belief for me.
Yeah, so. It's also weird that Jill Biden was also sitting in on the like chiefs of staff meetings as well.
All right. Parasocial love. Like,
see you.
Have a good one.
There you go. Dev, okay. You got your wish. You happy?
I have a question. What do you think it looks like to get back to the norms?
Me?
Just like in broad strokes, what do you think that looks like?
Wait, what wish? I'm currently eating noodles, man.
You wanted me to be in a call debating Destiny on something. So here we are. Congrats.
It was the January 6th committee.
Yeah, well,
it went about as well as I thought.
So the issue is my personal opinion of the January 6th committee is not what I'm going off of, but the public perception of it, and debating on whether or not they should have taken different actions.
Do you disagree with any of the broad conclusions of the J6 committee?
For the actions of the individuals, sure. I don't know about the political theory of the Eastman stuff, because that could have been resolved in the courts really easily by them just slapping it down. But like you said, the courts, what do you mean resolved? Could have sided with them. The courts could have sided with him easily because of the 6-3. So it really depends.
Well, but he didn't even expect the courts to side with him, and you can't you can't tell somebody to go break the law in the hopes that the courts will save you.
Sure. I mean, but there's also the issue where I don't even know if it would have worked to begin with. We're going into the strategy of too many different variables for pens and everything.
Well, no. To be very, very, very clear, the advice was break the law.
So here's another one of those issues where I believe that the Constitution and everything is built on a shit ton of axioms that don't make sense, and that they were just de facto unlimited powers. One of those being the vice president's role, because they passed a new law in the end of 2022 with bipartisan support in the Senate to remove that ability out of question. I don't know.
Doesn't matter. The Eastman's advice was to break the law, right?
I don't think so. That's
when
the issue.
Eastman was saying depart from the ECA. The ECA is a law. Depart means break. He was telling him to break the law, right?
That's the same one that you brought up, Dev, right?
Yes.
Okay, then sure, yeah.
Okay, so then none of what you're saying matters. That they could have tested in the courts as a legal theory. He was telling him to break the law.
The issue is that Eastman was making a constitutional argument, not a legal argument.
First of all, what's the difference? Secondly, who cares? It's still, you're advising your client to break the law. That's not, you don't even get attorney-client privilege at that point.
Well, the issue being is that when it comes to constitutional questions, laws don't matter because they're immediately removed if the Constitution says that it's invalid.
Okay, but you're not even, you can't advise somebody to break the law in the hopes that, you understand that legal theory I could use to justify every single type of behavior ever, right?
You could try to make that argument, but the Constitution lays out specific powers and abilities, not infinite amount of breaking the law.
Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. So I should be able to go out and tell people to kill people. And if somebody says, oh, well, now you're being charged with whatever conspiracy or any of these, I can say, no, actually, I'm using a legal theory that the First Amendment protects this right.
Sure. The issue with presidents is that presidents can get overturned at any point.
Yeah, so you're telling me that you would accept if somebody were to do that. You'd say, well, that was a legal theory that they were pursuing.
And then they would have to take it up in the courts.
But you would defend, but they would still be breaking the law, right?
Sure. But that's what the courts are for, right?
No, that's not what do you mean? The courts are for if you choose to break the law to try to circumvent the law?
No, to find out whether or not your theory is correct.
Well, no, you have a whole bunch of other things that you would do before breaking the law, right?
Your thought process is, I'm going to break the law, then I break the law. The next step would be the courts will then decide whether or not you broke the law.
No, generally, if you broke the law, the court is there to like do punishment. It's not to decide whether or not like you're allowed to break the law or not.
Well, that's the issue.
I'm not familiar with this, but I am curious. Isn't that like the Scopes case? Isn't that the case of like anything where you're trying to decipher whether the law itself is justified?
Yeah, there's
the famous Scopes case being about like testing the law of whether or not it was acceptable to stop you from being able to teach evolution, right?
Yeah, well, there's a general principle of...
Isn't that like testing the law?
I don't know exactly the specific case name and the entails, but
my point is, isn't that an example of like testing the law, knowingly like breaking the law, but with the expectation that you're going to court?
Yeah, you can have there are things you could expect a good faith expectation for, but that's not what Eastman is stated as saying. Eastman said that he'd probably lose that case 7-2 and then 9-0. Eastman never even thought he'd win. His goal was that the Supreme Court wouldn't answer it because of the political questions doctrine.
Yeah, but
the idea that like, you probably will lose, like presumably in the case of teaching evolution in a bunch of very conservative states, the expectation is that you're going to lose that.
Yeah, but if you lose doing that, then you've taught some kids evolution. If Trump loses this, then he couped the government illegally. The stakes are quite different.
Okay. And then he gets punished for it after the court decides that he did.
Yeah, but if the Supreme Court says that if the Supreme Court doesn't deal with questions like that, then what?
The court would deal with that.
You don't know if the court would deal with that. You have no idea if that's the case.
Of course we do. With something that like it's intensive a situation, of course they would deal with it.
The court literally punts political questions. The court literally explicitly will punt it. This is like the political questions doctrine, right?
I don't know about that because they literally just decided a political question to give.
Didn't they like president do that in the 2000 election? Isn't there like precedent for them doing precisely this kind of situation?
They will, but there's also precedent for them saying that they don't want to touch major, like fundamentally like political questions. So that's what Eastman was hoping for.
Okay, but they have.
Yeah, but they just did it.
That's fine that they have, but there's a chance that they wouldn't, and that's what Eastman was hoping for.
Okay.
And you have nothing to the contrary of that. None of these people thought that they were going to legitimately win in the Supreme Court here. None of them thought that.
Yeah, they were just buying time, hoping their doomed lawsuits were going to present something that they could use. We understand that. The issue is that some people want to take it as a criminal action rather than a judicial question.
What? But no. The judicial question that you're talking about is only happening after it's preceded by a criminal action.
But
yes.
Well, that's the issue. Is that we're talking about powers given by the Constitution, that it's strictly stated that any law that not violates but constrains the Constitution is deemed unconstitutional.
Yeah, that's not up to the executive to decide. That's up to the court to decide.
Yes, that's why you would go to the courts.
By breaking the law. How do you go to court? Because you've broken the law.
Yeah, but I don't have an issue with that being a process. You do.
The issue is that they probably knew they were going to lose, and this is like shown multiple times. And two, if they mess this one up, it's not like they've done an oopsies. They've couped the government.
Well, they would have failed to coup the government because it would have gotten overturned.
You don't know that. Who knows what it would look like if they managed to stay in power on January 6th and then the certification doesn't happen? We literally have no process or procedure by what happens after that.
Well, if the riot didn't happen, you would have a better argument. But the fact that the riot happened gave no taste for anybody, Republican or Democrat, to go along with whatever they were doing. So, I mean, there'd be a lot more variables you would have to account for to make that argument.
If there are more variables, then you're supporting my argument that we wouldn't know what would happen. It's not a foregone conclusion that, for sure, there'd be a peaceful transfer of power after.
I don't look at like starting fucking cases or going to the courts as having a long shot being an issue. You seem to do that.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Are you an attorney?
Does it matter?
Because I'm curious how hard I want to go in on you if you have a legal background. Not. Okay. There are probably legitimate ways in which you might challenge a law that you feel is unfair or unconstitutional. And there are other laws that if you were to challenge them, people would say you're deranged and you belong in prison. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So for this particular law, the ECA, this was something that was on the books and had been followed for 150 years or more?
Yep.
This is something that nobody in government agreed could be broken. All the White House advisors, all the Office of Legal Counsel, the whole DOJ, okay. And Eastman himself had written in earlier emails that it probably, that the ECA is pretty clear. And then he said privately in conversation to Rosen that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. And when other people, it wasn't Gomer, it was somebody else, was talking about bringing a case before the Supreme Court trying to challenge Pence's role on the ECA, they said, don't bring this case. We might lose immediately, and now we're not going to be able to do it on J6. None of this looks like a good faith effort to test the boundaries of a law. It looks like an attempted coup.
So, but the issue is that Trump's not an attorney. We all agree he's not very smart, right?
So you think that's an you think that level of negligence is an excuse?
No, I'm saying is that if Trump believes there's a shot and he orders his attorneys to try it, there's nothing they can do but follow that order. I mean, they could give up, they could quit, but they didn't.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. There's no choice? What do you think this is? What? Did they have them at gunpoint? First of all, not only did they have a choice, they've actually now lost their attorney-client privilege, because now you can pierce that attorney-client veil because of the crime fraud exception. You can't order your attorneys to commit a crime for you and expect that attorney-client privilege is going to save you in court.
Again, that's the issue is that Trump didn't think he was committing a crime. You would have to prove mens rea. There's a lot of other things that happen there. That,
I'm sorry, do you think that mens rea for a crime is knowing the criminal statute?
It's criminal intent.
Yes, criminal intent, like breaking the law.
Okay.
Not thinking that if you break the law and it's constitutionally okay that later on a court will save you, that's not going to save you.
Well, that's the issue, is that in a lot of times when it does violate the Constitution, that law does get overturned. And that's the problem.
That's not a problem. It is for you. It is for.
Okay. Well, hold on, Artemis. Okay, the reason that you think that the ECA is unconstitutional.
I don't. That is just
nobody does. To be clear, nobody thinks that.
Yeah. It's just the argument being used. It can be tested. I just don't.
Fine. Hold on. Well, hear me out. Okay, so the reason that Eastman thought, I mean, maybe he lied or whatever, but let's just take him at face value. The reason Eastman thought that the ECA was unconstitutional is because he referred back to 1800. With Jefferson and how Jefferson apparently counted in votes, even though there was a pending objection. And you watched my video, so you know that was false. That precedent doesn't exist.
Sure. But
they made that shit up, all right? Like it was in 2004, and you had Republicans making that shit up, and then in 2016 they brought it up again.
Yeah, the issue being is that precedent isn't an end-all be-all to constitutional questions, and that's the problem.
Okay, what is the end-all be-all?
You keep saying that's the problem. That's not a problem. Nobody is taking this argument seriously except for Trump, who wanted to break the law. Nobody is thinking about it like this.
But that's the issue is that...
No. It's not. You keep saying it. That's the issue. It's not. You just want to cover for Trump. That's it. There is no issue here. It's very obvious to every single person involved. I think even you included what's happening. You just are trying to cover.
The issue being is that I haven't voted for Trump. I don't vote. The last person I voted for is Obama. I don't care. I'm looking at what the...
You should care.
Well, that's the issue. Is I look at things on how they would affect the populace and how the populace would respond to it. And the populace doesn't care about that question.
Do you think it would be good or healthy? Would it be a good or healthy thing for the country if the president decided that through a legal loophole, maybe if he broke a law, that he could remain president even if he lost the election?
I mean... If he, what was it? If there's a law or some article where he can, hold on. To be clear, I have these werewolf statements. There's this thing where if the World War happens, the president can redo the entire government from the ground up, or I can't remember what it's called, but there's a way to do it.
That didn't answer my question. Do you think it's good or bad for the republic, for the country, for the United States of America?
Probably bad.
It is bad.
Probably bad?
Yep. Depending on what the reasoning is. Depending on what the reasoning is, yeah, it's probably bad.
Based on the reasoning they gave, it was bad.
Oh, well, in the facts on the ground. If he had no valid reason to do so, and everybody can agree that there was no valid reason to do so, then yeah, it's bad.
Okay. So then there are no major conclusions of the J6 Commission that you disagree with?
I think the 1512C things that the rioters themselves were engaging in all this other insurrection shit probably should have been bad. That wasn't a valid charge that they brought. I know that the DOJ is the one that brings it, but the January 6th harped on all of these people being insurrectionists.
Okay. Why do you think that was an unfair, that it was unfair that the J6 committee was making those statements?
Well, there's like two or three things. One, the initial barricade breach happened, in which, okay, it could be right at that point, but the issue is that everything stopped being violent for about 30 minutes, and the police decided not to try to disperse after that time. They just let things chill at that stage.
Wait, how were the police there supposed to disperse the crowd?
That's not my. They could have called in the National Guard.
They tried.
I don't know about. I've seen the statements on the National Guard being denied by Mayor Bowser, and she was the controlling authority. You could say that people could have overridden it.
Do you know how, just checking real quick, do you know how time works, right? Yep. It moves in one direction, and what happens one day isn't real. Okay, so on the day of, when the rioting begins to happen, they do make requests for the National Guard. It's delayed by hours.
And I think Peter Hegseth was part of the group that was supposed to go in, and he was denied multiple times.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about who.
So then I don't know how they were supposed to disperse without the National Guard being there enforced. I don't know how they were supposed to disperse people outside the Capitol.
But I'm not really worried about that being part of my argument. It's they weren't dispersed, so they were still there. They let them be there, not because they wanted to or because they had to, because they had no other choice. They started firing, what do you call those, dummy rounds, rubber rounds, and then stun grenades into the crowd, causing them to turn violent and then breaching the barricade after they tear gassed themselves on accident.
Breaching which barricade?
The second layer.
So, okay, wait. So then when they did try to disperse people, that was bad?
Because what it did is it turned what was then a placated crowd that wasn't doing anything into an actively hostile crowd that was ready to riot again.
So the break-ins between each of the barricades successively up to getting into the Capitol building were done by the Proud Boys, who were there explicitly to break the barricades. Like whether or not there were tear gases or not, like
was it Proud Boys specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a AG report sitting on Garland's desk. I guess we're gonna figure out what happens with that. There's a investigation that took place about how the rioting went down.
Oh, I mean, there's literally video of all of them being the first ones breaking the first two sets and then breaking into the Capitol building.
Yeah, but the issue is that was it Ray Epps or whoever the fuck? That guy should be prosecuted too. Like anybody who was violent should have been prosecuted.
Well, Ray Epps, I don't think was violent ever, so I don't know. You wouldn't prosecute him for that.
I mean, he was the day before advocating to break into the Capitol and going in.
Yep, with a whole bunch of other people as well. Yeah, but he wasn't violent.
They all should. Well, that doesn't matter. That was advocating the committing of a crime.
It was, yeah, which is bad, yeah. But he wasn't being violent. But a whole bunch of other people were also arguing to go into the building as well on stream.
And they all should be charged.
Okay.
That's not an issue with me. The big thing is that as they agitated the crowd by shooting them with rubber bullets, they tear gassed themselves on accident because of the wind blowing and they weren't having suitable protective equipment, causing the breakdown of the second barricade, which resulted in the Capitol being breached.
You think the second barricade being broken was because of...
Yep, tear gassing. I'd have to go find Dev, I sent you that long string of lined up footage from the police stuff, right? It was a while ago.
The second barricade is the one that Ray Epps is at. I don't remember there being any tear gas there.
Is it the second or is it the third one? Whatever the one is at the steps.
This is the one like right before the steps.
Yeah, the one right before the steps. Is that the third one? I thought that was the second one.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's the third one. But I mean, if they've already broken through two barricades at this point, what faith do you have that the crowds are going to break through the third one? You're saying they weren't hostile when they'd already broken through two barricades?
Well, the issue is that the police drew back immediately because they couldn't have a valid way to secure it. But when they drew back to the steps of the...
Well, wait, they didn't draw back immediately. They drew back after fighting the crowds at the first two barricades and losing, right?
Sort of. If they wanted to reinforce that area, they could have pushed them back, but it was ill-advised.
Wait. To be clear, what you just said is a total lie. They did not have the manpower to reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
I didn't say anything about reinforcing. They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people that are in front of you?
Thousands of people. What are you talking about?
And they did that at the third.
What would an arrest even look like in that situation?
Hold on. They did that.
Just like have the police officers.
They don't have enough handcuffs. What?
Yeah.
Well,
there would have to be like a BDSM convention in town for them to have enough equipment to even arrest the people at the first barricade. What are we talking about?
Hold on. Are you saying that everybody at that first barricade was violent?
The Proud Boys literally showed up to break it down. Yes.
Okay. The Proud Boys does not make up a significant contingent of the people that were there.
The Proud Boys, they initially left, started walking. They walked with like 100 people down initially. There's no way you could have reinforced a single barricade with 100 police. I don't even know how many Capitol Police were at the Capitol. And then, and then more and more people continued to show up.
Wasn't like I think it was 1,000 people.
Definitely was, yeah.
So the issue is that they fell back because they knew they couldn't perform a strict cordon around the Capitol, which is why they went to the second or third step, whatever one you want to call right before the steps of the Capitol. From there, because if you... That's very loud. The reason I have an issue is that at that point in time, nobody was violent anymore. Everything was cooling down. They could have... I think they were doing de-escalation.
First of all, it was already violent because they broke
invading
in.
the Capitol is violent.
That's already violent. They're all trespassing, number one. Number two, I don't even know if Trump had sent his whole audience there yet. Number three, this was still pretty early in like the afternoon. Like it's not like it was like 8 p.m. and people were getting tired and ready to go home. Like this was still winding the fuck up.
Trespassing doesn't have to be violent.
It's almost definitionally so in this case, but
I mean, it's obviously no.
Well, hold on. Non-violent trespassing is still bad, Artemis. Like if I just walk into your house and don't do anything violent, it's still bad.
Well, and if I break into your house,
but also there are people with guns who are trying to stop you, but don't have the capacity to stop you unless they're literally going to start shooting at you. And even if they did, they would not have won the shooting fight if there had been a shooting fight, which definitely we don't want there to have been, right?
What shooting fight do you think would have taken place in the Capitol?
What do you mean? Who knows?
Fortunately, there wasn't one.
Out of all of the people that were arrested, how many of them had firearms?
Wait. Do you think that nobody there had firearms?
Did I say that?
You're misleadingly asking a dishonest question to try to imply that.
I'm not. No, the only firearm that was apprehended by anybody at the site was somebody that was arrested, I think, a day before.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? That doesn't tell you how many firearms are there. How many people?
I'm pointing out the illogical statement that Quibbles is making that there would have been a firefight when nobody arrested or at that time.
To be clear,
you have no idea how many people there have guns.
To be clear, what I was saying there was in order to stop them from trespassing, the only way to stop them would have been to use guns. And obviously, for a whole host of reasons, not just in terms of the life of the people there in the moment, but just broadly for the country, thank God the police of the Capitol were not using guns against American citizens as they were trespassing onto the Capitol. But obviously, therefore, trespassing is violent, right?
No, trespassing is not violent because the people that could have broken down the barriers are not the same people that would have come later behind the barriers that have already been abandoned. Trespassing is not inherently violent in just because somebody
the first people who were trespassing. There were hundreds of people, including Proud Boys, the first group who were trespassing.
Yep. And
were those first trespassers violent?
Sure.
Okay.
How many people were even arrested? Wait, how many people were even arrested on the day of?
Like 100 and so.
Then why would that even be an argument against there being like guns at the event when there were like 50,000 plus people there?
Because the insinuation being made is that the people that were being violent were the people that were shot in the face and tear gassed at the second or third barrier. I'm just going to call it the second.
No, I think the insinuation being made is that if you have 50,000 MAGA people who think the country's been stolen, who are all conservatives, as a police officer, you might be worried that it's going to turn into a massive gunfight, and that's probably an okayly founded fear. And to retrospectively say, well, of the 100 people that got arrested on that day, they didn't have guns, it's fine.
The issue is that anybody in the ground that was there, when people are not actively trying to rip apart the second barrier and we're just standing around maybe yelling or being an asshole, and they're not actively being violent at that time, you don't antagonize a crowd to restart a riot.
The crowd was still growing. Maybe it was to try to disperse the crowd so it wouldn't grow to a higher critical mass and then break in.
Possibly. But the issue is that they tear gassed themselves, causing the collapse of the second line.
Why do you keep saying that's not why it collapsed? It collapsed because people broke it down.
No, they ran away from the second line after shooting people in the face. You have angry people are now told
the second barricade was broken down by the Proud Boys. They were the ones that broke it. This is all on video footage. Ray Epps is that's the second breakdown. There wasn't even tear gas there.
Okay. So I said before the one at the step I was going to call the second barricade. Okay, so we'll call it the third barricade. Whichever one you want to label that barricade. We're going to keep going back to that.
So if the first two barricades were broken down with no tear gas, why do we assume that we needed tear gas ourselves to break down the third barricade?
Because there was a significant enough police presence at that line
that they could have held it?
Correct.
Can you link me a video of this? Number one, and number two, if they tear gas themselves and there's tear gas,
police officers were there the day.
Why was the crowd able to walk into the tear gas?
Because the wind was blowing towards the police, and like that's the whole reason why I'm saying they tear gas themselves is because the wind blew into the police officers.
Yeah, but then the people
remember this
walk into the tear gas.
There were 140 police officers.
Blows into 100.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
There were 140 police officers total, including 80 from the U.S. Capitol Police and 60 from the Metropolitan Police Department. What are you talking about? They could have stopped it.
They literally could have stopped it.
Well, they need more guys though.
Officers.
Sure, they could have held out without shooting people in the face and tear gassing themselves to hold that barrier. The thing that made them walk back from the barrier was
this illusion.
Hold on.
This is crazy.
Nibbles, stop. The thing that caused them to retreat from the barrier was not the protesters or rioters. It was the tear gas because they couldn't breathe, and it was causing a danger to themselves because they tear gassed themselves.
Okay, so listen, I can't find the video right now, but I remember the video. There was one instance where they did accidentally tear gas themselves.
Yeah.
But
yeah, there was one instance of it happening, but hold on, just to be clear, that's how all the maggots lie, is they'll find like one thing and they try to blow it up into being explanatory for the entire thing. Like this guy already admits that they violently broke down 2 barricades. The idea that they would have magically stopped at the third one, even though the whole excitement of the whole crowd was building more and more and more that day, is delusional. There's no evidence for it. And the tear gas letting people into one part, this is literally just one part of them breaking in. There's still the whole place is being surrounded by tens of thousands of people. This is a delusional argument.
I don't know if you have you been to the Capitol? Do you know about how they have maglocks on the doors? Like I live near the Capitol. I understand how these things are secure.
They broke into the door. They broke into a window using a riot shield. What do the maglocks matter?
And then they could have immediately arrested the person that was jumped in, which they should have done.
There are thousands of people outside.
There are thousands of people outside.
There were multiple people watching the dude break in. Like, I don't know why we're pretending that this didn't happen.
There were thousands of people outside. What do you think? They would have just arrested everyone hopping in?
People could just flood into the fucking...
Okay, walk me through what it looks like to arrest the first 100 people, and now you have 40 officers left.
Okay, so my issue with your statement is that you're generalizing the entirety of the situation. Okay? The steps of that third line fell before the windows were shattered and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. Okay? No matter how much no matter how much they push on that door handle, it will not open because it is maglocked. Okay? The entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making shit up.
Not against
50,000
people.
No, you don't. You're pretending 1,000 people can rush you.
Oh my god!
Hold on. Hey, Cribble, shut the.
It's a meme. This is a meme argument. This is a meme argument.
You're pretending 1,000 people can rush you.
It's a meme argument. That's what we're talking about. This is a meme.
Just wait,
you're just fucking wrong, and you're coping here. 1,000 people cannot rush through a fucking window. You don't need to arrest 1,000 fucking people. You just need to hold the fucking window that they broke into. You can hold the line.
So I do recall seeing that first video. It was shot from like above, and the person jumps through the window and then like runs around a bit, and no one arrests him, and then he opens the door, and then more people come in. I recall the video, right?
No. He didn't open the door. He pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
I don't remember that part of it. But
somebody has to unlock the maglock on it. You cannot just open the door. That's why you failed to do it.
So wait, hold on. Are you saying that the person who they broke the window with the riot shield, jumped in, pointed at the Capitol Police to open the door, and then the police did it?
Oh, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important to figure out who the that was.
So there's like one plant in the Capitol Police that opened the door.
You can ask that question. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if it's a plant or not. Somebody who unlocked the undone the maglock.
Someone sympathetic to them. Yeah, open the door.
Yeah, open the door. That person should be arrested. Whoever at the Capitol Police that did that should be arrested and charged with aiding and abetting the rioters.
I have to go back and watch.
I'm looking at my notes now. He said this is just another lie to try to say that it was like it was a Fedsurrection and all that shit. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a Fedsurrection. It could be somebody that was sympathetic to the rioters. You can keep trying to pay me, but it's not going to work.
Hold on, Artemis. I just want to.
I'm sorry, Artemis. Can you lay out what exactly it is that you wanted the police officers to do with their 140 people?
Well, first of all, have you ever seen the movie Sparta?
It's Thermopylae. I know. Yeah, I saw it in the chat too.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, but yeah, like actually lay it out. Like, are we arresting people and therefore taking police officers away from the situation? Like, what is?
Oh, 300. Fuck, my bad.
That police officers have legitimate ways of dealing with rioters and arresting them by moving them further into the Capitol after seizing them. This is not a new thing. This is not an unplanned for thing. The Capitol.
No, but I'm asking, like, to do that. If I want to arrest someone, presumably it takes either one or perhaps even two or three officers to arrest a single person, right? So if I have only 140 officers and I'm in the face of literally thousands of protesters, potentially violent, many of them likely have guns, and I am in a situation I'm in, and also keep in mind that I am also responsible for protecting Congress people who are trying to flee the building.
That are the priority, by the way, yes.
Pelosi, including certainly the priority is to protect them.
Obviously, we know that the Secret Service also protect congressmen, so we don't need to have no coordination between the Secret Service.
So the police officers don't have to. That's not the priority.
That's not what I said. Don't ask a dumb question when I didn't say it. Okay. Again, the police have training and they have procedures on how to handle situations like this. Pretending they don't is dishonest.
What were they supposed to do?
Funnel people as they capture them. Hold the line. Not fucking tear gas.
You can't funnel people. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? They arrest them off the line, pull them back like they always do.
You can't do that when there are thousands and thousands of people. Why do you think these riots?
Hold on. Are you expecting that they arrest all of them? I'm not saying about that. They arrest the people that are trying to jump the line. They pull them in, arrest them.
All the people that were jumping the line were doing it as parts of groups. That's how the first few barricades were broken. It was like 20 people.
Not the third line.
Link me the video you're talking about. Link me the video. Find the video and link it.
Destiny. If you're hold on, you're just making shit up because you haven't seen the video.
I don't remember. I watched so much video of this. The problem is I can't keep track of every single bullshit conspiracy that you guys make up to try to sweep for this entire fucking event. So I don't know what this incredibly specific moment that you're talking about was for the people came in. Okay, wait. Here, let's watch this. Here, okay, I'm posting this in the flock. Let's all watch this one together. Okay.
Where's that? Okay.
So it's in the flock?
Yeah. Let me know when we've got it open and we'll start at the same time, okay? At 1x speed.
I don't think I have access to the flock, actually. I don't see it anywhere.
In the general,
general chat.
Which part of the flock?
It's under, I'm sorry. It's under the yard section and it's the general chat.
Oh, got it.
Under the yard section? I'm technologically incompetent, I'm sorry.
Hold on, I need to copy this. Hey, copy the link because it's...
Okay, cool.
Okay, we all have it open? Ready?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
First man begins to climb through. But after that officer sprays one rioter, he retreats back down the hallway, leaving the rioters to continue entering unimpeded.
You want to stop
it
pause
right here. So right here, when there are thousands of people outside breaking into multiple windows, they should have just arrested the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them, and then what? Put them in the corner and put them in their inventory, or what?
No, what they should have done is actually swarm the entrance of where they were coming from through the window, pulled the people that were already inside and then held the window like they were supposed to. Instead of running backwards, like for
so you want so you want someone to literally like put their body like this at the window.
What do you think they are paid for?
Physically put
out the window.
Let's lay out physically what you're saying. I am the guy. I put my body like this.
That's retarded.
In front of these people who potentially have weapons. I'm literally putting my chest there. And also, they're definitely not going to just like push past me because I have infinite strength. I'm going to have the complete capacity to do this as one individual dude. Or maybe, let's say, there are 3 of me. There are literally hundreds of people pushing against me. Also, keep in mind, there is broken glass, right? So you're saying that I am going to likely be like on broken glass. There's more shit shattering as
just talking to talk now.
What are you talking about?
You're being retarded. No, they would swarm the door, use their pepper ball rounds, fire at anybody who's coming through the glass with riot suppressant weapons that they're supposed to have. Hold the line with a
They used a suppressant weapon. He maced him. We just watched him do it.
I watched him run the away. Hey, look, it worked. The guy was almost
because how many people are right outside? Also, can you go to like just 520 for like just a few seconds more at like 524? Is that the guys opening the maglock doors, or are those doors being kicked open?
I'll just play it so I can see.
Or I'm sorry. At 50 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yeah. So he kicked that one open. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like. So which one of these doors needed somebody from the inside to open it?
I would have to go find the video now.
Okay. So you're lying, right?
No. Shut the fuck up.
You're lying. You're fucking lying.
No. You're lying. You're lying right now.
Wait. Artemis, just wait, because I did find the video you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to lie and he's trying to paint it as if I'm delusional. He does this as a fucking argument tactic. I'm not letting it. I'm not fucking buying it, Destiny. You're bullshitting here.
Okay, hold on. I posted it in the Yard General. Go to about 30 seconds and watch the rest of it. It's 1 minute and 30.
Is it 1 minute 30 or? Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, 1 minute 30? This is a 1:26 second video.
No, start at 30 and then just watch the whole thing.
Okay. Or here, I'm muting this and I'm playing it all.
Rioters who are already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. Is holding a Trump flag, with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. Through a line of Capitol Police officers and overtook the area.
Okay, what am I supposed to take from this video?
I have no idea.
Okay, so whatever maglock door, this maglock door that's open, the rider's already in the Capitol, right? So the first people that got in the Capitol didn't get in because somebody opened a maglock door on the other side, like mysteriously. It's because they broke through the windows and then they kicked open a door, right?
Not that other door, which we can go back to. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police presence should have swarmed that window and actually held
That's fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue is that the maglock doors don't require.
Yeah, this is just like fucking. Yeah.
You're just hand waving. I don't. You can keep talking to people, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So, Arno, just real quick. So,
go for it.
I dig in my files because you given me a lot of evidence over the years. So I dug in and I found this video, and it was basically labeled because you can see 2 guys that are kind of wearing like riot gear that opened the door in this one. As it was labeled from when I got it from either you or somebody else, it basically said those 2 guys are Capitol Police, and they're opening these doors alongside other rioters because they're in on it, and then letting them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly, because Well, I mean, it could be, but that's not the one. No, there was another one where a guy physically tried to shove open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door, and then turned around and then opened the door. That's the video I'm looking for. So now
where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Because I would rather, if that is true, that it was a legitimate protester doing it, the police officer should be charged with endangering everybody in the building.
Or at least that's true, yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable for that situation, and that's my issue with it.
Okay, can we zoom out? What do you think the goal for the Capitol Police should have been in that moment? Like, broadly speaking.
Well, one, for the door.
Is their primary job to protect the people inside of the building, or is their job to protect and ensure that no one breaks into the building, or should they have managed to somehow superhero do everything simultaneously?
That's one and the same. Holding the building's perimeter protects.
No, that's like wrong.
I don't know why you're telling me this. You have no idea how security works.
Well, hold on, wait. Just to be, hold on. I'm so sorry. Wait. Just to be clear, hold on, wait. Artemis Fowl, you have no idea how security works. You will never be able to show me a single video of 100 cops holding off 20,000 rioters. What you're saying is wrong.
Why is that the stipulation? Why is that the stipulation?
Because what you're talking about is not standard procedure for. So we can drag in cops or Secret Service or SWAT or anybody you want. There is not a single law enforcement official that will ever back up what you're talking about. Ever.
How many rioting videos could we see where 20 cops run at fucking 100 people, throwing shit at them, and then running them off because they were working together as a team? How many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
Tell me what you see when riot police are dealing with riots.
Weird.
What you see when riot police are dealing with, first of all, riot is not just 100 people. Okay, we're talking hundreds or thousands of people, right? Okay. What you usually see is cops allowing riots to burn out by directing people down other streets, by using huge crowd control measures, by having a ton of police officers available, and generally letting people wear themselves out and maybe arresting the ultra-violent ones. But that's a lot different than people are trying to break into a specific area. There was nobody to push these people off to a football court. They're breaking into the Capitol building.
There's no funneling them
elsewhere. Are all cops meant to hold a fucking building? Or are the Capitol Police very specifically trained to do a thing, which is protect the fucking Capitol building?
Probably to protect the Capitol building.
Maybe their training would actually allow them to coordinate a defense of the Capitol building from situations
which they
like
did
this.
Successfully. The goal of the Capitol Police is to ensure that the people inside aren't harmed, which is what happens. The goal of the Capitol Police is not to fight off a crowd of 50 to 100,000 Trump sycophants that are trying to break in. You could never train that few people to do that unless they're Terminator. They're going to start bringing M2.
We don't want them to be Terminator. We don't want them to start killing people.
Yeah.
Right? It's good that they didn't kill thousands of protesters in that situation, right? Like, even the situation where they're Terminator, or whatever the fuck it is, like, that's bad. We don't want that, right?
Should I just address you, Destiny? Because Quibbles just like asking questions that are irrelevant to the situation.
M249. And no, he's not asking irrelevant questions. There is no world. There is no world where they're trained to prevent this. Like, it's just.
Okay, so there is. Oh my god. There are procedures and ways to handle rioting at the Capitol. They train for it.
Really? I don't know why you guys link it. Show me. Why is it the focus then? Why isn't the focus on the failure of them to perform their duty rather than the failure of the National Guard show? Why they even bother calling the National Guard? They're like, oh no, we got it. Don't worry. We got 150 people here. We're good. 10,000?
So who was investigated and in charge at the National Guard for failure to show up or to push in?
Most of the inquiries are around the lieutenant of the Army Secretary, and I think the guy above him who is Milley, I believe. I don't remember the lieutenant. Yeah, but the question was,
what happened with them? What happened to them? Were they investigated? Were they charged?
They weren't charged with a crime because I don't believe that they
I'm asking for fucking accountability from people, and you guys are fucking.
What is accountability? No, you weren't just asking for accountability. You were asking for a criminal charge. There are different ways.
Yeah, that'd be accountability.
Well, it could also be negligence, right? But it's hard. But it's hard. But negligence is not always criminal, and it depends on if it was an individual who was negligent or if the system was fucked for some other particular reason. Okay, and if you want to get into that and who should be responsible, that's fine. None of this means that 100 people can hold the Capitol.
Well, okay. Well, I guess that is your.
Also, wait. Hold on. Wait. Just wait, real quick. One thing. Where is this evidence at all that there is a maglock electronic system that can never be opened from the inside?
Why don't you just look up maglocks on Capitol door buildings?
So I'm Googling this, or
Capitol building doors. There you go. Yeah, just fucking look at it.
So if I look at maglock on Capitol building doors, am I going to find something that shows me you can't open it from the inside?
Yeah, they're designed to not open from the inside. Once they're locked in an emergency situation, the only thing that can unlock them are supposed to be signals or codes sent directly from the security office.
Show me that. Can you show me that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up.
While you're pulling it up, let's just point out part of the reason there are only 140 people there is because Trump refused to send the National Guard.
That's not
well.
True.
That's a more. You're right, but that's not the point.
It is
actually.
true.
No, it is true. Actually, I'm sorry.
No.
My bad.
Here we go. Here's the line to win the debate.
I got
Come on,
so
Dusty, do it.
mind-fucked because Artemis Fowl it like sucked me into this conservative
your fucking teeth because you want to win a debate.
Quibbles is absolutely right that if Donald Trump would have said, "Hey, I need the National Guard there right now," it would have happened. That is true.
Okay. That's what we're doing. It wasn't that he asked for the National Guard. And he offered it, and then Mayor
he never made a formal request, and those were days before, and they were to protect his people, not the Capitol.
He did. He never made a formal request, but the formal request was day before. Okay, which one? Which one is it?
I didn't say a formal request was the day before. He said something in a conversation offhandedly. He never put in a formal request for protection.
Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look up 3 things.
No, you don't. I just want to show me this thing because what you're saying offhand, it sounds to me like an egregious violation of fire code. If anything else, you're telling me that somebody can push a button and nobody can get out of the Capitol. They're locked in.
It's for active shooter and stuff like that. It's not a fire code issue because if it was a fire, normally it's a fail open. There are some skiff areas where it doesn't fail open, but that could be a fire code. I have an issue with that. But the issue being is that maglocks are there. They're locked down in case of active threats. That's the whole point of why they are designed.
Okay, so I'm curious, okay? I'm not trying to be bad faith, okay? And I do have issues sometimes. So can you tell me, I'm trying to figure this out. Can you read this for me?
What is it? Is it in the general? Yeah?
What does it say?
What about it? Okay, it's the emergency exit.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3 seconds. Mm-hmm. Door will unlock in 15 seconds.
Correct.
That's the sign right in front of the maglock door.
And do you understand how a...
So what you just said was a lie, right? What you just said was a lie, that they don't need another person to open it, right?
You just no. Look, during times of active threats, that gets overridden by the maglock doors.
Oh, okay. Show me that.
So I did dig around a bit, and the claim about the maglock doors shutting down during a threat comes from the original source of it is a now deleted tweet from the Twitter account Swank for America, where apparently it said, no, this is where the claim came from. It was repeated multiple times on multiple websites because of Swank for America.
Okay, my fucking building has maglock doors. I understand how they work.
Your building has doors that magnetically close that don't let people escape? Are you in the United States of America, or?
Hold on. No, my building isn't designed to not let people escape. They have a building with maglocks that can be activated and can be held without during times of like
that are outside external facing doors.
Like a triangle fire about these or something.
Well, that's the issue with skiff doors. The things about failing closed with skiffs. They don't fail open. You can't just fail open the fire alarm with the skiff.
So Swank for America was apparently a lawyer for the Oath Keepers who posted it on Twitter. It just kind of came out of nowhere. It was reprinted by the Epoch Times, and it was reprinted by the Gateway Pundit, and then it kind of became a narrative. But I don't know where the actual original claim comes from.
I don't base my thing off of fucking Twitter people.
Well, that is exactly where your claim came from, just to be clear. But
no, where did I say that was a thing from Twitter?
Because
maglock doors work that way.
No, I don't think they do.
Okay, well, that's because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm curious. I'm going to go watch this video. I'm going to count the seconds. I wonder if it's 15 seconds. I'm going to find out. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, Kai comes over here. 333. 334. He's trying to open it, and then he turns away. 334. So we would expect to see what at like 349? He's trying to open it, it's not opening. 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348. He's pointing at this. 349. Is it open now? Oh, how great! Oh my God! How? So you know what? And you know what? This is MAGA. You know why? Because this guy right here, the guy, this is what he actually thinks. The fucking retard that we're talking about. This is what he actually thinks. He's like, oh, so right here he says, hey, secret government agent 42 or agent 42, I need you to open the door. And the guy's like, okay, hold on 1 second. We've got the Trump kill shot file right here. Okay, we've activated Operation Murder Trump and frame him. Got it. Door's open. In reality, he's saying this. He's going, hey, jabroni. Hey, I can't open the door down here. And the guy's like, hey, you fucking retard, read the sign. He's like, what, for the door? I can't open the door. And he's like, yeah, open the door. It's 15 seconds, you dipshit. Just open the door. It's open. Oh, you sure, buddy? Yeah, try and open it. I can't open it, man. Just try it, you motherfucker. Really? Are you sure? Okay. Oh! Okay.
All the... Okay, go for him.
So, okay, sorry. So I watched it. So typically every single thing that you presented about this was a lie. You said that he looked up, that he was communicating with somebody. He needed somebody to open the door. It looks like what happened is literally exactly what was written on this sign. He tried the door for about 5 seconds and it didn't open, and then he walked back, and 15 seconds later, it's about 20 seconds, he goes back and tries to open it, and go figure, just like the sign says, the door is open.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't take your word for that. I don't care what you're trying to imply that it is.
I'm not implying. It's literally, we have a picture of the sign. We have a picture of the sign. We watch the guy trying to open the video, and then it literally fucking happens.
Do you have the video? Can we see it?
Yeah.
I want to see it too.
Okay, it's in general. Go right here at 3:30. That picture that I linked you of the sign, that's literally the sign right in front of the fucking door. Okay? Go to 3:30, watch your door, count the seconds. I don't know what he's saying now because you don't have volume.
Actually, any period. It's from the beginning, the same sign. Yeah.
Is it the Substack link or the other one?
The first link is you can find the guy at around 3:30. He's going to break into the door at 3:30.
Wow.
I'm waiting. Hold on. Just got it running.
Have you seen it, Artemis? I don't know what we're waiting on.
Oh, I'm watching the video. So he does that. He doesn't pull the fire alarm.
Why would you? You don't need to pull. Have you used a door before?
Hold on. I'm looking. Oh, goddamn. Keep clicking the wrong fucking thing. You can make all the gestures you want. It doesn't.
It's just like, did he pull the fire? No, motherfucker.
Yes.
It's the United States of America. Are you serious?
So he's at the correct.
You're watching the Eastern Rotunda video, right?
Yeah, the issue being is that sign that is being pulled from, I don't even know if that is actually from that Rotunda video.
You can literally go to 30 seconds and full screen the video.
Hold on. I'm not disagreeing. The issue is I don't even know if that's the same sign because it looks shorter. I'm not arguing that it's a problem. I can agree with you that probably is the same sign. I'm saying is that my issue is that the dude stared up and started talking and pointing at the door. That was my issue with that video.
Well, the issue is that you made an assumption that he was communicating with some secret agent.
No.
With no evidence. because of a tweet that was made and some crazy articles that you read about this.
No. If the video, okay, if I'm referencing the video, I'm referencing something with evidence. I know it's not conclusive and 100%. That doesn't mean it's not evidence.
It's not evidence of anything. It is the sign. I can show you like 5 different pictures if you want of this sign over and over and over again. It is the sign, but...
Okay, the issue being is that I referenced a video from memory about a thing that happened fucking what? Almost
4 years
a year
ago.
yeah, 2021, yeah, almost 4 years ago. And then you're gonna fucking tell me is that I have to be in 100% perfect with my recollection, accounting for every variable that it's in it, and then you can rely on your... Shut the fuck up, Quibble!
I don't care about your recollection of the memory. The issue is, it wasn't just you having the memory. If you would have been like, I think somebody might have helped, or I think something, blah, blah, if you're saying, oh, no, then we'd be like, no, that wasn't your statement. Your statement was, whoever did this criminal act needs to be held accountable. So how did you come to that conclusion watching this video footage? You didn't. You read a tweet.
Hold up. I didn't read a tweet. I watched a video.
This video?
Yeah, the video of him pointing at the door and then looking up at what I would assume would have been the camera and pointing at the door.
What? Yeah, I recall seeing it too, yeah.
Wait.
I don't know why you're implying that I'm so f***ing like deep into the f***ing weeds here.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. And that video, where does he look at or point at the camera?
No, he didn't point at the camera. He points at the door. You're not even listening to me. You're preparing another argument.
No, I'm asking you. What do you mean? I thought you said looks at the camera. What are you talking about?
He looks up towards something. I would assume that, again, from memory, I thought he was looking up at the camera.
Okay, so it's not the camera. He's probably just looking at other riders that are just walking upstairs.
Yeah, but you're asking me about something I saw.
Okay, it's at 349, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
He's just talking to other riders because they've already broken into the building.
But the issue is you're asking me about something I saw 4 years ago and implying bad faith because I remembered stuff, but not 100% accurate.
I'm not asking you to recall specifics because I'm testing you on the specifics. I'm curious about your conclusion because your conclusion is unsupported by every single thing we've looked at so far.
No, it's not. Hold on. Again, you're asking me a thing. You're asking me to provide evidence for that thing that I remember from 4 years ago, and from my memory looked sketchy when I saw it. And then you're going to then imply bad faith
because you didn't say you saw stuff
100% the way it was.
You didn't say that you saw stuff that looked sketchy. You said that somebody needed to be held accountable for letting somebody into. And you even went on to say like, well, I'm not saying that it was.
If they did that, then they need to be held accountable.
Well, hold on, Artemis. Now that you've seen the video again, do you still think somebody should be held accountable?
Well, the guy that obviously opened the door, sure.
Well, yeah, but like, do you think he's some sort of like sleeper agent or something?
Well, I never implied that.
Well, hold on. No. You don't walk away that easily from this because not only did you imply that there was some internal coordination going on, that was an impression you left with, you also very confidently stated with whatever bullshit job you've made up, you've confidently stated that maglock doors are impossible to open from the inside. You could never do that. You don't understand. This is my job. That was also wrong.
Hold on. Okay. Well, two things. One, I still don't know about this because I don't even know if this was a maglock door specifically.
Okay,
I don't know.
Just real quick.
Then why
there
did
actually
you have
are
the impression?
some.
Hold on, no, wait. What do you mean you don't know? You said multiple times. Where do you think I got the impression of it being a maglock door from? It's because you said over and over again these were maglock doors. They couldn't be opened unless by a code.
The Capitol has maglock doors. I've been inside. I've seen them.
Okay, Artemis, I've seen maglock doors.
The Capitol has a skip. That doesn't mean everything is a skip.
Yeah, the Capitol has ceilings.
Hold on,
do you think that the door is a ceiling because you know the Capitol has ceilings and you've seen ceilings before?
Quibble, shut the fuck up. Not everything has to be a skiff to have a maglock door.
No, my point is, just because there are a particular type of door in one location, you just assume that it's true of every single location in the entire Capitol? It's a huge building.
I don't assume that. You're now just creating a straw man of my fucking opinion.
Okay. So Artemis, I have encountered.
You just admit that? Wow. Okay.
So here, listen, man. I have encountered maglock doors that cannot be opened with any sort of human force, but they were at a university and they were for a computer lab. And what they do is the lab will lock down during a fire and all the oxygen will be sucked out of the room to prevent the computers from being destroyed. I don't think you'd see that anywhere on the Capitol.
Also, wait, hold on. Can I ask, is this, you can't even open them from the inside or just from the outside?
From what I've tried doing, because I've tried to, when we were testing our doors and stuff like that, you literally, I ran into one and I couldn't get it. I weigh a little bit.
Okay, so now your argument has gone from I'm very confident that I know these doors. I know they can't open from the. And now now your argument has gone all the way to one time in testing I tried to open one of these doors and it didn't work.
Okay, I don't.
Also, not these doors.
There's nothing logical about that statement. As much as you're trying to frame it as being illogical, there's nothing.
I'm just showing that the level of confidence that you had on this take before I did any amount of research was very high, and now you've walked it all the way back. This was an outside-facing door? You couldn't get to the outside of the building? You were literally locked in, and it was impossible, even with any amount of time waiting? Did you try it for 15 seconds?
No, the doors that I have don't have that fire alarm status for the maglocks. No.
And people in chat were asking me about the computer lab. Yeah, if you're in there, you do actually just die, which is why this
is not like
it's very secure, that place. Yes.
It's, when you're dealing with like security stuff like this, these things exist, and trying to imply that they don't is like what I don't understand.
Hold on, wait. To be clear, you're lying. You do not work in any secure area. You've never. Hold on. Not only that, you've never been in a secure area in your entire life. You are. You're lying. I know you're lying. I'm 100% confident that you're lying. I'm 100% confident you're lying. The reason why I know that you're lying is because if you've ever worked in any kind of secured area, if you've ever worked in any type of secured, if you've ever worked, if you've ever worked,
you don't know what I'm doing.
If you've ever,
you don't know where I've been.
Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. If you've ever worked in any secure area in your entire life, you would never say these public areas that are open to civilians that just leave outside a building might be using the same hyper-specific protocols for a secure and confidential area. You're lying. You're bullshit. It's bullshit. You play too much Splinter Cell. You think you're Sam Fisher, and you're fucking lying about what you do for work.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe your dad did it for work. Maybe you wanted to do it for work. You're lying. You're fucking lying. You're lying.
Shut the fuck up.
Artemis, just wait, man. Why don't you actually say it?
Because he's lying. He doesn't want it. He's lying. It's fine.
What you do?
I'm a fucking engineer. I have a fucking what is it?
That's a lie.
Yes.
What he just said is, I'm an engineer. For what? What do you do?
Yeah.
You build trains in the mental... Holy shit.
Hold up.
That's why the maglock doors don't open. You live in an insane asylum.
You're asking me...
I understand everything.
Hold on. You're asking me, the person, to explain... You're asking me to explain to you while you're at live stream about what I fucking do. That way your fucking rabid fan base can dox the shit out of me. I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not playing that fucking game. You're a fucking retard. You're just making shit up, and now you're just trying to play it off as if I don't do the things that I do.
I don't think any of what we're talking about right now requires an advanced degree. What we're talking about right now is whether or not you believe that 140 people can stop 50,000 people from getting into a building that has
wait, that's a broader claim. I agree.
Because they're made of glass.
Wait, I agree that claim was dumb that he made, but just on this very specific one, he's fucking insanely cooked, okay? The fact that the only reason why we're talking about your job is because you cited your job as a reason why you're like credentialed in talking about this. But now you won't even say what your job is. Hey, by the way, a person who works at a fucking janitor at Harvard has a job with maglock doors. Doesn't mean anything.
Okay. So I can't draw upon my personal fucking experience with maglock doors. I just had to imagine that shit never happened. That's what you're telling me?
No, you made it sound like you were some kind of security engineer, security expert,
I don't do anything.
and it sounds like you don't work in a security related job at all. You probably just have seen a maglock door before, and you're like, yeah, this is my work.
Artemis, I'm not going to reveal anything that you've told me. Just maybe you should say a little bit.
No, I don't owe him anything. I'm not fucking playing his game. I know what his fan base does.
If he said anything to, and look at this. Oh yeah, we're gonna dox you because you say what your job is. Okay. Sure.
Shit. Yes, easy.
Whatever you said, whatever he's told you he does for a job, he lied. Unless he's shown you a work ID or he's given you like incredibly, he's absolutely lied about it, 100%.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Tell me I'm a liar.
I don't think you are, but I don't know.
He's blowing shit out of his ass.
Wait, hold on. Wait. So just to be clear, is his job does he work in a job related to security, or does he just work in a building that has security doors?
He works for the government.
That doesn't mean anything.
That is not. I don't
want to reveal. I don't want to reveal what was told in private. I don't want to.
You just said that was a more technically answer than anything else.
I have a TSS. Hold on. I have a TSS.
I work for the government. I work in Pennsylvania.
Shut the fuck up. I will get the classifications of what I have access to. I have TSSCI Poly with Keyhole and Talent. as the
literally nobody. You filled in an SF-86 and you're not fucking a Russian. Good job. Like, what do you? That doesn't mean anything. You clearly
that doesn't mean
clearly
that doesn't mean anything to you.
Clearly,
I don't care what you're about to say. You're just gonna make something up. I don't fucking care.
Okay.
Your entire argument relies on trying to discredit that I don't work where I work. So I don't fucking care what you're going to say.
You tried to credential yourself to make an incredibly retarded statement about secure doors. And you were proven wrong in real time in 4K, 120 FPS, 12-bit color. Okay, you were absolutely blown the fuck out on it.
No, you're just being a spurred retard, trying to paint off as somebody you don't have to
You're citing a security level because you know what markings to put on the bottom of an email. Why do you think this entitles you to any type of knowledge? The fact that you would even cite a fucking security clearance as giving you some insight into fucking security, okay? Because some guy held your hand to show you how to get in and out of a secured area, okay? This is retarded.
Destiny, you're just making shit up now. I don't. Okay. If you want to talk, just leave and talk somewhere else. I don't all you're doing is fucking jerking yourself off. That's all I am
going to jerk myself off.
I know. I understand. Why don't you just go? Well, I mean, you have Nick Fuentes. I mean, I'm pretty sure he could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the funniest.
The funny thing is, even Fuentes did make a claim this embarrassingly retarded that because you've been in a skiff before, you can't get out of a building because it's going to auto lock. Where there's a sign in front of the door that says in 15 seconds it's going to open.
Now we're just going to
and you're like, oh no, actually,
all the conversation. Yes, I understand. You want to now paint the conversation to be totally ridiculous, even though we had to walk
my bad.
through.
I'll go back and listen to what you said, and I'll give you the exact quotes. I'll be back. 1 sec. Okay, let's go back and listen. I'll be back. 1 sec. Okay, let's.
So now
where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's what I'm right there. Hold on.
At the camera, pointed at open the door.
As it was labeled from.
You can keep talking to them. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police presence should have swarmed that window and actually held
That's fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue is that the maglock doors don't require.
Yeah, this is just like fucking. Yeah.
So, you're just hand waving. I don't. You can keep talking to people, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So, Arnold, just real quick. So,
go for it.
I dug into my files because you given me a lot of evidence over the years. So I dug in and I found this video, and it was basically labeled because you can see two guys are kind of wearing like riot gear that opened the door in this one. As it was labeled from when I got it from either you or somebody else. It basically said those two guys are Capitol Police, and they're opening these doors alongside other rioters because they're in on it, and then letting them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly, because it could be, but that's not the one. No, there's another one where a guy physically tried to open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door.
Okay, look at how specific. This is how you know people are lying, by the way. Okay, just look at the specificity of what he's saying right now. There was a video where the guy tried to open the door and kick it, and it wouldn't open.
And then turned around and then opened the door. That's the video I'm looking for. So
oh fuck! I just clicked the live button. God damn it! Hold on.
Wait. Okay.
And generally,
how many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
Writers. What you're saying is wrong.
Why is that the stipulation?
Oh fuck! I clicked the wrong.
That's true. Yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable.
So you want someone to literally put their body like this at the window?
What do you think?
To the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them.
Rioter, he retreats back down the hallway, leaving the rioters to continue entering unimpeded.
Wait, okay, pause right here. So right here, when there are thousands of people outside breaking into multiple windows, they should have just arrested the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them and put them in the corner and put them in their inventory, or what?
No, what they should have done is actually swarmed the entrance of where they were coming from through the window, pulled the people that were already inside, and then
like this at the window.
What do you think they were paid for?
Physically put
out the window
in front of these people who potentially have weapons. I mean, also keep in mind there is. What are you talking about?
You're being retarded. No, they would swarm the door, use their pepper ball round.
They used a suppressive weapon. He maced him. People are right outside. Also, can you go to just 520? Doors being kicked open. Okay, hold on. We'll get there.
Yeah. So he kicked that one open. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like. So which one of these doors needed somebody from the inside to open it?
I would have to go find the video now.
Okay, so you're lying, right?
No. Shut the fuck up.
You're lying. You're fucking lying.
No, you're lying. You're lying.
Wait, artist, wait, because I did find the video you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to lie, and he's trying to paint it as if I'm delusional. He does this as a fucking argument tactic. I'm not letting it. I'm not fucking buying it.
Argument tactic.
Okay, hold on. I posted it in the yard general. Go to about 30 seconds and watch the rest of it. It's a minute 30.
Is it a minute 30? Or okay, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, a minute 30?
Rioters who are already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. The first person through the door is holding the Trump flag, with the red dot on.
I have no idea.
Okay, hold on.
Through a line of Capitol Police officers and over the area.
Okay, what am I supposed to take from this video?
I have no idea.
Okay, so whatever maglock door, this maglock door that's open, the rider's already in the Capitol, right? So the very first, people that got in the Capitol didn't get in because somebody opened a maglock door on the other side, like mysteriously, because they broke through the windows and then they kicked open a door, right?
Not that other door, which we can go back to. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police president should have swarmed that window and actually held.
That's fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue is that the maglock doors don't require.
Yeah, this is just like fucking. Yeah.
No, you're just hand waving. I don't. You keep talking to people, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So, Ernest, just real quick. So, I did get my files because you give me a lot of evidence over there that opened the door in this one. As it was labeled from when I got it from either you or some other riders, because
not exactly.
Bring them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly, because well, I mean, it could be, but that's not the one. No, there's another one where a guy physically tried to shove open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door, and then.
Okay, he tried to physically open the door. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with this. He tried to physically open the door and kick it, and it wouldn't open. Then he looked at the camera and pointed at the door.
And turned around and then opened the door. That's the video.
Then turned around and opened the door. That was his initial claim. Okay. I think he makes more claims about maglock doors. We'll listen.
I'm looking for. So now
so where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Because I would rather, if that is true, that it was legitimate protester doing it, the police officer should be charged with endangering everybody in the building.
I think that's true, yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable for that situation. And that's my issue with it.
Nobody was held accountable for that situation, and that's my issue with it.
Okay, can we zoom out? What do you think the goal for the Capitol Police should have been in that moment? Like, broadly speaking.
I'm so glad I zoomed back in. Don't ever let people get away with these specific claims.
Well, one, I'm sorry, for the door.
Is their primary job to protect the people inside of the building, or is their job to protect and ensure that no one breaks into the building, or should they have managed to superhero do everything?
That's one and the same. Holding the building's perimeter.
Okay, no, that's like wrong.
I don't know why you're telling me this. You have no idea how security works.
Hold on, wait, just to be clear, hold on. No idea how security works. You will never be able to show me a single video of 100 cops holding off 20,000 riders.
Why is that the stipulation? Why is that the stipulation? How many rioting videos can we see where 20 cops run at fucking 100 people, throwing shit at them, and then running them off?
I think it says 100 people too. Like, yeah, 100 disorganized people with 20 like riot cops. You probably could, but riots are usually way more than that. But
because we're working together this game. How many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
Tell me what you see when riot police are dealing with riots. What you see when riot police are dealing with, first of all, riots streets by using huge crowd control measures, by having a ton of police officers available, and generally letting people wear themselves out and maybe arresting the ultra-violent ones. But that's a lot different than people trying to break into a specific area. There was nobody to push these people off to a front porch. They're breaking into the Capitol building.
Are all cops meant to hold a fucking building? Or are the Capitol Police very specifically trained to allow them to
inside unharmed, which is what happens. The goal of the Capitol Police, unless they're Terminator, they're going to start bringing
kill thousands of protesters in that situation, right? Like,
is no
ways to handle rioting at the Capitol. They
perform their duty. Rather go back to the maglocks. I think the guy above him who was Millie, I believe. I don't remember the lieutenant. Charge. There are different ways.
That'd be accountability. Well, okay. Well, I guess that is your next.
Wait. Just wait, real quick. One thing. Where is this evidence at all that there is a maglock electronic system that can never be opened from the inside?
Why don't you just look up maglocks on Capitol door buildings?
So I'm Googling this, or
Capitol building doors. There you go. Yeah, just fucking look at it.
So if I look at maglock on Capitol building doors, am I going to find something that shows me you can't open it from the inside?
Yeah, they're designed to not open from the inside. Once they're locked in an emergency situation, the only thing that can unlock them are supposed to be signals or codes sent directly from the security office.
Show me that. So did he just make all of this up? It's not to be open from the inside once they're locked during an emergency situation. They can only be unlocked with emergency codes sent from security. Can you show me that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up.
While you're pointing it out, let's just point out, part of the reason there are only 140 people there is because Trump...
No, it's true, actually. I'm sorry.
Because you want to win a debate.
Quibbles is absolutely right. That if Donald Trump would have said, hey, I need the National Guard there right now, it would have happened. That is true.
Okay. That's what we're doing. It wasn't that he asked for the National Guard and he offered it and then they...
He never made a formal request, and those were days before, and they would protect his people, not the Capitol.
He never made a formal request, but the formal request was day before. Okay, which one? Which one is it?
I didn't say a formal request was day before. He said something in a conversation offhandedly. He never put any formal request for protection.
Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look up 3 things.
No, you don't. I just want to show me this thing because what you're saying offhand, it sounds to me like an egregious violation of fire code or anything else. You're telling me somebody to push a button and nobody can get out of the Capitol. They're locked in.
It's for active shooter and stuff like that. It's not a fire code issue because if it was a fire, they normally it's a fail open. There are some skiff areas where it doesn't fail open, but that could be a fire code. I have an issue with that. But the issue being is that maglocks are there. They're locked down in case of active threats. That's the whole point of why they are designed.
Okay, so I'm curious. Okay, I'm not trying to be bad faith. Okay, and I do have issues sometimes. So can you tell me? I'm trying to figure this out. Can you read this for me?
What is it? Yeah.
What does it say?
Okay, it's the emergency exit.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3.
And how a
So then what you just said was a lie, right? What you just said was a lie. That they don't need another person to open it, right?
You just no. Look, during times of active threats, that gets overridden by the maglock doors.
Oh, okay, show me that.
So I did dig around a bit and tweet from the Twitter account Swank Forum websites because
that magnetically close that don't let people escape. Are you in the United States of America or?
Hold on. No, my building isn't designed to not let people escape. They have a building with maglocks that can be activated and can be held without during times of like that
are outside external facing
Isn't there
doors.
like a triangle fire about this or something?
Well, that's the issue with skiff doors. Things about failing closed with skiffs. They don't fail open. You can't just fail open.
Okay, this is outside my area of expertise. Are there really skiffs that are? I guess there might be, right? Skiffs that are like you open the door from the skiff and you're outside. I feel like skiffs would generally be these secured, compartmentalized areas would be inside other buildings, but that might not necessarily be the case. Maybe there are some that are just like external.
The fire alarm with the skiff.
So yeah, Swank for America was apparently a lawyer for the Oath Keepers who posted on Twitter. Just kind of came out. The original claim comes for.
I don't base my thing off of the thing from Twitter.
Because
maglock doors work that way.
No, clear, but
no. Where did I say that was a thing from Twitter?
Because
maglock doors work that way.
No, I don't think they do.
Okay, well that's because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna go watch the. I'm gonna count the seconds. I wonder if it's 15 seconds. I'm gonna find out. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, so yeah.
I don't think that's how maglock doors work. He says that's because you're retarded. Okay, Kai comes over here. Okay, and then somebody said to go back to 56 minutes. He's trying to fighting the crowds at the first two.
Ill-advised.
Wait. To be clear, what you just said is a total lie. They did not have the manpower to reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
I didn't say anything about reinforcing. They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people that are in front of you?
Thousands of people. What are you talking about?
And they did that at the third.
What would arrest even look
like a BDSM convention in town for them to have enough equipment to even arrest the people at the first showed up to break it down. Yes.
Okay, the Proud Boys does not make up a significant
police. I don't even know how many Capitol police were at the Capitol.
The issue is that they fell back because they knew they couldn't perform for the steps of the Capitol. From there, because if you that's really loud. Escalation.
First of all, it was already violent because they
invading the Capitol is violent.
That's already violent. They're all trespassing. Number one. Number two, I don't even know if Trump had sent his whole audience there yet. Okay.
And in situation, and also keep in mind that I am also responsible for protecting Congress people who are trying to flee the building.
That are the priority, by the way.
Yes. Pelosi, including certainly the priority is to protect them.
Obviously, we know that the Secret Service also protect congressmen. We don't need to have no coordination between the Secret Service.
So the police officers don't have to. That's not the priority.
That's how I said. Don't ask a dumb question when I didn't say it. Okay. Again, the police have training and they have procedures on how to handle situations like this. Pretending they don't is dishonest.
What were they supposed to do?
Funnel people as they capture them.
You can't do that when there are thousands and thousands. He made another claim about maglock things. Let me the video. I watched so much video. The problem is I can't keep track of every single bullshit conspiracy you guys make up to try to sweep for this. The people came in. Okay, wait. Here, let's watch this. Here, okay. I'm posting this in the flock. Let's all watch this one together. Okay.
It says in the flock.
Yeah. Let me know when we've got it open. And we'll start at the same time. Okay. Yard.
I'm technologically incompetent. Sorry.
Wait, this is not right. Fuck. Is it 15 minutes? Okay. We all have it open.
Okay. The steps of that third line
4:33:41
fell before the windows were shattered and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, here's a more specific.
Okay, walk me through what it looks like to arrest the first 100 people, and now you have 40 officers left.
Okay, so my issue with your statement is that you're generalizing the entirety of the situation. Okay. The steps of that third line fell before the windows were shattered and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. Okay. No matter how much people that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. And people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors.
Oh, so he was wrong about this claim too. People that came in, trickling in, could not open the doors because of the maglock. So he was shown to be wrong on that claim. That was just wrong.
Because they are magnetically sealed. Okay? No matter how much they push on that fucking door handle, it will not open because it is maglocked.
No matter how much they push, it will not open. No matter how much they push, it will not open. Okay.
Okay. The entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making shit up.
Not
This is
against
fucking
50,000
retarded.
people.
No, you're pretending 1,000 people can rush you.
Oh my
God.
Hold on. Hey, Fable, shut the fuck up.
It's a meme. That's a meme argument. That's a meme argument.
You're pretending 1,000 people can rush you.
Hold on. That's what we're talking about. This is a meme.
You're just fucking wrong and you're coping here. 1,000 people can rush through a fucking window. You don't need to arrest 1,000 fucking people. You just need to hold the fucking window that they broke into. You can hold the line.
So I do recall seeing that first video. It was shot from like above, and the person jumps through the window and then like runs around a bit, and no one arrests him. And then he opens the door, and then more people come in.
No. He didn't open the door. He pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
He opens the door, and then more people come in.
No. He didn't open the door.
He didn't open the door.
Pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
He pointed at the door at the camera for them to open it.
Somebody has to unlock the maglock on it.
Somebody has to unlock the maglock on it.
You cannot just open the door. That's why you failed to do it.
So wait, hold on. Are you saying
You cannot just open the door. That's why he failed to do it.
that the person who they broke the window with the riot shield, jumped in, pointed at the Capitol Police, opened the door, and then the police did it?
No, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important.
Pointed at the Capitol Police, opened the door, and then the police did it?
No, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important.
Oh, and that's an even stronger claim. That's the entire reason why the AG report is important.
Who the fuck that was?
So there's like one plant in the Capitol Police that opened the door.
You can ask that question. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if it's a plant or not. Somebody who unlocked the maglock.
Someone sympathetic to them. Yeah, open the door.
Yeah, open the door. That person should be arrested.
Somebody.
Whoever the Capitol Police that did that should be arrested and charged with aiding and abetting the rioters.
I have to go back and watch.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes now. He said this is just another lie to try to say that it was a Fed surrection. Oh my God, it was a lie. I'm so good. And all that shit. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a Fed surrection. It could be somebody that was sympathetic to the rioters. You can keep trying to pay me, but it's not going to work.
Hold on, Ernest. I just want to.
I'm sorry, Ernest, can you lay out what exactly it is that you wanted the police officers to do with their 140 people?
What does that have to do with it?
But yeah, like actually immediately shuffled out Nancy Pelosi, immediately shuffled out Mike Pence, immediately shuffled out all of the major people. Why? Because ensuring the security of those people is their priority. Their priority is not.
Okay, hold on.
No one breaks
Gang,
the sanctity
just real quick. Just real quick. I'll ask Destiny if this will be helpful to him. I have a man who sent me his credentials. He has experience in counterintelligence and these things. Would that be helpful to have here or not?
He stated that his insider threat awareness challenge is something that is a credited certification. I don't know how
counterintelligence and insider threat awareness.
Insider threat awareness is a yearly certification that everybody does.
So, okay, and you cited having a TSSCI clearance as something that gave you the ability to talk about secure areas.
Yeah, because I interact with maglock doors is why I pointed that out.
So do janitors.
And
I don't. I'm just.
I'm not a janitor. I'm not going to point out being a janitor as my experience with maglock
I'm just
doors.
asking if this is something that would help the conversation.
If you want to have him come in, he can, but there's no reason for him to be in here because every single thing he says that agrees with me, this guy's just going to say he doesn't know what he's talking about. So
okay, fair enough. I'm just here because you guys are still going, and I'm going to milk you for content. So
sure. Just in a couple. So I'm just looking at some of these statements. So when you said that people came into the Capitol building, they were trickling in, but they couldn't get in because of the maglock. You acknowledge now that statement was wrong. The first door was kicked open and it wasn't maglocked, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what that. Hold on. To be clear, I don't know what that was the first door. I've seen a video of them kicking open the door.
It was the first door. You can go back and look that if you want.
Okay, that's what I'm just saying is I don't know.
Sure. When you said he didn't open the door, he pointed at the door and then he looked at the camera and then he waited for somebody to open it and somebody had to unlock the maglock on it and that you can't just open the door and that's why he failed to do that. All those statements were incorrect, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you said, now I'm curious, you said the entire reason why the AG report is so important is so that we know who that person was. What were you referring to there?
Okay, if that person was, so we're going off of my recollection of a video that I saw 4 years ago.
No. So, to be clear, you keep saying this. I'm not going off your recollection of the video. I'm going off the impression you had of what needed to be done about it.
Why are you going to ask me a question if you're not going to let me answer?
Why you can answer? Don't lie about what I said.
Don't try to imply something.
Then don't lie about what I said. Just don't lie about what I said.
I'm not lying. Okay. I'm saying is that look, throughout this conversation, I kept telling you I'm recollecting an event that took place 4 years ago and what I remember happened in the video. And then when presented the video, I go, okay, yeah, that doesn't look like what it is.
Then why do you have the impression that this is the entire reason why the AG report is important?
That isn't why the entire reason why the AG important.
That's what you said. The entire reason why the AG report is important is so that we know who that person was. You said somebody sympathetic to them opened that door, and whoever did that should be arrested for aiding and abetting the rioters.
Sure, under that interpretation, but that isn't the only reason. It's not the sole reason. I know we like to take, I know people like myself take some flourishes with their language, but if I know I was going to get grilled and fucking deep dive into every word I said, I would have been slightly more careful. I know you're not going to give me that charitability, but I'm just going to say it anyway.
Okay. Well, you should pair your convictions, because I said at the beginning of this, on the outset of this, I said, oh, I think you're lying. And you said, no, I'm not. I'm security, blah, blah, blah. And you were lying. Okay. You were wrong about every single part of this.
Why is it always I have to be lying to you, Destiny?
Because you did not watch this video footage and come to the conclusion you have now. You read these conclusions in a tweet, or you got them from a YouTube video.
No. You don't know where I got. I fucking watched this video because it appeared on fucking YouTube of the fucking Capitol being broken in. Everybody was posting this shit everywhere. I don't have to get it from a fucking tweet. Tweet. And I didn't get it from a tweet. I watched it from fucking YouTube compilation of everybody breaking into the fucking Capitol. I know you want it to be where I'm lying because you want to disregard everything and my opinion because you want it to seem like I'm a dishonest actor, in your opinion, because you need that to be the case.
Okay, so then you came to a completely incorrect and retarded conclusion all on your own?
Yes, just
so happened to be the exact same conclusion that the Proud Boys' defense in court was?
Hold on, no. What?
This happened to be in lockstep.
I'm sorry, it was the Oath Keepers, I think, that was also spreading this name, not the Proud Boys.
I didn't fucking watch that.
Okay, that's fine. So you came to the absolute wrong conclusion based on watching pretty easy to look at video evidence. We all just watched it. It was pretty simple. You came to the totally wrong conclusion.
Wrong conclusion about the fucking election. What does that mean? It doesn't mean people lying.
Wrong conclusion about the election? What do you mean?
Yeah,
what?
You predicted an entirely wrong outcome for everything.
First of all, number one, even if what you were saying was true, predictions are not the same as looking at something that happened. Number two, I always predicted that it was going to be a close election, so you're not even right on my prediction.
You constantly predicted that you were going to win.
That's not true. You know that, like, why are you so confident?
You were hoping the entire night, saying that Pennsylvania was a lock-in and that it was going to go Kamala. And that is why XQC bet $700,000 on her that she was going to win. Don't try to lie to me here. People can be
Artemis,
wrong with how they do things.
Artemis, I don't think you're a liar. I think you're just really wrong on this.
Yes, I was wrong about recollecting events that happened 4 years ago.
It's not.
Hold on, Quibbles. Just real quick.
It's specifically something that
let Dev go. Let Dev go.
Hey, wait. In general, can somebody read these logs? What does that say in the general thing under the flock?
Let's see.
XQC, XQC, who's winning? Tell me. I'm putting a bet on Kamala. How safe is that? Probably 80% safe, right? Probably 65% safe is what Destiny says. I don't know about 80%. So 65% safe to bet on Kamala is what your prediction was.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's at 100, but all right.
But why? I didn't say 100. You said to bet on Kamala.
You said
65% doesn't mean that he's guaranteed to be a fucking liar because he thought there was a 65% chance and turns out that 35% happened. What are you talking about?
Okay, I could say 51-49. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah,
you can throw a number at any. You can throw a percentage number. I don't care. You quibble. You're dumb. I don't need to listen to you.
There's a 2/3 chance that something's going to happen, and then it doesn't happen. Does that mean that I'm a liar because I guessed that it was probably going to happen with a 2/3?
Hold on. My statement was people can be wrong based on what they've seen. The statement is from Destiny.
The difference is
I'm a liar for being wrong.
The difference is that saying this for sure happened versus Steven saying, hey, I think there's a 2/3 chance of this happening vaguely if I'm just spitballing here. Those are not the same.
It's actually worse because I have to go off of memory for something that happened 4 years ago.
Well,
It's
see, this is
worse.
Artemis. Well, see, this is what I mean. Right?
You don't have to go off of memory. You could just say,
I did because I wasn't expecting it exactly to have to bring up.
You could say, I'm actually not 100% sure. Let's look at some video, and then I'll make a conclusion after I look at the video.
Nobody actually talks like that. I don't know why you're saying that.
Oh, actually, that's not true. We all, I agree. You're not. What are you talking about?
Destiny, you're a political fucking hack job. I don't care what you think
say that, and I have destroyed you. You've gotten destroyed at every single microsecond of this conversation. You've been really name one thing I was wrong about. What's one thing I've been incorrect about in this whole conversation? One thing.
Okay, we're gonna go with the specific conversation where you relied on everybody else to dig up the information for you.
I'm literally the one going through everything here. What are you talking about?
No. The issue being is that you asked me about an opinion about a member of seeing a video from 4 years ago. You then try to hold me to an opinion about a video I saw 4 years ago, and then you're now trying to burn me because of that.
It's okay.
It doesn't make sense.
You're wrong sometimes, Artemis. So you understand.
I've already said that. But the issue is he wants to. Okay. The issue is he wants to paint me as a liar, so he doesn't have to do anything with that.
Well, he just hold on.
Okay, wait. Can I hold on? Can I ask a question? You mentioned these maglocks. Are maglocks even required to be on skiff doors?
For skiffs, no.
Wait,
then why the f are you even bringing up anything having to do with skiffs at all?
Because skiffs have 3 different ways of locking. There's magnetic, there's the rotating tumbler lock, and then there's the key code lock. Those are all utilized to lock the door. There's an inner door, outer door skiff sometimes. I'm mentioning them because skiffs have these in them. They don't have to have maglocks.
Then why did you ever bring up anything having to do with TSSCI or skiffs at all when it has literally nothing to do?
Because it's part of what I've experienced with maglocks. I'm bringing up my interaction with maglocks. I don't know why this is not getting through to you. I'm recollecting things I have worked with.
Is it perhaps the case, though, that the maglocks or whatever security system they have placed at the Capitol might work differently than the ones you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay.
So the issue is that Destiny is trying to paint me as just a liar, a MAGA cultist. That's all he's trying to do here.
Well, because he just keeps saying things that are wrong.
Really, just being wrong about a specific event, and then the conversation going forward from that event, like asking all the questions that I had interpreted from that event, is I'm going to be wrong because I was wrong about the initial event.
Okay.
So calling me a liar all the time through that doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. So this is, I guess I'm explaining for the audience now, right? Because obviously you know that you're just lying.
No,
okay?
No. You are now here just doing some bullshit.
Yeah. So the
Always
issue.
Do this with everybody you trying to disregard.
Keep saying that. Keep saying that too. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the issue.
This is what you do. This is your game.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the issue isn't the fact that you are misrecollecting things. The issue is the impression that's been left with you. If somebody were to say, "Oh, I remember John kicking Jane, and that's why John deserved to get beat the shit out of," and then we go back and we watch the video and we see that John didn't kick Jane, he punched Jane or something. Then we're like, "Oh, okay, he missed that fact or whatever." But that doesn't change the underlying conclusion. But if you say John absolutely deserved to get the shit beat out of him, I remember when he hit Jane, and we go back and we look at the video and we find out that it was like Jane that actually like threw a baseball at John, and then everybody went and beat the shit out of him. Well, now I'm curious, how do you have that impression? How were you left with the impression that John deserved to have the shit beat out of him, that the AG report was essential for clarifying who let these people into the building, that somebody needed to be held accountable, that maglock doors couldn't be opened from the inside? How do you have all these strong impressions when all of the evidence is pointing to the contrary? And I have no idea how you could ever come to any of those conclusions.
Okay. It's really fucking simple. When I have a view of somebody breaking into a Capitol building, and I've been to the Capitol building, I've seen the maglocks on doors. I understand how maglocks work. I've been there. I then go, okay, well, the rioters should obviously be fucking charged. I don't know how they got into the building in this way and fashion. It doesn't make sense to me that all of this failures all lined up all at once. I want to see what else could have been the case.
So when you went to the Capitol building, did you see the sign?
No, I just walked around the rotunda. Why?
The sign that said that you can. Well, wait. So you went to the physical building because you were so interested how they could have gotten out, and you somehow missed the sign that says "Wait 15 seconds and the door will open."
Well, yeah, because I'm not. Do you think I actively look for signs? It doesn't make sense.
I mean, Jabal and Bowman didn't.
I'm there to look at the Capitol, like fucking art and stuff, like well, not art, but like the architecture and everything else. Like just noticing the doors have maglocks is like something I'm gonna pass by. I'm not looking for a sign.
I thought you said you literally went there to see how they broke in. Wouldn't signage that tells you how to get through doors be important?
What? No. I would have to know that signage was there in the first place to go look for it.
It was right in front of the door. You said you looked at the maglocks on the door.
Not on that specific door. I looked at maglocks in the doors of
rotunda
the fucking
door
Capitol.
is literally one of the most important entry points of the whole Capitol riots.
Yeah, well,
so you didn't look at those doors at all.
Hold on. Is it?
Yes, there's video footage of all of the Oath Breakers and the Proud Boys moving in and out of this location. Yes, multiple.
I don't care about them. They can be charged. But the issue being is that I'm not focused on that aspect of it.
What were you focused on?
Touring. It's the fucking Capitol. I've been to a lot of the museums.
So then it's not.
So then you weren't there on a security tour. You just wanted to go look at the artwork.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm not. Hold on. What is a security tour? I passed by the door. I saw maglocks on them. I go, oh, hey, these are doors of the Capitol building. And I look and see if there's maglocks. I don't understand how this is an issue. I don't understand. Like I'm not going to look for a fucking sign.
Then why would you ever cite this as, well, I've been there and I saw this so confidently?
Because I was there and I saw this.
But all of your conclusions stemming from it were wrong.
Hold on.
Well, let me try this. Which conclusion do you think you've made tonight, Artemis, from the conversations that you think was correct?
Correct that the quick reaction forces of the police inside the building didn't try to stemmy the flow of people coming in through the window, which led to more people building up inside the hallways and could force their way.
Because that's not their primary goal. Their primary goal was to protect the people, not make sure that no glass was shattered.
Okay, I don't. Okay, whatever. But yeah, that's my thing. Is that was my primary issue? Is that there was a failure of quick reaction to try to slow down the impeding people coming in.
So do you think they should have gone to the windows and kind of put their shields up and shield walled it or something?
So the issue is that their people only had fucking spray canisters of fucking tear gas. Like when you're dealing with potential rioting, you'll have a lot more people with actual pepper ball guns and stuff like that to push back people trying to break in. I mean, they had them on the outside. I don't know where they went for the inside.
Wasn't there a scene where the officers literally tried to do this and a guy was getting crushed in a door as they were trying to push the people back?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, there is video.
Yes, there is actually, and I think I'll post it down in that room.
I don't know. Because now I have to go off of. The big issue is that doesn't. Hold on. To be clear, I don't have a recollection of it, and even then. Now that I'm having this issue with the door thing, I have to now assume that my recollection isn't quite right. So now I don't know.
Okay, let's look at I linked a video. Let's look at this.
Okay.
It's 1 minute 56 seconds. I linked it in the general chat. I'll link it again.
I'm sorry, what timestamp are we looking at this from?
It's 1 minute 56 seconds, so we can watch it real fast, okay?
Just watch the whole thing? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this and I'm gonna listen to it 1x speed, okay? 1 sec.
heard me, boy. Just go home, okay? You see me. Just go home. Talk to your buddies and go home. Don't try to use that stick on me. I'm not hurting you. Hey, you.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so this is after I think the riot police had already shown up. So they should have just done this strategy at every single doorway? You think they could have held?
No. The issue is that it wasn't nearly at every doorway at that point in time. This is like the issue we're having is that when they break into the windows, they could easily have stymied and stopped it and pulled them back.
But what would have happened as soon as a couple thousand? You understand there were tens of thousands of people here.
Sure.
So maybe they could have arrested a couple, but do you understand how compromised their position would be if they were at the front lines doing this and then like people started to run through and now they have nothing behind them to protect any of the people in the actual building, like the congressman?
But that's the issue. Anyway, the issue being is that the four officers you saw in the video of the guy breaking into the window, instead of charging him and spraying their thing, they ran away. Which I can understand why they would do that.
They were falling back because they have to
hold back to another position where they could hold better. Yes.
Hold on. I can understand. There was one guy who's currently breaking in. There was one guy that could have been stopped.
There wasn't. There were 1,000 people right outside.
Outside, yes. They're not going to all flood through at once.
Can we lay out what this crowd control would look like from your perspective? So there are thousands of people pushing and screaming and all pushing into one direction, right?
Into the window,
right? Even just in the context of Black Friday, right? Okay. People die all the time as a result of Black Friday. People are trying to get into Macy's and shit, right? So if you actually had locked it down there, even if you had managed to do that, which obviously would have been incredibly difficult, but even if you had managed to do that, wouldn't that have resulted in literally people getting trampled and dying as a result of it? Many people?
Okay, so the issue being is that statement has nothing to do with the guy at the window. It could apply to other areas.
There are thousands of people
hold on. There's not 1,000 people pushing through the guy at the window. I don't know why we're saying that.
At that point, there were people who were pushing and they were shoving and trying to get into the building. And at that point, managing
I don't know how
down that location, even if you managed to do that.
If you believe 1,000 people are exerting force on that one window, there's no way I can even have this.
Not 1,000 people directly on the window.
Okay, what are we talking about? 100
on the window.
Okay, hold on.
50,
okay, Artemis.
10. What are we talking here?
Go ahead, Dev.
The question is, from a crowd control perspective, what's your valve? What's your release valve on the pressure that is building on that point?
The point is to rush it, reinforce it, and then have other people grab stuff to.
I'm asking, what's the pressure? What's the release valve? How are you managing to ensure that innocent grandparents are not trampled as a result of what you're describing?
Or just forget it. Assume one person comes through. One person comes through and you arrest them. Fine. Yep. Second person comes through, you arrest them. Fine. You do this for 20 times. Now what do you do?
That's going to work. That's not how it's going to work. They're going to charge the fucking window. People are going to put stuff in between them and the people outside holding the window. They're not just going to keep letting people infinitely come through and infinitely aggress, like you said.
The windows had gotten
stuff through. Wait. They're put with
not put stuff in front of the window and barricade it.
They have barricade materials for every window now?
They did barricade places later on after they fell back to places where they thought they could.
With nothing. With nothing.
You saw places where they decided to
wait, don't do that.
That's what they thought.
Hold up. Wait, you can't say that because they don't have anything in the Capitol building to barricade anything with. That's what is being implied here.
They couldn't do that. Not barricaded.
Because they don't. They probably don't. I don't think the Capitol built. This is the capital of the United States of America. It's probably not meant to be invaded by 50,000 people. That's not how we build defense in the United States of America. That's not really how it works here.
And you don't barricade after the place is breached. You barricade before it's breached. It had been breached. They had no time to barricade.
I don't know why you guys are making a statement as if I'm not going to agree with that at all. I don't even. You're arguing something I'm not contradicting here. The issue being is how do they react?
Stop them there, but there was no way that they could stop them there at that point.
No, there is an easy way to stop them there. They rush it with force. I don't know where they did. I don't know where all the rioting or the riot police with the pepper spray balls and everything else went. Maybe they went to the front door here where they were blocking everything and reinforcing that position. But it's obviously that the other police officers in the Capitol were woefully unprepared for the situation.
Yes, there weren't enough people there. Yes.
We agree. There were 140 people against 50,000. Yes.
Not even. Hold on. There's not even manpower issue alone, but that is the case. They didn't even have equipment ready for that. The person sprayed a fucking hand.
Because they didn't expect this to happen. No one expected that Trump was going to tell them to go towards the Capitol.
Yeah, they didn't have the manpower. Artemis, they didn't have the manpower to guard that large of a perimeter, so they kept falling back and falling back and falling back till they got to a perimeter size that they felt that they could defend. Right?
Like there are major protests outside of the Capitol regularly, all the time. But the difference is that the leadership of those protests regularly managed to go through an entirely peaceful afternoon where they have 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 people hanging out in D.C. and they don't manage to just say, hey, let's go invade the Capitol. Obviously, they're not prepared to have a bunch of people invading the Capitol just because there happens to be an event happening outside.
I'm going to ask Destiny this because he's going to agree. Destiny, was the Trump Republicans and the MAGA crowd and the politicians making references to being almost akin to stochastically getting people to go to the Capitol and expect violence?
Was
stochastically or whatever.
I don't know. Wait, what are you asking? Were they
for months? Well, not months, but the December, January, up until January, were they constantly invoking people to go to the rally at the Capitol
for at least a couple weeks beforehand? There was going to be a big January 6th event. Yes.
So, do you think the Capitol Police would have possibly understood that there could be violence at the Capitol building because of that?
Yes.
Okay. So my issue being is that there isn't just out of the blue.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I got to correct because I didn't. You're doing the bad faith thing. Yeah. So it wasn't a matter of were they prepared for violence or not. Clearly, they were prepared for violence. The question is, were they prepared for 50,000 people to show up to overwhelm the Capitol? The answer for that is no.
No. But that's the issues that Quibbly is asking me how it is that peaceful protest would can be handled with no education. But there were indicators of there going to be possible violence. I don't know why.
There were indicators about many people.
Hold on. The scale of it's in. Hold on. Stop. Quibbles, please. Please, my God, Quibbles. I will mute you if I have to. Okay. Here it is, Artemis. The scale of it was unexpected. They were prepared for some violence, but the amount of violence that they had, they did not have the manpower for. They did not have the equipment for. They were caught with their pants down, literally. And so they made the choices they thought were the best in the situation, which involved, again, not trying to make a stand in a place where they could not hold. There was no. We have videos of them using furniture to block the doors on the House floor, right? We have videos
and also
of them moving people out of the House, the politicians out because they didn't know if they could stop this from happening, right?
Okay. Let's just be crystal clear before we move on. It's also true that not only were they successful in managing to protect everyone in the Congress, they also were so successful that they managed to get the total death toll significantly lower than the average soccer game in the European Union, right? This was an incredibly good job by them in terms of actually reducing the number of people who died. The way that you're describing trying to make these chokeholds so that there would have been thousands of people pushing against each other in order to force a door open, that would have made it significantly more deadly of an occurrence, obviously.
I don't know if you could even...
It is delusional not to believe that
I don't know how those 3 or 4 people...
have there be exit valves for a massive number of thousands of people pushing against each other. If there's no exit valve, obviously more people are going to die. That's just how... This is like a Travis Scott concert. This is just anyone knows this if you spent more than 15 minutes thinking about how the movement of people functions.
I think you're just coming up with like odd things to say that aren't particularly relevant.
No, that is directly what you're describing. Is that you want to have there be no exit valve for the people who were pushing to try to get into the Capitol, right? So their job is to, number one priority is for sure to ensure that all the members of Congress are protected successfully.
Okay. I got a question for you. Hold on. I got a question for you.
Their number two priority is to ensure that the people who are trying to get into the Capitol also don't die at mass scale. They did an incredibly good job of both of those things.
Okay, I'm just got to ask. Okay, do you think that if they would have like rushed those windows, held it for like maybe 30 minutes longer, that all of the people,
would have been stampeded? Yeah, I do think that.
Why don't you let me ask the question?
Let him
come up with some weird shit.
Okay.
Do you think that the people in the Senate chamber and the House would have been able to successfully evacuate more had they held those positions just a little
bit? They already got a perfect evacuation. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? Perfectly. No, they didn't.
Every single person in Congress was evacuated successfully into a secure location, albeit not all off-site locations, but secure locations of which they have multiple inside the Capitol, because it's the Capitol. It's not all the kinds of parts where you walk around and look at the stuff. Right?
You're just saying things now. No, if they had held the doors and the windows for a little bit longer, people could have actually evacuated to the underground tunnels all of the politicians, instead of just having them stuck in the Senate chamber with nowhere to go.
Just as a quick thing. Hold on, wait. Just as a really quick thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, Quibbles, we fought earlier. Okay, I love fighting with you. Okay, it's fun fighting with you. Okay, Artemis Fowl is doing some insane amounts of crazy making. You keep acting like Quibbles is saying these completely and totally ridiculous things when everything he's saying is perfectly rational. When he's talking about, and again, if you knew, they're completely relevant because, and you keep talking about security and riot police. If you knew anything about this, everything he's saying is like very obvious, right? You're looking for a pressure release when you're trying to do things with rioters. At night, usually it's just time. That's your biggest pressure release. As riots go on, you shoo them down alleys, you shoo them to different areas, and eventually it gets really late, gets in the hours when people get tired and they go home. When you have a mounting situation that's getting more and more chaotic and more people are showing up, the idea of fighting at a window doesn't really make any sense. They obviously don't have the manpower to hold every single external access point like that, or else they probably would.
Okay, so what do you think the Capitol Police believe the targets of the rioters were?
Probably the congressmen, probably the Congress people. Maybe that's going to be probably the priority to protect.
Correct. So the what I would think they would do is prioritize the evacuation of the Congress people, the target of the riot, and try to buy as much time to successfully and fully do that out of the building.
Sure. Wait. Why do you tighten a perimeter? Why do you make a perimeter smaller?
It's an obvious question. What are you going towards?
Because clearly you're not understanding. So I'm curious. Why do you have a tighter perimeter?
Okay. To pull back so you can defend it easier.
Why is it easier to defend?
We already know this. Keep going. Because you can consolidate manpower and density.
Correct. Yes. Manpower and density. It's not as porous. Yes. Why would you assume that the Capitol Police had the manpower to have 10 people ready at every single window that could be a point of access?
You don't need 10 people. You don't need 10 people.
How many do you need?
There was 3 or 4 people there. They could have immobilized. Well, not immobilized.
Did you watch the video that we
wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Because it's such an obvious thing, right? So let's assume that you could do it with 3 or 4 people, which is probably not true. But let's assume you could, okay? If you have 3 or 4 people at every single access point or at all the potential break-in points at your outer perimeter, what happens if they break through one of those points?
You fall back to the hallway.
No, you've lost at that point. It's over. If your outer perimeter gets broken and you've thrown away every single part of your interior to overstaff all of the outer parts of your perimeter, it's over at that point. They could rush your congressman. They could just run right in.
That's why you have reserve.
Totally. The Secret Service, whose job is not to guard the outer perimeter, are just going to sit by and let them just gang rape the fuck out of the politicians. You're right.
The Secret Service. I'm sorry. Hold on. There are multiple objectives during riot control. One of the biggest objectives is to minimize how many people are dying. Technically, every SWAT team in the entire United States could stop, 100 men could stop 10,000 rioters trivially. But we just don't typically want our police officers to be spraying, AR-15s or
blowing them down in the streets.
It has nothing to do. The Secret Service could just stop them, immobilize them, do whatever they need to do.
How can they just, wait, do you know how the Secret Service stopped somebody before when they were breaking in?
Probably shooting.
They did. They shot and they killed her. Ashley Babbitt, yes.
I
that what we want? Do we want our outer perimeter to get breached where we've focused all of our people now, and now the Secret Service is just in an open fucking fire fest with protesters running in?
My main issue is that you're setting up an issue where you're acting, there's no coordination between the Secret Service and the police for a eventuality like that. And I don't agree that is the case.
There will be some coordination, but their goals are not necessarily the same. The Secret Service are assigned to particular politicians, and that is their only protective order. That's it. Capitol Police I don't even know if it goes up the same chain of command or if they even have strong coordination between those two groups. I don't believe they do. I feel like I read that in the full J6 report, that there was some, because they were asking, can you help this or whatever? And the Secret Service are like, we're here to protect these people. That's all we do. We don't do anything else.
Yeah, protect the politicians. This is why I don't think that they would get to the politicians like that.
Secret Service are not there to fight off crowds of dozens or hundreds of protesters or thousands of.
Yeah, if the Secret Service had to fire off into the crowd, that's a fail state. Everyone has failed at their job.
Like Ashley Babbitt was a fail state. Ashley Babbitt was a failure, right? Yeah. That was a failure in outer perimeter holding. And you assume that they could have had even more people dedicated to it? They had to shoot and kill somebody.
The issue being is that you're asking me about a failure in the outer perimeter like 10, 20, 30 minutes after the outer perimeter had failed. That's what you're asking me. But the density of actual rioters are so great that they're overpowering the people inside. Where I'm saying is that they could have resolved that problem before it got to that density.
And that's offered with no evidence, with no reasonable way for that to happen, with absolutely zero. With you being wrong about every single underlying claim you've made about every single part of this.
Yes, that definitely has everything to do. The question about the video has everything to do with how somebody could resolve an issue with the window. Yes, I understand. The guy that was kicking the window open, kicking the door open. That guy would have definitely kicked that door open.
Okay, well, tell me, because I think there was I could be wrong then. I think there was a duty report. There was a Secret Service report that we read.
How are we going to talk about a possibility and being right or wrong about a possibility that didn't take place?
Well, sure. Yeah, so now I'm asking you, right? So there were a ton of reports that were written by different government agencies about this. Is there a single mention in any of these that this is what the training should have prepared them for? That they should have ran towards the window with groups of people? A single reference to that anywhere?
So here's the issue. You're asking me this, knowing full well I don't have the infinite amount of time for you, like you do, to sit around reading the shit.
So you're making it up. So you just made this up.
Hold on. What you're asking me about a fucking hypothetical? You're asking me to shut the fuck up. Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna ignore you, Quibble, at this point. The issue is you're asking me about a hypothetical, about a report that you have the luxury and time of reading that I now cannot. I'm
just curious where you got the opinion from. Then where'd you get this idea that they should have ran towards the window with 3 or 4 people?
Because that's how you plug a gap in a line.
Really? Where? Show me evidence of this. Anywhere. Where have you seen this from? Or where do you get this idea from? Just give me one riot, one situation where 4 officers have ran towards the door and 150 officers were able to hold off 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 people.
I don't know why we're doing this. You keep bringing up 150.
You have nothing. You're a liar.
Every time.
You watch too many movies. You have no evidence to support anything. You call me a political. You earlier said that I was bad faith, and now you're accusing me of being a research nerd. You said earlier that I don't do any reading on this. I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm saying you have the luxury of reading everything. You're saying that I'm making bad faith attacks, and you will give me a single source for anything you're saying, and for every particular claim you've made, we've looked them up, and they've all been wrong. They've all been wrong. They've all been lies. I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong about a single thing.
That's all you did.
Even when I asked you how I was wrong, you claimed I was being bad faith. To ask you how I was incorrect about something, you said that was me being bad faith.
Because you're asking me about a hypothetical of an eventuality.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you about a training procedure that you say everybody should be going through, and I'm curious what the source for that is.
Wick, got a question for you.
Huh? What?
What was your job in the military again?
I was a cryptolinguist for 3 years, and then 3 years
you're not very useful. I would have to ask somebody who's been like a fucking MP or something.
No, I wasn't a sec file. I'm not a bullet sponge.
Why do you think talking to an MP would help you here?
There's having a fob. Or
just so you know, whatever he said his job is, he's fucking lying. He's the lowliest fucking government bullshit contract worker.
All you want to do is do these dumbass debate tactics.
He is absolutely lying. Okay, just so you know.
You're just being great cringe debate tactic nerd, and you're just getting heated, and you're going to lie through your fucking teeth because you think you're going to win. This is all you ever do, Destiny.
Well, when I'm right about everything, it's pretty easy to say I'm going to win.
It's not really.
Just curious, are there any MPs listening in Wick's fucking
I will pull
channel?
you in. Look, if you are an MP, or hold on, if you've been
it doesn't have to be an MP. Just be somebody
someone who worked in security in the military. Jump in my backstage right now. I will pull you in.
Hey, Destiny, I'm gonna let you in on what's gonna happen. You're asking somebody who has an audience of 10,000 or whatever, 1,000 people, and all they're going to do is go, yeah, I can just say whatever I need to do. That's all it is. I'm not fucking doing that. He's bullshitting.
Remember, Rick, remember earlier when I told you that it wouldn't matter who you brought in because the reason why is because if they agree with me, he would write them off. That's what he just did. You see how I predicted that?
No.
Wait, you see how prescient I am?
Artemis.
It's such an obvious thing that would happen. Why the fuck wouldn't I point that out?
God, I'm so fucking good.
I know you're. I know.
I can write the whole script for you guys, dude.
I got a guy who isn't part of. Hold on. Is it okay if they're not from Destiny's community? Would you trust that?
Because I can't. Like, how am I supposed to prove that?
Well, if someone who has watched my stream a lot and in my stream a lot,
this might be the guy that opened the maglocks. You can't trust this dude.
Like, exactly. I know a lot of people who don't like Destiny. I know a lot of people who don't like Destiny. If I can get one of them to come on, will you trust that?
Nothing he's saying.
We need to have
matters.
proof that this person actively hates Steven. Until we have proof that this person actively hates Steven.
I don't know.
It's a completely unrelated thing that has nothing to do with it.
The issue is it doesn't matter because plugging a hole in a line is so fucking simple of a concept that anybody should be able to get it if they're not bad faith.
It's about, hold on, Artemis, though, it's about risk and reward. If you know you have a very thin line and you know if you fail to plug it and they breach it, it's game over, then you do what is less risky and you fall back to an easier place where you have a better percentage chance of actually holding the line, actually plugging the gap. You have to make these decisions in real time. They may not have always made the right decisions in these cases, but when you have a situation where you have thousands of people yelling, screaming, trying to break in, you make decisions. They thought, for whatever reason, that they could not hold it there. It looks like from the video that it would have been a bad idea to try to hold it there. So the trained people on the scene, on the ground, who were putting themselves at risk, made the decision to fall back to an easier defensible position. I do not fault them for that, and I don't know why you do.
I'm saying what I would have if I would have been in that position. That's what I would have done. So the issue, I would even make it easier for you. There could have been communication issues across the board because everybody's screaming because there's rioters. There's arguments, there's screaming across the radio at every level, and it would be impossible to get fucking reinforcements to that area to help. That would be an easier argument.
I have a question. Before we move forward, I have a question. Had they managed to stop anyone from getting into the Capitol, but 12 people died, would that have been a better or worse result than what did happen?
It'd probably been a worse result. The issue being is that I would say that the buying a little bit more time to evacuate the target of animosity from an area, buying a little bit more time and then backing up and letting it through.
But they were able to get everyone into a secure situation by hunkering down in the Capitol with everyone except for the major people. Like Pence was already out, Pelosi was already out, and the few people who weren't the people who weren't out were just like normal Congress people. They also were being defended, right?
Artemis, here's what I'm going to offer to you. Okay, Artemis, take all the time you need. Find someone that you.
I don't need to do this. It's irrelevant to the point I was making. That plugging a hole in a line is quintessentially easy for law enforcement. It's not a question that this is done all the time. Saying
saying it's done all the time because you have no examples, so don't say that. You're lying.
Shut the fuck up.
You're lying. That was a lie. Lie alert.
You're just being debate mode. You're gonna lie through your fucking teeth. I don't.
You're lying. You just said a thing that
you're lying. You're lying to your fucking teeth.
Wait, how is it lying when you said this happens all the time? You have a single example.
You're telling me I'm lying right now.
Yes, I did. You are lying. Yes.
You're lying because you're fucking lying. That you tell me I'm lying. I'm stating it's infinitely easy to understand that if you have a hole in a line, you try to plug it with manpower. That's not a thing I need to go grab externally for. It's obvious.
Now it's common sense.
I think they actually should have started 140 miles around it so that each had a mile of perimeter.
They should just do that at the border. That's the border policy. We just need to plug the hole. We just need to put like 5 agents at every hole, and now we have no more illegal immigrants.
Exactly.
Yeah. Definitely.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time.
You know what? Maybe they should build like a wall that way they don't need to do that.
Oh, it didn't work for the Capitol building.
Maybe they should just guard
the Capitol had walls.
Didn't the Capitol have walls though?
And then plug that hole whenever they try to get through that weak point of injury.
Didn't they scale walls?
Yeah, didn't they climb over them for the Capitol? Yeah.
Did they climb over the wall?
Oh, we need maglocks at the border.
This is all they're doing is arguing trying to misrepresent it. That's all they're trying to do.
Someone change your name in Discord to Maglock Expert.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, hold on, Dev. Have I been wrong
okay.
about a single thing that I've said?
Yes.
I don't think so, as far as I can tell.
Because he's accusing me of not holding a position I actually hold.
Wait, which position did I accuse you of holding that you don't actually hold?
You said I don't work for the government.
Yeah, you did say he was lying about his job.
He's a fucking liar.
Besides my personal accusations.
Hold on.
Okay,
yes,
you're right.
that,
Okay,
yeah.
so besides my personal, and we can't prove one way or another. So besides my personal accusation that he's lying about his job, okay, have I lied about anything, or have I been wrong about anything that I've confronted him on?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
From what I can tell.
Because all you're doing is you're asking me an opinion, and then you're going through and digging up information.
Oh, do you want to ask me my opinion on any of this? Want to ask me my opinion on any of this? Any part of it? And we'll see if I fuck up as much as you do?
Well, there's one thing. There was one thing you were wrong. They did, in fact, smoke bomb themselves that one time. That was true.
No, I'm sure they did. I know there's video footage. But there's also footage of the protesters spray macing the cops, and I don't think they lost their position outside just because. I haven't seen video footage of that, but that was the first time that the that third barricade or perimeter was broken was just because of that.
You want to keep going? I'm all here.
Well, I am kind of curious, Artemis.
How do I keep going?
Let Dev go, please. I want to hear what Dev says.
So the window's broken open, and you say they should plug the hole. Like, what do? Do they shove their shields up against it? Do they jump into the hole? Do they like bring some furniture from the offices? Like, what do they do?
Obviously, the person. But one, it seems like they weren't like properly equipped to handle a situation like that. Because they had the spray canister for pepper spray, but it doesn't look like any of the other ones people tried to help. All they did was run away while the other person was spraying them.
Wait, why are you saying they ran away? You mean that they withdrew to a tighter perimeter, right?
Withdrew.
You could say that there's a.
That's different. That's very different.
You describe this. You can describe it how you want. That's what they did.
So hold on.
Running away and tightening a perimeter. That's the same thing. Okay,
we could just do. They strategically retreated to a perimeter.
There you go. That's fine. Sure.
Okay, that's it. Doesn't change the action at the window.
Okay, so you think that they should not have retreated to a perimeter further back? You think they should have held their ground there?
Yeah, because the first guy was pepper sprayed in the face, and he was basically taken out of the interaction. While the second guy was still moving through the window, they should have plugged it and sprayed that guy too, and then sprayed anybody at that window. Okay,
but another thing that Quibbles brought up is that if they had done that might have led to more deaths outside because of the trampling. So, like,
they can't trample if they're already up against the wall. I mean, you can say that they just crush in and kill everybody.
That's literally what trample is. What are you talking about?
Hold up.
That's literally what trample is.
You're just screaming now. You're just fucking screaming it. It doesn't. Okay, so why weren't there hundreds of deaths? Hold on, why weren't there hundreds of deaths everywhere else?
Continuing in a direction?
Why weren't there hundreds of deaths all across the fucking perimeter of the Capitol?
Because they broke in through all across the perimeter of the Capitol.
Kept on slowly allowing release valves.
And people broke in all over the Capitol. What do you mean?
There were multiple points of failure.
There were multiple points.
Release valves
weren't they crushed? Why weren't they crushed up against the window before the guys were breaking in with their crowbars or whatever?
Because they had release valves. Because they were like
what release? How is they?
At the very beginning, because people weren't that active at that beginning area. There were just people initially breaking in.
The issue with the release valve idea is that the rioters in those centralized locations have to be omniscient and know that there's other access points that have already been broken into.
Wait, say it again?
They would have to have known other parts of the Capitol were already broke. The rioters. Who the fuck else are we talking about?
There's two groups of people, so it could have been either one. Okay, the rioters didn't know what when?
So the rioters up against the next to the window, before they broke the fucking window and got in, why weren't they crushed up against the window? Your answer was because there was release valves.
How long have they?
Hold on. You said that they had release valves in other locations.
Hold on. No. He's wrong when he said that. Wait, Quibble should have said that. No. Wait. Those are the first people that got there. They got there and they immediately started breaking in. There was a whole crowd of people.
Less than 20 seconds prior to breaking the window, I'm pretty sure. It had been very, very short period of time.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna allow that to stand instead of just asking you to prove that. I'm just gonna let it stand. So sure, if that's the case, the issue is that there's hundreds of windows, and I'm sure not all of them are broken into.
But they did break multiple windows. Also, hold on. Okay, can we, I'm posting another video, okay? This is the third line being broken, okay?
Okay.
Where you're saying this is general again, I assume, right?
Yeah. Can you tell me, I'm sorry, actually, my timestamp is bad. Just go back to like 1522. Here.
1522?
I linked a new thing, okay? And then just start watching at 1x speed. Just watch for like a minute. And tell me at what point did the line fail here? This is the final one because they gassed themselves. I just want to see. Tell me when.
They just got pushed down.
It's over!
What time frame you said?
You better run, cops! You better fucking run!
What was the time frame?
The number of officers visible
I think it was
in this
1540,
video
right?
is approximately.
It's timestamped in my link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is there a Canadian flag in there? What the hell?
85.
People are dumb.
Dev, where were you on January 6th?
See how fast the cops turn
Don't worry
around
about it.
once they fucking saw the numbers game.
Numbers
Glover
game.
declares an emergency, referred to as a 1033.
We lost the line! We lost the line! OMPD, pull back!
If the line broke, so they again retreated, reformed, or tried to, at least.
OMPD, come back to the upper deck! Upper deck! There's a 50 hit blank! 1033! I repeat, 1033 has from the capital! We've been taken, we lost the line!
We literally fought all the way back to those stairwells, and I mean it took us a long time because you had to walk backwards and you're engaging with these individuals.
Glover again calls for reinforcements.
There's a 50 still need reinforcements, upper deck! West front! Upper deck, west front! We cannot lose the upper deck!
1033, have all units respond to the system. Do what we're trained to do.
MPD officers were forced off the upper deck by 2:40 p.m., roughly an hour and a half after Glover and his officers arrived on the scene. Rioters flooded into the Capitol building.
Which part of this was them just gassing themselves, and that's why they lost the...
You're gonna pull a video from something I don't recognize, so now I have to go find an actual video for which I derived my opinion from.
Okay.
What do you mean actual video? Is that not actual video?
No, because
No.
I watched police body cam footage of the guy saying, "We gotta fall back. We're tear gassing ourselves."
He saw a tweet or he saw a YouTube video as part of like another like far right conservative thing
where
he
just
says,
a tweet now, I guess.
No, you did. That's what you saw. You weren't. Yeah, because how are you unfamiliar with all of these things? How could you be unfamiliar with all of these parts of the event? And you've only seen like this hyper selective like amount of footage just because you've been watching other media sources feed it to you. You haven't looked at any of this yourself.
Because I think that all of the rioters should have been prosecuted. That's why I didn't care too much to look into it.
It doesn't matter if you think they should have been prosecuted. You have no idea what actually happened.
Fixate on January 6th.
Because your opinions and ideas about all of it are completely fucking incorrect.
You brought it up.
Oh, what?
I'm pretty sure I brought it up actually.
Yeah. This okay. I'm gonna keep ignoring quibbles because this is what
I thought it was.
No.
So hold on. There was another video that I've seen. This wasn't the video, but there was a video where they had tear gassed themselves. But I don't believe that was the reason that the third line fell. I think it was just like a thing that happened, and it was like it wasn't a big deal, you know.
Okay. So again, I'm going off of things I've seen on a topic that I mostly agreed that people should have been prosecuted for, and thinking January 6th for the rioters should be prosecuted. That is the end point of my caring about the topic. You're expecting me to then go in and deep dive as much apparently as you think everybody needs to, which is an objectively...
I don't think everyone needs to. I think
that's the issue here, is that I don't have perfect fucking knowledge in regard of gapping this fucking conversation.
I don't have strong takes on every single topic, right?
Yeah.
It's perfectly legitimate to not have strong takes on every single topic. The difference is I didn't come into this with a strong position on it. You did, right?
No, you come in, you're here for the conversation because you want to get laughs and giggles. That's all you're here for this conversation for.
No, I didn't come in making a strong claim. You did come in making a strong claim. Turns out your strong claim is incorrect.
Hold on. The conversation I came in on was talking about Hunter Biden's fucking shit. I didn't start this conversation with talking about Jan 6 and the other shit. We were talking about Fruit of the Poisonous Tree and the issues with the Jan 6 committee.
Do you see how when you went back to Hunter Biden there, do you see how that's actually the smart thing to do? You tactically retreated from all of the holes in your argument because
I don't
totally
need
indefensible,
to do
and now
that.
you're trying to run all the
room.
way back to your most defensible point.
No, I don't need to do that. I'm explaining where this came from. We can sit on this fucking conversation all night at this specific point. I don't care. I'm explaining that Quibbles is wrong about this. All we've done.
What was Quibbles wrong about? Wait, what's the single thing he said he's wrong about?
Let me talk. All we're doing is running down a line of dialogue until we find a specific topic that I don't know as much about, and then jamming everything into it. That is all you've been doing this entire time.
I just asked you broadly. We're talking about this because I asked you broadly what you disagreed about the J6 Commission, because you had so many horrible things to say about how it started.
You wanted to jail someone. Weren't you earlier saying you wanted to jail a member of the Capitol Guard?
Or whoever was involved in letting the protesters through the maglocks.
That's a pretty hardcore statement to say, given that there's been plenty of research into this, including by Congress itself, and none of them came to that conclusion. It is only you who are coming to that conclusion. That's a very strange.
What's the most important thing you said?
People to back up.
You said we need the AG report. What was the important thing that we need the AG report for? What AG report?
So I don't have to care about people when they say that there were feds in the crowd. So I can just ignore that conversation at that point.
Wait, what credible people have said that?
Why are we adding credible people into that statement?
Because that's how investigations work. What do you think a standard of evidence is?
No. So this is the issue. When I say I want to look at something
credible, that was actually the best statement you made all night.
No. Why would I care what people Hold on. That wasn't the fucking question okay. My statement was I can just ignore people when they talk about it. And you go, what credible people are talking about that? I'm not talking about the fucking witnesses. I'm talking about people asking or bringing up the conversation. And now you're giggling as if I said something I didn't. Because
I'm asking, what is the AG report for? And you're saying, so we need the AG report to disprove random tweets?
Why does it always go back to tweets with you?
Well, because you said it's not anybody credible. Random people in the crowd?
I have people on. I fucking talk to literally everybody. I don't know why tweets are necessary for this.
Then what are we waiting for the AG report for?
I am. What is we?
Why are you waiting for an AG report? Which AG? Who are you even talking about?
To be clear, you're not waiting on anything.
No, wait, don't bail him out. What AG report? Who are you even talking about? What do we?
So there was the AG report about the fucking amount of informants and or human source contact or whatever else it was at the Capitol at that time. Because so many people have hung their hats on that being the reason the rioting started, I'm waiting for that to come out so that way we can finally put that to bed.
Really? Have you seen any credible evidence anywhere that suggests that it started because of informants or federal informants? Any videos, any articles, anything whatsoever, anywhere?
Okay, so I don't need. So we're asking about my opinion of what I've seen.
If you have
I haven't seen hardly anything of that.
If you have an
evidence,
I haven't seen anything of that.
So if you have an expectation for the Department of Justice to publish something, that has to be in response to evidence, not just baseless claims, right?
The Department of Justice is saying they're waiting for the approval of the AG to release this report. That is all I've said. I'm not expecting anything from it outside of disproving or whatever it's saying.
I don't know. I don't think this report is real. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't think this is actually.
Also,
just wait. He hasn't heard of it. Doesn't mean it's.
Link it to me then. Link it. Show me. Wait. I might be wrong. Link it. Show me. I'm open to being wrong.
Okay, so hold on. Is his name Kash Patel? Whatever his name is, I don't know how to pronounce it.
No, it's just an AG report from some maybe a special.
No, I know. But the guy who's tapped to be coming in has said that he will release the report you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's the FBI.
But that could just be him blowing smoke up your ass. Who knows?
Yeah.
But crystal clear. You're not waiting on anything because you've already announced that you want to see people thrown in jail from Capitol Police.
Hold on. Hold on. You keep going back to this as if I haven't changed my opinion on the video.
Okay.
So why do you keep relying on that? Why do you keep going back to that? Stop that.
Because you haven't said. Okay, so I want to hear you.
You were there when we were talking about that when Destiny was off doing whatever else he was doing. You were there when we already said, I agree we've already agreed to this. All you're doing is bringing this back up because you're just doing it for the fucking camera at this point.
No, I'm not.
Then why don't you remember that we had that conversation? You were there. You were the one asking me about it. Dev was there too.
Wait, which part?
asking me if I still believe the video was the way it was when I first stated.
No, not whether the video was.
And why, if I don't agree that the video was the way I remember it, hold on. Why?
No,
if I don't remember,
I'm asking, do you still believe? Do you still believe that there are any members of the Capitol Police who belong in jail as a result of their conduct on Jan 6th?
The only people I can even think of are their conduct. No. The actions that took place after.
That was the start of the Jan 6th conversation, right?
No, it wasn't.
The beginning of the Jan 6th component of this conversation.
No, it wasn't.
You claimed that.
No, the start of the Jan 6th conversation was about Liz Cheney having improper communications with Hutchinson, or whatever the fuck her name was. That was the start. I don't know what you're trying to do here, man. So no, I don't believe the non-existent fucking Capitol person that let them in deserves punishment. No, I don't know why we keep rotating back.
So everyone did the best that they possibly could in
I don't know
the circumstances.
That is additional information I don't have.
Can I ask you, Artemis? Right? What do we need to do to kind of change your mind on this? Right? Because I think it's pretty clear you're wrong. Right?
The issue being is that I don't look at it as I don't have an opinion on the Capitol thing. The issue being is that for people to move on past it, there are certain things that need to be coming out so that the American people themselves can move the fuck on from it. One of them being that confidential report or whatever it is that Kash Patel wants to release that's sitting on Garland's desk.
Okay, so you need the Garland's
more clarity, more sunlight is always better to remove fucking.
Don't we have this thing recorded from like?
Just to be clear, also for everybody paying attention to this far, because we've watched him walk back like 50 million times, that report wouldn't satisfy you. You would say they're lying. You would say it doesn't matter. You say it literally doesn't.
I know.
Don't we already have this from every single angle? By literally thousands of different people who were all recording this on their phones?
Yep. We do.
So Artemis,
okay.
I mean...
It's so funny also, wait, real quick, earlier, it's really funny too, and I noticed these because it's just funny. Earlier, remember, he was making the argument that what an absolute and utter failure of preparation for the Capitol Police when we knew for weeks ahead of time that there were going to be tens of thousands of people here that were going to start something. And now he's saying, well, actually, it was started by the feds that were at the area.
I didn't say that.
Did people know weeks ahead of time that the feds were going to start it, or did they just like...
You're just making shit up.
You're arguing both sides of it, yeah.
You're just making shit up now. I never said that. I don't know why you're implying that. This is no one. You're now making shit up.
So Artemis, you've made the claim to me that the January 6th committee, all the evidence has to be thrown out because of various, procedural problems with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't agree with those problems, obviously, because we've talked about
if there's procedural problems if the procedural problems that were removed and had been followed correctly, well, not correctly, but to a more balanced way of how they were going about it, because there's no defense when doing in a committee, like an opposing research thing, or I can't remember what it's called, but basically there's only one side to that investigation, and it should have been handled differently. There should have been some more balance to it.
There were 3 open seats.
The Republicans very specifically, don't ever let him get away with this. The Republicans withdrew their support from that just so that people like him could make that statement, just so you know.
No, that's just bullshit mind reading. I don't care.
Really? Hold on, wait.
Yes,
she did. Wait, Pelosi approved 3 of 5 people and asked for 2 others from McCarthy, right? She did, right?
Yeah, and then McCarthy understood that it wasn't going to be a actual thing, so he withdrew. Because there's no point of having a corrupt process and trying to give some legitimacy.
Yeah, but you can't prove a single conclusion or research part that was corrupt.
Yeah, I understand that. You're just going to try to paint.
Well, hold on, Artemis. I mean, the claim is that because pro-Trump people wouldn't be able to be on it because Troy Nehls is pro-Trump and he was allowed on it.
No, we've already had this conversation before, Deb. Jim Jordan is the most well-known and well-trusted person for the conservative side. If he was on there, whatever conclusion they would have derived would have been far more believable.
Bullshit.
Okay.
So just hold on for a second. So
McCarthy was also really loved by Republicans at one point in time. I don't know if you remember that, but
Jim Banks and Jim Jordan, they were both supposed to be on it. They were refused, and your argument is that there could have been no one else that they could have chosen that would have been able to get the job done.
Do you know?
Had to be those two.
Do you know of any other people that would have rose to that prominence at that time?
That weren't in the December 21st meeting? Probably not, because
that's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, because they're all corrupt. That's why they're at the meeting, man.
Okay, so here's my that's okay. So we could say that they were at that meeting. The problem is, if you want people to lend some legitimacy to the Jan 6 committee, those are some type of things you have to acquiesce with. Because now you just have the entire thing where everything is going to get thrown out, everything is going to get undone, and the American people don't trust it in any way, shape, or form.
You actually don't have to let the people that are accused of crimes be the ones that are investigating themselves. You really don't have to do that, but
Okay.
No, wait. Hold on. Isn't Dan Crenshaw like a popular House Republican?
No.
Not enough for this argument. No.
Not enough.
Because he wasn't at the December 21st.
It's never good enough. It's never enough.
Yeah, definitely. This is all you do. Was you just
Artemis? I don't want to gang up on you, buddy, but you and I have had this conversation before, and I'm curious. What is your basis for establishing Jim Jordan's popularity, assuming that that's the predicate for who should participate in the January 6th investigation?
It used to be Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy used to be a huge proponent for not combative, but
yeah, no, I know who Trey Gowdy is, but
yeah,
I understand.
He's actively contesting the.
I understand. I understand, but you just appealed to Jim Jordan's popularity. My question is, what's your basis for that?
He's the next runner-up that everybody knows about.
According to what?
It was popularity. That's the. I don't know what else to go off of or tell you.
What? How do you establish his popularity? Was it a poll? What was it? Your feelings?
Do I need to have a?
I don't know
how we're supposed to do that. I don't understand that. Everything is going to be feelings by how people talk to him.
Was he ever? Jim Jordan was never. I could be wrong. Was he? He wasn't like a House Majority Leader or anything, right? He never.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, wait. So what is this idea? Where does this come from? He was never like running for president and was like runner up to Trump, right?
No, the issue being is that he's been the most strident defender of Trump and all the other stuff, making him the most popular. Having him on a process, even if he was like he was at that meeting,
you're
would have
making an unsubstantiated. Yeah, but you're making an unsubstantiated.
It's always going to be unsubstantiated. I'm not going to use. I'm not going to be like.
Well, it's not. Well, the issue is that this is such a strong claim for you that you can discredit the entire J6 commission based on the fact that he wasn't allowed on. So it's kind of weird. I don't
have to. The entirety of the United States, not entirety. The entirety of the Republican Party dissuaded it because of that point.
No, they dissuaded it because they don't like the conclusions.
That's not the reason.
Yeah.
That was the initial jettison of the J6 committee being invalidated.
No, listen.
We can try to ignore
Kevin McCarthy didn't appeal to Jim Jordan's popularity for the reason that he withdrew all the names. He was pissed that he didn't get the names he wanted. And by the way, Speaker Pelosi wasn't obligated either by norms or by any sort of congressional law or congressional rule to give Kevin McCarthy the specific names he wanted. She had a very good reason to deny Jim Jordan and Jim Banks, and she said that of all the hundreds of other Republican congressmen who were devoutly loyal to Donald Trump, including Matt Gaetz, by the way, there were other people that he could have picked, and McCarthy refused. That's on McCarthy. That's not on Pelosi. And again, you appealing to Jim Jordan's popularity without being able to substantiate it is ridiculous.
I'm not going to acknowledge a fucking argument like that from people who are fundamentally anti-Republican and MAGA stuff. I can't acknowledge that argument because you're not objective fucking people. I'm not going to acknowledge that.
To be clear, you can say they're not objective people. You hold on. Wait. You just said you're not objective right after saying that there was absolutely no objective or concrete way to justify your feeling about Jim Jordan. You're on an island, my friend.
Hold on. Why? Okay. If there's no way people can be objective about this statement, because there's not, it's entirely opinion based off of the popularity of a person. Why would I acquiesce to an argument that is laid out as if it's an objective statement?
Here's a question. If there's going to be a massive investigation into things that might involve people in your party, why wouldn't you want 5 members of your choosing? If 2 get knocked out, but the other 3 are there, why wouldn't you just choose 2 other people and be a part of that investigatory process?
Oh, because then you're lending credence to a process you don't trust. I don't know why. I've already said this before.
Oh my God! Wait, no, wait. That's fine. I'm happy with that, and I'm glad that you said that. You are exactly right. He did not want to lend any credence to it, and he wanted to completely and totally delegitimize it from the very beginning. You said it. I'm good. That's it. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Having Jim Jordan there would have let it.
You wanted to delegitimize the entire process, and that's why you're repeating it, and you're honest about it. Thank you. Thank you.
All you're here to do is just to run roughshod. No, he wanted to lend credence to the process by having Jim Jordan on there.
What is so unique to Jim Jordan, which would give the process credence that 100?
Because the American people trust him more.
According to whom, Artemis? According to whom?
Okay, again, you're trying to ask for a fucking institutional answer.
You know why?
Because you're making a strong claim. You're making the claim that Republicans can pull their entire support from arguably one of the most important and extensive investigations in recent U.S. history, that all of that should fall apart because Jim Jordan is not allowed on? Does he have a background in investigations? Does he have a background in prosecution? Is he a former attorney general, a former FBI department head, a former anything? Why is he so important that if he specifically is not allowed on this investigation, the whole thing loses credibility?
Because that's what happened.
Okay.
It lost all of its credibility. That's why nobody acknowledged it. That's why people are fine with them pardoning.
Does Jim Jordan participate in every activity in the House?
He's the head of the judiciary.
That's great. But that's not an answer.
But that's the point. Is that the J6 relies on all that.
I understand. Does he participate in every congressional activity?
No.
But isn't by implication your argument that anything that doesn't have Jim Jordan on it is illegitimate?
Yep.
No. The greatest, like Jesse said, the most influential investigation in fucking history probably should have the most trusted person from the Republican Party on it.
How do you think the Democrats would have felt if people who were directly implicated potentially in Trump's scheme? How do you think that the Democrats would have felt if he was now a big part of the committee and if he was obstructing things?
They would have been ecstatic because they could just go, "Hey, we're going to subpoena you," and then they could have it on publicity.
We were going to threaten to subpoena people? You mean we were going to threaten to subpoena? You mean we were going to threaten to subpoena people that Donald Trump had already given pardons to for ignoring prior subpoenas? That was the plan?
I don't know why you're saying that as if that's an abnormal thing, because that's what every administration does.
Every administration grants pardons to people that are helping them commit crimes in office? Name two other times that's happened, or one other time that's happened. What are we talking about?
Obama, AG, Eric Holder avoiding subpoenas and being in contempt of Congress. This has happened several times.
Okay, wait. Now, if I go and read about this right now, are you going to be completely and totally fucking wrong like you were about every other thing you've said? And you're going to say, well, how am I supposed to remember the exact details of these particular things? Is that what's going to happen if I look this up?
Let me just pull it up myself.
From www.thefederalistrightwing.com.
Sorry. Maybe if we had released the January 6th video, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Listen, it's still working. And trust me, this guy, I don't think I've talked about any of the things in that video that we've talked about up here. So I don't even know if it would have been good enough for him. I don't have a whole 30
I've released mine at least.
Direction. Oh, yeah. Otaku's got it. Or I don't know, Dev, or what do you go, SFO or Dev or what?
Dev.
Have you talked about all these things that came up today in your video? These part of it? Why didn't they just plug the perimeter? And what about the maglock doors?
Not that part.
Did you go over the maglock doors?
Nope.
Did you go over? Okay, yeah. See, there's too many.
That was gonna be the next part.
Oh, part two. Okay,
I was doing a trilogy of it. I only got one out.
You should make one now. Maglocks, right? Yeah. How do they work? Let's find out. Deep dive.
So, I do have a question for you, Artemis, if you don't mind. Are you looking for stuff?
I'm fine. You can ask what you want. I'm trying to find the end point of the Fast and Furious thing where Eric Holder was in contempt of Congress forever, and then Obama let him off.
Okay, so you said that because the two Jims were discarded, the Republicans no longer trusted the process, right?
Yep, but rightly or wrongly, I'm going to say wrongly, but that's the issue, is that popular sentiment at the time was that they wanted them on there.
Oh, so you agree that it was just to be clear, I'm sorry, before Dev, I know you want to take over, but just so you don't even buy that argument.
No, not particularly.
Oh, okay.
But the American people at the time wanted them on there to be able to trust it even slightly.
According to who?
Because we've seen the fallout of it.
How do you know the fallout is because Jim Jordan wasn't on it, just because people like you don't like the conclusion?
I don't care about the conclusion.
So wait a second. So are you saying that if Jim Jordan was allowed on the committee, then people would have trusted it, and then they would have trusted the evidence of it, and they would have trusted the conclusions from it, and then maybe Trump would have lost?
The argument, no, that's like Destiny said. There's a lot of issues with the
right. Yeah.
There's multi-factor.
In the ethics case against like Santos or Gates, should Santos or Gates be a part of the ethics committee against Santos or Gates?
Should Hunter Biden be the vice chair of
I don't know about that. So here's the issue, right?
The people
hold on.
Hold on. Answer my question.
No, I'm about to. So the issue being is that we view things as guilty until proven innocent. So you're asking to remove somebody from an
not on the jury until proven guilty.
So you mean okay? So you mean the ethics subcommittee for an investigation is what you mean?
Yeah, I'm asking for the investigation.
I don't know about that.
Should Gates be on that subcommittee?
I don't think that would have been a national crisis level thing. So no, probably not.
Okay, so why, as a category, should Gates not be able to investigate Gates, but the gyms can investigate the gyms?
It's not about whether or not he can investigate himself, because they can. The majority chair of the committee can just override whatever he does. It's more about the fact is that
no, wait, that's not true.
What?
I'm sorry, Artemis, but that's not true. No, how the congressional committees work is that as long as 1/3 of the total sitting chairs agree, then they can subpoena someone.
Also, if they start ignoring things he says, people are going to say, "Oh, look, see now you'd be arguing, well, look, now it's not credible because they're just like trying to ignore what Jim Jordan's trying to do." Or if Jim Jordan to block things, you're going to say, "Oh, well, he's blocking things," and so now we know that it's illegitimate.
You're ascribing a position I don't hold. I'm just
because we're in an unfalsifiable hypothetical world where we can't prove or disprove anything. So
yeah, sure, probably. I don't know. Whatever you need to feel better.
Whatever you need to feel better.
So looking at this Eric Holder stuff, so Eric Holder was never even charged with a crime. So I don't know why this was brought up.
They declined to bring charges after, he's held in contempt and they declined to bring charges, which is different than a pardon. The closest thing would probably be H.W. Bush pardoning the Iran-Contra people after Reagan.
That definitely, that's another one, yeah.
That's the closest thing to the criminal co-conspirators.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they just refused to charge him, so they wouldn't even gotten to that process. Same one with AG Garland at the moment, where he's being held in contempt of Congress and not being charged by.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
Not being charged by who? Real quick, not being charged by who?
His own DOJ.
You mean himself, right?
Garland. Yeah. So President Biden claimed executive privilege, and right now Congress would have to take that to court to have it litigated. So
you can't claim executive privilege over matters like that.
Over matters like what?
They can. I mean, they do.
Wait. Over matters like what? I want to hear the answer. Don't save him. Over matters like what?
I'm pretty sure you cannot claim executive privilege over material that would make you look bad. I think it's one of the ones. Hold on. Stop freaking out.
Privilege. What? Sorry, Artemis.
Let him go, please.
I think there's criteria that was laid out about executive privilege because it's not an actual core power thing, and that there's an actual process to it.
What? You said core power like that's a real thing. Just to be clear, there's no such thing as core power. But
okay, well, whatever you want.
That is precisely what executive privilege is for. Number one. Number two, no, you're right. It's not a constitutional power, but it's a standing tradition for decades. And number three, there's a remedy. If President Biden claims executive privilege and Congress disagrees with the executive privilege assertion, you take the president to court, and then a court decides. That hasn't happened. So even if you want Merrick Garland held in contempt and you want the DOJ to prosecute its own attorney general, there's no basis for that now. You'd have a point if a court of jurisdiction said this is an invalid claim of executive privilege, but that's not what's happened.
Yeah, there's the history of executive privilege being one, military matters and diplomatic secrets and foreign affairs, information made confidential by statute. 3, information relating to a pending litigation and investigative files and reports.
Wait, real quick. For what you're reading, just real quick, I'm just curious. Can you just screenshot exactly what you're reading and put it in general chat? I just want to see if you're reading from ChatGPT. I'm so curious.
ChatGPT. For sure, ChatGPT. Yeah.
Yo, if Tyler Cohen wants in, he can get in.
Put it in general.
FYI. Okay.
Yeah, I don't use ChatGPT.
Do you use Claude?
What's that?
It's Rob Noor's proprietary ChatGPT clone.
Yeah, I no idea. I'm just pulling stuff from the Legal Institute, Cornell University. It has other United States court cases where it derives its opinion from. think it's
yeah. I mean, the nifty thing about executive privilege is it's a kind of gray area where we don't really know yet what it fully applies to. There are some things we know it doesn't apply to. Yes, exactly.
Well, but there's overview for it, right? Like
yes, there's a process.
In court. Yeah. So
there's a process for it, and which is why when they asked for that, because it wasn't underpinning litigation and that the case had already been closed by not recommending charges, it didn't qualify for executive privilege anymore.
What didn't?
Does
what?
who?
The whatever the thing that Biden was that you guys brought up.
Eric Holder's or what?
No, somebody said something about Biden. That's right.
What executive privilege wouldn't qualify if?
Yeah. The thing that Congress was asking for, the Heard tapes or whatever the fuck it was, and that AG Barr was held in contempt for, and then citing executive privilege. The problem is that executive privilege does not apply to that scenario.
According to who?
Okay, we just look at the link, and how this is how they citing multiple cases and how this was established.
Okay, presidents have more than once had occasion to stand in a protective relation to their subordinates, assuming their defense in litigation brought against them or pressing litigation on their behalf, refusing a congressional call for papers which might be used in their absence from the seat of government to their disadvantage, challenging the constitutional validity of legislation deemed detrimental to their interests. Presidents throughout our history have attempted to spread their own official immunity to their subordinates by resisting actions of the courts or of congressional committees to require subordinates to divulge communications from or to the president of the to the president that presidents choose to regard as confidential. Only recently, however, has the focus of the controversy shifted from protection of presidential or executive interest to protection of the president himself, and the locus of the dispute shifted to the courts. Where in this that you linked? Where is this obvious answer?
I have to scroll down to the bottom. It's highlighted. I don't know. It's Section 5.
You're highlighting a footnote that you've given me.
Yeah, congressional access to executive branch information.
Also, Trump has claimed way broader executive privilege in his federal cases.
I think he'd be wrong.
Well, okay, but it's held up, right? In the sense that
I don't know.
In the same sense, the contempt charges against Barr and then Holder and now this, executive privilege is pretty sweeping at this point. We've not firmed up the boundaries of what it applies to and what it doesn't. We have not litigated these things, and so it's holding up right now.
And also, real quick, even in the footnote that you gave, these were 5 different categories of executive privilege. You're citing 3, saying information relating to pending litigation and investigative files and reports.
Yeah, so that would be where it would fall under if the investigation was still open by her.
Wait, I'm jumping.
Wait, could it not be number 4, information relating to internal government affairs, privilege from disclosure in the public interest?
Possible, but the issue is that in IG reports and stuff like that, and information collected from there are falling under the judiciary oversight. So
that might be your opinion, but I mean, then if you think that, then take it to court.
Correct. It could be.
Then take it, but they didn't take it to court for it, so.
I would typically what happens when the executive asserts executive privilege, Congress drops it, and that's happened in all of these cases we're talking about. So we could litigate it, but we're not. They just drop it.
Times at this point. I don't trust typicality in any argument now, especially with the ruling of criminality being immune for the president.
Can I just say, okay, Artemis, I appreciate your stamina here. It's
I've done worse.
Okay, it's amazing. I mean, look.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, his stamina is not amazing. He just lies, and then we have to spend 45 minutes trying to debunk the bullshit.
That's what you.
And then he just says, and then he goes, "Oh, you're just a debate bro. You're the one lying." Ha ha. Like everything he's just said. There's nothing impressive about a single thing. Really, what have I lied about?
You've lied about do we have to go over the 3 things you've already lied about?
What, that your job, that you probably are lying about your job? Like an actual material thing I've lied about in this conversation. What was I even wrong about?
Well, the issue being is that you've asked me questions, I've stated my recollection of the events, and then you go find information and then accuse me of lying. There's no way to assert a lying statement from that because it's fundamentally, I'm always going to be on the back foot for this conversation.
I asked you why you thought the J6 report was not good or what you not about it, and you've given me all these different things about
I'm not going to recognize your argument how I am lying or bad faith because of that.
Gotcha.
I'm always going to be on the back foot because you're asking me everything and you're not asserting an actual opinion. So I don't recognize
What are your actual opinions as far as JN6 goes? Because I thought you were advocating a positive argument that you think the J6 investigation was bullshit because Jim Jordan wasn't on there, but you're saying that was the sentiment of Republicans.
I always argue from how things are viewpoint from the population because I don't vote.
No, you argue about how you think they're viewed from the population because you don't have any polling data to support anything what you're saying. You're going by your own personal vibes. Yeah,
you're the political guru here. Yeah.
No, I'm just stating a fact.
The general public is
when you
really
say the general public believes a thing, when you say the general public believes a thing, then you would source like a poll or you would show like news articles or something.
Why would I need to do that?
Because you're not God? I don't know. Because you're not like the collective. You're not the buggers from
I'm
Ender's
sure that
Game.
worked out well for you, huh?
Wait, Artemis, do you not feel obligated to provide any evidence for any claim that you make? I'm baffled by this because
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I don't even know what that insult was.
The issue being is that all he's doing is arguing these things, and I'm not saying them.
If he disagrees with the claim that you're making, what do you expect him to do?
Not try to insinuate that I'm lying constantly when he's always. Never mind.
I don't think it's an insinuation. I think it's just
shut the fuck up, Gibbles. I don't care what you think. So, anyways, the answer is the answer is I take it from the viewpoint of the popular sentiment of MAGA and conservatives on how things are done. There doesn't need to be an actual physical widespread study on it.
Do you think
there's any world in which the MAGA people would have been happy with any report that came out of the January 6th Commission? Do you really think that?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Then why are we arguing about this?
Because I'm arguing that the questions, comments, and concerns that they have laid out would be far less amenable to the moderates, I would say, and there would have been a lot less of a accusation of persecution involved.
I don't think you're ever going to get away from the accusations of persecution when you're investigating people who are complicit in something that was bad, right? Like, well,
the issue is it doesn't matter if you have a fringe microcosm of people claiming it. The issue is that majority of the people, almost half the population of the United States believe Trump is justified in his actions on Jan 6th. After 4 years.
Artemis.
Is that
hold on, that's not true. That however half the people think he was justified. That's just not true.
So Artemis, just real quick here. So, what do you personally think about the results of the January 6th committee?
That all of the retards that showed up at January 6th deserve what they got.
No. I mean the validity of the evidence that was produced by the committee. What do you think?
I have no real actual opinion on it.
Okay.
Okay. As much as I love the concept of maglocks, I have a question. So I've been mad at Wick for not letting me in for so long. Dev, in your closing statement on the Hunter Biden thing, which was the panel earlier, if anybody remembers still, you said something about you're fine with when one side has forsaken some principle and has gone beyond norms. You're fine with the other side coming back and going as far as they have to show them, that's not okay, but no further. And I was curious now that Josiah's here, this is perfect. These are the two people I wanted to ask this, to Stephen and Josiah, if you agree with that, because I'm not convinced that you guys would agree with the no further thing. It seems like you guys are fine with escalation. So I was just curious what you thought of that framing, because I thought it was good. I liked what Dev said. So, yeah.
I mean, I can't speak for Stephen. I'm not particularly married to the proportionality of response. Somebody who's more of an ethicist.
Jesus Christ, look at this man's fucking set.
Tit for tat.
Oh my God, it looks beautiful.
You have to collect some interest in your response.
He's got little trees back here. I like the colors. A little bright on the top right. Oh my goodness.
So how do we ratchet back down the tensions that we're currently at?
It would require Republicans taking the first, second, and third steps towards doing that.
So there's nothing that we can do at all?
No, I categorically reject any initial disarmament in the norm breaking or the
this is how we get
Is there anything we can do to make it?
Hold on, this is how we get Israel Palestine basically.
Wait, no. So just to be clear, for Josiah, he's saying you reject the as far as they have but no further thing. You wouldn't hold to that.
No. I'm open to that. I'm not married to we have to hit them harder than they hit us. I just think we have to hit back.
Right now, here's the issue. There are things that we can do that are so powerful that are still technically legal that we haven't even begun to explore. The Democrats haven't even explored their legal options. So I think that those should be things that should be considered, heavily considered. And then absent that, I don't know, let me look at that. we look at it next. So like the ethics thing, or like term limits for Supreme Court justices, I think that's an incredibly powerful proposition, and you don't have to accept that. But then we pack the court after. Fuck them.
Okay.
I guess I'm still not seeing where you ratchet back down tensions, right? So like
no. Ratcheting down only works when the other side is willing to do it. But you have to understand this, okay? Hold on, because this is what people don't understand, okay? If a kid cries in a store and you give him a fucking candy bar, he will never stop crying for candy bars. He never meets you halfway. There's never been a 7-year-old who's like, Mom and Dad, you guys have given in so much when I'm a piece of shit at the store for giving me candy bars, and I'm going to actually stop that behavior. That never happens, right? Why is that supposed to happen with the Republicans?
One of the problems.
I don't think
hold on, if I may.
Wait. Let him answer that. Why would that ever happen to Republicans?
I don't think that every single Republican at all times is acting as a child in the candy store. I think what many of them are. But some of them are like Mitch McConnell, like Pence, like Nikki Haley, all of these people, some of whom admittedly are now part of our coalition and not part of Chris Christie, part of the MAGA coalition. But these kinds of people do exist, and it is possible to, as we've seen in the case of Nikki Haley and Chris Christie, both of whom did reasonably well, didn't succeed, but did reasonably well in that primary very recently.
Okay, listen, that's great. That's great. Okay, there are times where I do polls in my chat to figure out like which movie was better than another movie, or to figure out like what game we want to play, or whatever. I don't give a fuck about a popularity poll. My question is
wait, yes, you do care about a popularity poll.
Let me know when you're done with this. I'm going to tell you I don't care. No, it's not.
Popularity poll is democracy.
I don't care about democracy. I care about measurable actions that the government is taking to either strengthen our institutions or destroy our institutions right now. I don't care if
I would say that democracy.
Stop. I don't. This is childish. I don't care. No, I don't care. Show me what measurable actions people like Nikki Haley have done to strengthen our government or protect us from the MAGA onslaught.
Well, Destiny, to be fair, Nikki did criticize Donald Trump before endorsing and voting for him.
Okay, that is true. She did criticize him.
Okay.
Before endorsing and voting for him.
You're like throwing out the people who didn't go far enough and didn't end up endorsing coming all the way over to our side of the aisle. That's true. There are people in that category. There are also people who did, like Liz Cheney, come all the way across the aisle, and literally Liz Cheney endorsed the same person as Bernie Sanders.
That's fine. Listen, I don't want to be. Right? I'm going to go full Vosh. I'm going to go full Vosh. Okay. There are a lot of Jews, okay, in Auschwitz and in other concentration camps across the world. There are a lot of Jews who none of them thought, man, nobody really came and intervened, but I'm sure there were a lot of people that really wanted to, and they had a lot of really harsh words.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are people intervening. I'm saying that Liz Cheney crossed the aisle. I'm saying that people like Nikki Haley didn't cross the aisle, but certainly threatened to cross the aisle.
These are people
I'm saying that it is good to encourage that kind of behavior within the Republican caucus.
No, it's not.
Quibbles is not enough.
We don't have time. It's not enough.
You're saying it's not enough. We lost by 1.5%.
No. We lost a president. We lost a presidential seat. Just think about the state of the world. Would anything have even happened the way that it did in Iraq and Afghanistan if Gore was president instead of Bush? Do you know? Who knows? Would anything have even happened with criminal immunity if Amy Coney Barrett, who doesn't write like an insane person, okay, like fucking Roberts and Thomas, if she would have been on a 5-person Supreme Court, would Trump have criminal immunity if Merrick Garland would have been heard and consented to by the Senate under Obama? Maybe. Would the way that the entire world responds to COVID, would that have looked the same under a Democrat president after Obama? If McConnell hadn't said, we're going to make him one-term president, we're going to do nothing.
Dude,
right?
You're just asking a bunch of theoretical history. This
Stop. No. You don't know.
I have no idea.
You don't know the facts. This is the issue, is you have broad opinions about things, but every single example that I just gave you was an example of Democrats surrendering norms to the Republicans taking, and potentially destroying the world as a result of that. That's what I'm talking about. Gore gave up the election because he believed in the ECA safe harbor. Donald Trump said that they should have broken the entire ECA.
Stop. Destiny, hold on, stop.
Case, and he
oh my God, Quibble, stop. You're doing bad at this. Okay, Destiny, what should Gore have done?
At the very least, he should have gotten somehow we should have gotten a recount in fucking Florida, like he was entitled to. I don't think the recount finished in Florida.
There was a couple recounts. I was again, as someone who was an actual adult at the time, right? So probably none of you, but me, I was 18 fucking years old when that happened, right? I watched it, right? I watched the recount happen.
99%.
They began recounts and they paused them. Yeah,
yes,
they paused them.
They stopped. And that Supreme Court case
stopped the count. They ultimately did still.
I don't believe they know. The Supreme Court stopped it because they were trying to maintain the safe harbor of the ECA. That law was so fucking important. The ECA was so goddamn important to Republicans that they needed to be ready for that December 14th, December 15th deadline for the electors to submit their votes.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they based the decision of the election on a partial count, but I'm pretty sure they did eventually count the whole thing.
Why would they have finished?
Yes, but they counted after the election was done.
New York Times paid for the recount to happen after the election was over, just to see. I don't know off the top of my head what the results of that, but the recount was.
I do. Bush ended up winning. It was close, but Bush ended up winning. Yeah.
Well, hold on. No. I've seen several different recounts. They've gone over a bunch of times, and several of them Gore won.
There were multiple different ways of doing the.
Well, that's a problem. Right? That was the whole issue.
My understanding is that final recount was stopped, and it was never finished.
No, the official count wasn't.
Recount was stopped.
The official count was the thing that was actually concluded, and the state of Florida actually accepted, and that was not concluded. That was not every single.
No, but they had a right to a recount. A lot of states can auto-trigger recounts if it was within a margin. The vote margin on that election, out of 6 million votes, was like 550 votes. So he had a right to a recount.
Yeah. If I recall,
I don't know why. I'm there's part of me that wants to get into the argument about 2000, but like not really.
No. I'm just showing you. I just want to show you. I just want to show you the difference because people don't understand like what's connected or not. The law that pushed the Supreme Court to making this decision so quickly. The whole argument that Republicans used to say we don't have time to recount was because they were trying to hit the safe harbor from the Electoral Count Act, the same law that Donald Trump saw fit to eviscerate on January 6th, a full month after the electors had already submitted their votes. That's the different standard. And we got nothing for allowing them to do that both times. That's the issue. The first time we lost.
Okay, so just real quick, there was a recount that was a machine. Hold on, stop. You guys are getting the facts wrong here. I'm looking up the facts right now. So there was a machine recount that went off. The Supreme Court of Florida decided for a selective manual recount to go in a couple things. They decided it was by a 5-4 decision, right? That's what was stopped.
The selective manual recount, right? Because they were manually recounting in certain counties and not others.
They just stopped all the recount is just wrong. It's just factually incorrect.
Right. So yeah, the thing the Supreme Court intervened on was this unequal
special manual recount that they wanted to put in.
Well, hold on.
Right? Then they argued about the hanging cats.
The reason why they wanted to do that manual recount was because of the ballots, the weird fucking butterfly punch things. This is why they wanted to do the manual recount, right?
No, you're right. But to frame it as if they were just stopping all the recounts is just wrong.
They stopped the final recount.
I mean,
the Supreme Court, the SCOTUS decision, when it was handed down, did stop the recounting. Yes. Florida was in the process of manually recounting in some counties. The challenge was that some places were doing this in an unequal way, right? That was making some votes count and some aren't, and some are double counted, and it was wild and it was weird. And so when the Supreme Court decision comes down, it stops the recount and awards it on the basis of the final tally. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird case. You should read it. It's fun. But most of the justices that were on the court regretted it later on because it ruined the court's reputation.
Had done exactly. Can you lay out after he lost the Supreme Court case? What exactly did you want for Gore to do?
That was my original question. Yes.
I don't know. I would have to go and look at the time for what your options even are at that point. But I'm just saying that's an example of that norm was so I don't know if you say norm here. Maybe it was so egregiously upheld that the ECA and these dates were so important to be done counting on these dates. But then when Trump rolls around, all of a sudden they don't matter anymore. That it seems
to be clear, they did matter when Trump rolled around because, to be clear, we still did get the election decided, and it was the same day that it was actually reconferred, whatever the fuck it's called, right? The same day as Jan 6.
Hold on. No. Okay. If I try to kill you, okay, but I fail in murdering you, and then I don't have any criminal prosecution for what I did, you can't say, well, the system worked, I'm still alive, okay? That election, the certification on January 6th was done after being delayed for hours because of a fucking riot led by the president, who to this day asserts that the outcome of that election was fraudulent.
Was outrageous and disgusting and an attack on norms that failed.
Well, an attack on norms and illegal. Attacks on norms and illegal. The norm was not upheld.
I agree with you. I've been agreeing with everything you've been saying about justice for the last hour and a half.
The norm was not upheld. The ECA, he tried to violate it. Pence ultimately didn't do it, and the counting was delayed. The certification of the vote was delayed because of violence led by the president.
Delayed by a couple of hours. That's bad. I wish it hadn't been delayed by a couple of hours. Let's not pretend that the actual ultimate result was not the result that it ought to have been.
And 135 elected Republicans still voted to formally object to the results even after the insurrection. That's how.
Yes, horrible. I agree.
But there's there are other results that happen.
Electors in 2016 were also bad.
Yes,
I agree.
But there are other results.
To be clear, but it was also bad.
There are other results that happened as a result of these actions. One, we've changed our Constitution. We used to have a provision in our amendment, in the 14th Amendment, that said that if you had engaged in insurrection and you had been a prior oath taker, that you were no longer allowed to run for president again. That's gone. We had to get rid of that to allow Trump to run again. We also changed our interpretation of the Constitution. We've granted brand new criminally immune powers to the president to protect Trump from behavior that he would have been prosecuted for. So those are two outcomes. Those are two direct results from the J6 shit. So to say that like, oh no, well, everything turned out as it should have been is absolutely not true. We changed our Constitution and we gave the president new powers in order to allow Trump to escape responsibility for his actions.
Yeah, we've removed critical guardrails from the presidency as a direct consequence from what happened on January 6th. But I also want to go back to, what the professor and Quibbles were talking about earlier in terms of ratcheting it down. There was an example that jumped out to me from a couple of months ago when you guys were talking about this. So the professor knows about this because we've talked about this a lot, but there's this notion in the Senate Judiciary Committee called the blue slip, and it basically lets senators effectively veto presidential judicial nominees for their home state. So if Senator Quibbles doesn't like President Josiah's judicial nominee, you can say, Mr. President, here's my blue slip. I don't like this guy. Pick somebody else. When Republicans won the presidential election, they won the Senate in 2017. They revoked the blue slip rule for circuit court judges so President Trump could cram through his nominees over Democratic objections. When President Biden won in 2020 and the Senate flipped in 2021, Republicans were pissed that Democrats did not reinstitute that rule. And Sheldon Whitehouse, I'm paraphrasing here, said, "You motherfuckers revoked the rule. Now you want us to restore it. We're not going to have a thing where you all get to give the finger to blue slips, but we have to obey them." Not going to happen. 6 months ago, Senator Tom Tillis, a Republican, was furious that Dick Durbin has still not reinstituted the blue slip rule. He said, listen, we have an election coming up. The blue slips need to be restored. Republicans need to they should be able to have a voice in whoever the president nominates for their home states. And when he was reminded, well, you all were the ones who set this precedent. You did this. Tom Tillis was like, well, the important thing about norms is, you have to practice them when it's hard. You guys need to be the one to restore it. I feel like you and the professor would say that's exactly what Democrats should do. Democrats should have 6 months ago restored a norm that Republicans broke when it was convenient and restored it once again when it was convenient for Republicans in the hopes that they would respect this norm when they are in power. That's ridiculous. The only way we ratchet down is if Republicans take the first, second, and third steps. Democrats, as far as I'm concerned,
they're saying the same thing about us, though.
Yeah, but
right?
but there's a factual difference. There's a
I agree with you.
There's a real world,
I don't
right?
vote for Republican. I agree with you. That's why I don't vote for Republicans.
Yeah, but it's not enough to just not vote for them. You also need to fight against them. There needs to be consequences for your behavior. No, not fight against them in the ballot box, but also we need to enact what is legally allowed for Democrats to do. This idea of us like coming across the aisle and be like, oh no, we'll continue to get fucked by you guys while we do our best to like respect norms. No, let them make the first step. That's why I asked earlier, give me an example of a single time in the past 10 years Republicans have done anything to come across the aisle. And the only example I got was, well, on January 7th, there were some people that were like kind of like critical of behavior.
And your community will also notice that I fight against you when you and Josiah especially are advocating for going steps further, such as packing the court, such as ending the filibuster. And thank God we didn't end the filibuster, and thank God we didn't pack the court, because you imagine the shit that we would have to deal with now if we didn't have the filibuster.
This is underlying every single argument you say. You will never say this, or maybe someday you will. You keep you're underlying all of this, okay? And you're pretending that you're in a room, okay, that's 99 degrees, and you're saying, thank God we didn't do that. Imagine how hot it would be in here. Thank God we didn't do that. The temperature would be so big. But the reality is you're in a room with 140 degrees, okay, and you're like on the verge of dying, and you're like, thank God we didn't do this, because the thermostat would be 5 degrees higher. And it's like, motherfucker, we're already boiling. You're insane. The fact that
you keep asking to turn the temperature up when we're boiling. I agree.
No, the temperature's
the answer isn't to ratchet it up, because they ratcheted it up first.
It's not
this
ratcheting it up.
radicalization that keeps going on. Hold on, this is important. We have a case where we have the extremes on both sides, people whispering in people's ears on both sides. It's not all Democrats, not all Republicans. It's extreme on both sides, reciprocally radicalizing each other, pointing to the actions that the other side is doing, and says, see, they did this, we should go a step further because we have to fight
what
it.
have we gotten? We're
living in the world.
What did we get for respecting norms so far? What did we get for respecting the norms so far?
We got 2018 victories. We got 2020 victories. We got 2022 victories. The only one we lost was the 2024, and we barely lost that.
Before Destiny takes down this, wait a minute. Before Destiny takes you three down this, and I'm happy to explore this with you, can I get an answer from the three of you about the example I provided? Should Democrats, now that they were in power 6 months ago, should they have restored the rule that Republicans broke when it was convenient? Should they have restored that for Republican convenience? I'm
asking you not to break your rules because they did. I'm neutral. I am agnostic on that, Josiah. To answer your question, I'm agnostic on that. But what I am not agnostic on that is what you keep advocating for, which is, look at they broke rules. Let's break these more rules.
Okay, so
that's
here's the
what
question.
I'm against.
Okay, wait. So here's the question.
Go ahead.
Answer.
Okay. The answer is that no, we shouldn't have done that specific action, but there are other actions that we can do.
Why shouldn't we? Can I just real quick before you go on? Can you please clarify? Wait a minute. Can you clarify? You said no. That's not enough for me. Why not? Why not?
Why not? Because I don't think that individual situation would have been a successful ratcheting down. Because that specific situation would not be something that would actually manage to fix on the other side of the aisle. The issues that we should specifically targeting on things that we can manage to do that are not unilateral, but are bipartisan kinds of things. So there are certain things that we can say, even if they're just rhetorical and we don't actually successfully get them across the finish line, that are worth saying. So stuff like, hey, Congress members should have to put all of their assets, their liquid assets, into an index fund. We can just demand that. And we probably
this is the most boring, irrelevant thing to our political existence ever, is the fucking trading from fucking Democrats. Who cares?
Steven, I don't know if you're aware of this. We are not going to get anything that we want passed in the next 2 years. So it's a question of what do we decide rhetorically to have congressmen and members of the Senate put forward and hopefully manage to get across the aisle.
I wouldn't even support that. That would be stupid. That would be bad legislation. Why would I give a fuck about who's trading insider in Congress when the richest man in the world just had his own fucking government agency made for him?
I'm sorry. You no longer care about insider trading because Trump is worse?
I no longer care about insider trading from Congress members because I don't want to give a false hollow victory that we managed to do something about insider trading.
It's not a false hollow victory.
It is.
I would like them to not be involved in insider trading.
I just don't see how that ratchets anything down.
Moving forward, it wouldn't make the perfect country, but it would be super woo-woo bullshit about it.
You're talking about Hitler making a rule so that Jews can't use racial slurs in fucking gas chambers. Like, would it be great if nobody used racial slurs? Sure, but do I want the billionaire president who hasn't divested from any of his businesses, who has the richest man in the world running alongside him in his own fucking government department, to talk about insider trading? You're crazy. You're insane.
You cannot keep on referring to him as being Hitlerian and then continue to turn around and say, also, by the way, it's still not time to be engaged in military activity.
Why? He can be Hitler. I don't know if they needed to violently overthrow Hitler in 1933 or whatever, or 1935 or whatever. I don't know when the time was where they needed to take violent steps towards it.
Fine. At the very least, we should be, like, when earlier I asked you, hey, should we pardon literally all of the Democrats? Your response should have been, yes, we should.
I don't know what you mean by pardon all the Democrats. This is an empty, hollow, governmental, historical. I don't even know what the fuck this is for. Pardon all the Democrats? For what?
Explicitly, should we have pardoned Obama? Should we have pardoned Clinton? Should we have pardoned literally everyone that could potentially be going after Harris? Everyone.
Should Biden have preemptively pardoned, or should Biden preemptively pardon anybody that Trump might feasibly target for political prosecution? Which is something that's actually currently being debated. If Trump, is threatened
my answer is no.
Hillary Clinton go after Obama, should Biden give like some sort of blanket pardon for a 10-year spread?
It's so funny because like even against that, I'm guessing you'd be super against that, right?
Of course I would.
Just to be clear, that blanket pardon, that wouldn't even fucking mean anything. What a worthless, the Democrats could do that, and I would look at it and be like, that's kind of dumb. And it wouldn't even matter because
it's kind of dumb. It's very bad.
No, because it pales in comparison to like one of 50 things that Trump has already done.
My answer to Josiah's question is that no, I don't think the Democrats should do that. When it comes, we've talked about this, when it comes to procedural norms in the Senate, especially, I'm very flexible on that. Right, it's something that they can change their rules if they want, and so I would not think it's necessary. I think you're right. It wouldn't ratchet it down for them to concede after the Republicans have claimed some sort of victory here. I would like it probably in the grand scheme if both parties could agree, oh yeah, that was probably a good thing. We should get it back eventually. Like maybe the Republicans, when they're in power, should get it back.
Ratcheting it down. I tell you what would be ratcheting it down. Now that Republicans are going to be back in control of the Senate, for Republicans to go, yes, we were the ones who broke this rule.
So we're going to reinstate it.
2017. We're going to reinstate it.
Yes, I would advocate for that. Same thing with filibuster. Same thing with filibuster for court appointments.
Do you think Republicans are going to do
No,
that?
absolutely not. Of course not. Because the incentives are not.
That's why I'm not going to vote for them. Yeah.
No, the incentives are wacky. They're not going to do that.
So then, what should Democrats do? This is where Stephen and I are always. We end up.
Well, hold on.
Certainly, I will.
This is my question.
Okay. Eucharist, get your question. But it's the same thing we did in 2018, same thing that we did in 2020, same thing that we did in 2022. That's what we should do. But what you're advocating for, right, is to do this thing to make us indistinguishable, or make it, let me correct myself because that's not true. Make it harder to distinguish from the average low info voter between the Democrats and the Republicans. That's what you're advocating for. It's not working. It's what led to our loss. It's what going to keep losing. And I refuse to just keep losing, Josiah.
It would be that
I refuse to keep losing, and you're in your path. We continue to lose. We lose. We are in a wilderness.
Wick would watch in a domestic abuse situation and say, "Hey, battered wife, do not hit your husband back. Do not defend yourself
because Trump's bad. I'm going to go beat my wife
might
and say, hey, you know what,
with your abusive husband,
lady, right? Girlfriend, lady, whatever I have, right? It's okay. You shouldn't be mad at this. You should be mad at Trump. Look at what Trump's done. Why are you talking about this? Because look at what Trump has done. Look at what Trump has done to this country. How can you be mad that I'm hitting you over the head right now? Right? You should just not even talk about this. That's what you're advocating for, Josiah.
I'm advocating for defending ourselves politically. You're advocating for unilateral disarmament.
I am not advocating for giving up. I'm advocating for not being stupid.
You're also advocating for. Josiah is advocating for things that make people
Josiah wants this is a fucking election. I don't give a shit what he's advocating for.
Things that make things more peaceful. And it seems weird, but if you have an area with a whole bunch of people and they're left to their own devices, sometimes they do bad things. But when you've got an area with police officers and they can kill you if you do bad things, usually that improves the circumstances. Notice how for all of human history, it's usually more organization or more consequences or more people here that are to enact things against you if you act improperly or do horrible things. These are usually things that prevent bad behavior. If Republicans earlier, Eucharist, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Eucharist earlier said, of course Republicans wouldn't do this. And right now, if I was an advisor to a Republican, and Josiah should say the exact same thing, okay? And the Republican were to come to me privately, and he was like, "Should we undo like this blue slip? Should we admit that we fucked up?" I would say, my advice. What would I tell him, Josiah? What would we tell him?
You'd be like, probably break the other blue slip rule for district court judges. Just do it again.
Fucking A, because why not? Why the fuck would you ever? Why would you concede to these weak, limp-dick fucking losers? What the fuck are they going to do? Tweet at you? What are they going to do?
This is why I continue to unaddress, which is kind of frustrating, explain that I'm not advocating that we just throw our hands up and start doing things unilaterally. I'm saying that we should instead demand very publicly that they do certain things that are anti-corruption legislation in Congress, in the Senate, because they are going to have to say no to us or let us get away with it.
Okay,
right?
I agree
Those
with
are
that.
their only two options.
As long as that includes every single person that's on a cabinet level position and the president divesting through all of their multi-billion-dollar enterprises. Then I'd be okay with
Yeah, I agree. I would love to put that forward. If you want to have, if Katie Porter tomorrow put that forward, I'd be very happy. And if Ro Khanna also put a separate one that was just for Congress, I'd be happy with that also.
And you and the other 27 people in the House that are supporting it would be ecstatic.
So it's not the 27.
This is my frustration
here.
This is my frustration.
Wait.
Oh my
God.
God.
The purpose of being a senator, the purpose of being a congressman in this political environment, if you are in the minority, is entirely about the bully pulpit. That is all your job is, exclusively for the most part. Yes, okay, there was a couple of like committee assignments, sure. But like broadly speaking, for the rank and file members of Congress, that's their job. Their job is to be getting us good information so that we can like prove, hey, look at this thing that you voted it against. Look at this other thing you voted it against. And have overwhelming support for those kinds of things. That's what we should be doing, obviously.
Sure, but we're not doing that. Instead, we are having whole panels talking about whether or not the Hunter Biden pardon was okay, or whether or not Joe Biden is too senile around the country, or whether or not we should have had an open primary with Kamala Harris, or whether or not we should have created a slightly smaller hurricane.
We should have had an open primary. If there had been an open primary, almost certainly we would have been slightly better. And given we only slightly lost, yeah, I think having a primary would have been better.
You wanted to have an open primary. You wanted to have an open primary with months to the election. Donald Trump would even have a debate. And he'd already lost his last election.
I am not saying that once we had already had the horrible. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was on a debate panel with you. At least it was Josiah. I don't remember exactly who was on it. There were like absolutely. I'm not saying that after the first debate with Biden that there would have been an ability to have a proper primary. Of course, there wasn't enough time for that. However, had there been an actual open primary and had Biden admitted earlier, a year back in 2019 or some shit, or not 2019, excuse me, 2023 or whatever, he had managed to say, hey, I'm not going to run again. Yeah, obviously the Democrats would have been in a better position. Of course.
Why do you say, of course, you know that, or you say that, but like, if they would have done an open primary.
I know that.
That's great.
I'm very confident that's true. Of course you agree. Do you not agree with that?
No, not necessarily, no.
So I want to try to.
Was the first debate?
Eucharist had a question. I'm curious what it was.
I want to try to wrap a couple of things because I find myself in a weird position. I think between, I hate being stupid centrist, but between Josiah and Wick in the sense that I do agree. And this is one of the reasons it's hard to talk with Josiah.
My side. You're more my side, aren't you? Admit it.
Well, yes,
like 5% more body mass over on my side of the line.
I'll explain. One of the reasons it's hard to talk with Josiah is I do agree with you that the things that you grab onto, I think you're right that they're qualitatively different when the Republicans do them. But all of this conversation is centering around optics and how it plays out to the voter and the people that we care about getting out to the ballot box. So when the Republicans come back and say, well, it's no big deal what we did to Garland, and it's no big deal what we did getting rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court nominees because they did that with district court nominees first, right? I agree with you. Those are qualitatively different things, but they sell it as if it's, well, we're just doing what they did first. So my question then...
They're trapped.
So my question then to the, I guess, pro pardon people, because I agree it is kind of stupid that we're having this whole debate panel about the pardon, right? It's not that big of a deal. I am unwilling to hand wring about the Hunter Biden pardon, even as someone, I'm more conservative than not. I'm anti-MAGA, anti-Trump, whatever. But I'm unwilling to hand wring about the Hunter Biden pardon after all the Trump pardons. I think you guys are totally right about that. But I wonder... You're saying like there are tactically things that you can do that are more advantageous than not. Do you think this is one of those? Do you think this is actually something that accomplishes anything? And if not, Stephen, you mentioned like you think there are legal things that Democrats could be doing that they're not yet. So what are those?
Well,
so one, do you think this is actually tactically advantageous?
I'll just say this.
I want to say real quick for Wick, and then you can say I won't even say anything. Just for Wick, falling into the trap is what you want, by the way. Playing by all the norms while they break all of them. That's the trap Republicans want to fall into. That's when they win.
We don't have to go back.
Go ahead, Josiah.
I'll just answer. Listen, let me answer one real quick. Let me answer, and then I'll just say this. I just don't think the pardon makes any meaningful difference.
He does a thing because he thinks he has to, because Republicans kind of pressure him into it. He does this thing that plays exactly into the Republicans' hands so they can use it against us. Thank God we didn't remove the filibuster. They were waiting. They were looking. They were rubbing their hands together with bated breath, like, I hope they get rid of the filibuster.
What happens if we don't? What happens? Let's just grant the premise. What happens if we don't take the bait? What happens if we don't fall in the trap? What happens?
Then we less bad outcomes than what would normally have. Yes.
So
wait, hold on. Am I a government retarded? Josiah, can't they just remove the filibuster when the Republicans take over?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Republicans
they could,
vote.
but will they?
Wait, why wouldn't they? You think?
They didn't in 2017. Hold on, they didn't in 2017.
Do you think
they had
to? No, I want to hear this. Wait.
They did do it in 2017.
Do you think they did? You think they have a principled attachment to the filibuster? I just want to hear you say that. You think
some of them do. McConnell does, absolutely.
Okay.
McConnell won't be leader. McConnell's not going to be leader. Number one.
I'll give you my evidence because I have evidence for this. In 2017,
7 years ago,
right? Trump commanded, ordered, whatever, McConnell to get rid of the speaking filibuster, to get rid of the filibuster, right? That was blocking his legislation. You know what McConnell told him? McConnell told him, no, we're not going to do that, right? So yes, at least McConnell has a principled, at least there is some evidence that he has a principled stance for this because he told Trump no when they asked him
broke the filibuster. But McConnell broke the filibuster in 2017. He did that
as a direct response to Harry Reid's actions.
There you go, Stephen. That right there. Wait a minute, Stephen.
Hold on. No, you don't. Okay.
I love this McConnell statement. So just to be clear, he broke it for Gorsuch, okay? And he says, quote, what a great quote. This will be, and Wick is so happy about this quote. He's like, well, see, at least he said this. McConnell says, quote, this will be the first and last partisan filibuster of a Supreme Court justice, end quote.
I don't think any of these people have a firm principled attachment to the filibuster. I do think there are people in the Senate right now who are actively resisting the sort of online MAGA pressure that they're feeling. I think that senators are getting really pissed off about the sort of online campaign that Elon is waging, trying to get them on board with who the Senate majority leader should be, who the cabinet pick should be. Like, I think the Senate, one of the cool things, you've been reading the Federalist Papers, Stephen, I love this, right? One of the cool things about the actual separation of powers is that I think the Senate does have some identity, and I think they are like grating against the pressure that they're feeling from the MAGA base. I think we might see some pushback there. I'm not terribly optimistic, but I wouldn't call it principled. I would just say it's self-interested in the way that the system is designed. Yeah. But I still want answers to my questions, right? Do you think this is actually an advantageous thing to do? And if not, to this broader question, what are the legal things they should be doing, right, that they aren't doing yet?
I think the pardon's I think President Biden pardoning Hunter is a non-issue. Everybody says, it's going to open the floodgates for Trump. Trump was going to do what Trump's going to do anyway, and that's it.
And the worst case scenario is a neutral. It's like nothing changes. In the best case scenario, at least we take Hunter Biden off the table for 50 million more fucking Jim Jordan congressional jerk-off sessions over him.
Although, Stephen, no, what's funny is now Comer and Jim Jordan are making the rounds. Well, now Hunter Biden can't plead the fifth because he's taking the pardon. So we might have further investigations. They're not going to let that 9-inch dick go. Like they are.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, can we have some House committee where we bring in all the people that Trump pardoned and have them come and testify? Can Roger Stone then come in and testify and no longer plead the fifth? Can we do that?
I would love that.
We should have done that, and we should do that the next time we have power. I agree.
So I agree that it's like neutral in terms of Trump's behavior. I don't think this changes the incentives for Trump at all. But do you think optically, like this, like if you're thinking about like what does this look like? I agree with whoever said earlier the problem that really grated them was the promise, not the actual act of the pardon. But the going back on I promise not to do it. Yeah. So optically, when it comes to voters, when it comes to what we can justify publicly of our actions, right? Trump was going to do what Trump's going to do. I agree. But when it comes to time for him to say, here's why I'm justified in doing this because he did that back there, I think that does change things in a way. Am I wrong?
Like,
I think it looks bad.
I didn't get to say this on the panel, but I want to be clear. I would have done the same thing.
No one cares because you're doing it for a cuck reason because he's your son. No one cares about that. Okay, we're not talking about that. That's such a cop out fuck answer. No one cares. Okay, hold on. I think that it does look bad, but I think it looks bad because of how we present it. Okay, because we present it as this retreating from having any type of morality, and it's like, it was his fucking son, and maybe he was fucking just such an old fucking man. You know what it should have been? It should have been a strong statement against Republicans raping the norms judicially and prosecutorially of this fucking country. And it should be, the answer should have been, right? I'm going to pardon my son against a new FBI head who wrote a fucking child's book where Donald Trump is the king and talks about the usurpers coming after his fucking power. Okay? That should have been the answer. It shouldn't have been the cucked position of like, well, I'm going to pardon blah, blah, blah. It should have been, yeah, I am pardoning him because these investigations have been insanely partisan, insanely fucking corrupt, and Jim Jordan can fucking expand his dick long enough to go and fuck himself up the ass with it. That should have been the answer.
Biden did say that the reason he was pardoning him because the DOJ has been weaponized and against him. So
that's great. And the entire liberal media is out here. The entire liberal media is out here crawling around trying to figure out how we're going to fucking sell it to the American public.
I think that
should not have added that in there.
How to deciding how to sell it to the public is important. It matters.
And I agree. And it should be sold the way that I said it. Not this, if I'm his dad, so I would do it.
Well, Wick, it's pretty much how I said it, a few hours ago, is that you have to do what they do to you, right? So that's how you sell it.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that mindset. I think that leads to disaster.
So
it can if you go too far. It can if you go too far.
Definitionally, what you're saying, definitionally, when you say you do to them,
election.
When you say you do to them what they do to you, that leads to disaster. Definitionally, you're wrong. Tit for tat is how every evolutionary system in the world has developed, and the idea that you allow somebody
it's also
to do
how
something,
we got to Israel Palestine and that shit show. Tit for tat, both sides.
If you want to say
the other side's doing shit to us, so we got to do shit to them. That's exactly the mindset that got us there. Did it work?
Hold on, quick.
This is a bad analogy for 50 million reasons, but the tit for no response is how we get World War II.
Yes. So Wick, when it comes to like the kind of gay game theory tit for tat stuff, what you basically need is you need to have tit for tat, but you also need like a forgiveness mechanism, so that you don't have Israel Palestine, right? So you have to hit them when they hit you, but you also have to have a space where you can shake hands again. But only if they're willing to do it.
I don't disagree.
So you need both of those things.
Therefore, perhaps anti-corruption legislation put forward by the Democrats and likely turned down by many of the Republicans, but not all of the Republicans.
Wait, can I hold on? Did you support Bernie Sanders in 2024 as well, or just in 2020 and 2016?
In 2024? He didn't even run in 2025.
Were you one of the people saying there should have been an open primary so Bernie Sanders could? So it was 2020 and 2016. Would you have supported Bernie Sanders in the open primary in 2024 if he would have ran?
He's super old. Part of the reason that there had to be an open primary is because he was old. I probably might have gone for Waltz. I don't really know exactly what I'm going for.
Just this fixation on the anti-corruption legislation is just such a lip service to nothing. It doesn't...
Steven, you're talking about lip service. We are in the minority right now. It's all about lip service. You're talking like your whole thing was you just went on a tirade about like how we can position this and do the exact same thing that we did, but position it differently so that it looks better to the American people. I don't know if you're aware of this. This is politics. We're talking about politics. It's about how you position things. It's about what you do from the bully pulpit.
Do you guys think we can win
right now
with just the Democratic base? Just Democrats. Only Democrats show up, and we can we win?
Yeah, of course. Both sides can win with just turning out the base. Yes, you can. Of course. What are you talking about? Of course.
Okay. If you can turn out enough people, you definitely
on both sides. Yeah.
Not enough people. You're hitting a limit on our turnout, right?
No,
we didn't lose.
We had like 10 million less voters, didn't we?
2016 and 2020 was huge.
Hold on, let me find
because
it.
of the mail-in ballot
fraud, the mail-in ballot hoax.
The turnout difference.
There's a lot of moderates
mail-in ballot
to the left.
You said
a lot of that. The reason we won in 2020, the reason we usually win is when moderates, when centrists, when those people break to the left. That's when we win.
No, I think we win when we turn out our base.
Wick, you just
said I agree. I actually agree with you on like
that you agreed with Deb that you have to hit back, but then offer an off ramp. So you do agree that there should be tit for tat. You just think that after the tat, you offer an exit ramp.
Yeah, but the problem is right now we're like tit, and we're waiting for the tat.
I'm looking for when to clarify
because whether or not we should
unilaterally. I'm asking Wick is the one. I understand where you are, Wick. I think seemingly contradicted himself, or maybe I misunderstand.
What we disagree on is I say, yes, there should be consequences. You keep trying to frame my argument as I think we should just give up, do nothing, bend over to them. That's just not true. I just think that what you are advocating for is simply going harder on them than they are on us. It's not tit for tat that you're advocating for, right?
Wait, who said going harder on them? Wait. What's one thing that we've said going harder on them than they've gone on us? What's one example of that?
Josiah, pack the courts, and the filibuster. Those are two off the top of the dome.
They've already suspended the filibuster. They've already suspended the filibuster, and they already denied it. I don't even know. I'm not sure what's more.
The filibuster. We still have the filibuster. I'm talking about the legislative filibuster, not the filibuster for appointees.
No. Well, no.
Josiah wants to end the filibuster.
It's still a filibuster. He's talking about that there have been exceptions made and carve-outs made to the filibuster.
Sure, but
that's what I've advocated for in the past as well. And yes, I've definitely argued for aggressive Supreme Court reform, including binding consequential codes of ethics, expanding the court if need be,
packing the
term limits.
That's harder than what they're advocating for you. So you asked me the question. I'm answering the question. This is what you're advocating for. That's not tit for tat. That's let's go even harder than they are. And to frame it as tit for tat is just not.
I don't even know if I would agree that that's calling it going harder than they are, considering they literally denied a president his Supreme Court appointment. That's like an insane. Like that's probably more egregious than adding a justice is denying somebody the right to have one.
And then broke their own rule. Like they did it. Like they They did the very
hold
thing
on.
that
I'm
Tom
so sorry.
Tillis-
Don't call it a rule. Call it a suggestion, because there are no rules with conservatives. Sorry, it's fucking. You know, it's a lie.
Their own edict. They
Thank
broke
you.
it twice in order to pack the court. They packed the court in 2017 and in 2020. So you cite Harry Reid a lot.
It's not the same thing as a packing of the court.
Okay, here. What's the more
This
egregious?
is
What's the more egregious? Wait. What's the more? Okay, wait. True. We're just
why we're going to keep losing. If we keep having people like you
You're right.
advocating for this.
You're right.
Oh my
Hold
God.
on. What's more packing? What's more packing? Would it be adding 5 Supreme Court justices, or would it be doing Schedule F and firing every single disloyal bureaucrat who's not politically allegiant to Trump?
Oh, Schedule F is a nightmare. Absolutely.
Oh,
right?
so hold on. If we're losing elections because some people in the past have talked about packing the court, which is something that every Democratic politician runs from so much. Wait. No. Wick said it. Wick said it. How is it that Republicans can openly say Donald Trump literally tried to EO Schedule F already? Why can they do that openly and be celebrated for it?
They usually lose, but the reason they didn't this time is there's not just one factor, but one of those factors was
inflation and
no one that too, but no one
95.
trusted Kamala. No one trusted the DNC because they saw him force out Biden, right, against the primary voters' wishes, and the moderate voter stayed home. We have data on this, right? 6% of liberals stayed home. 27% of moderate voters stayed home, right? It wasn't liberals didn't turn out this election. It's moderates didn't turn out this election. And moderates who broke for Biden in 2020 because they saw Trump as an existential threat and Biden as a possible savior just decided this time, and we have to mind read the reason a little bit. But they just stayed home.
You said that I said something dishonest, and then earlier you said you don't
Packing
give a
the
fuck
court
what I think
framing
or
is
whatever.
dishonest.
So I'm curious. You seem very triggered. What is it that I'm saying that is pissing you off so much and is so dishonest?
The framing.
I have answered.
I'm sure you do.
That's cool. And if you change your name to fucking Wick, I'll care about what you say. I'm asking Wick directly.
Here's the problem I have with you, and we've talked about this problem. I love you as a buddy, love you as a friend, but right, what you do is the same thing you always do. You frame it as Democrats do no wrong, Republicans are all evil and do everything wrong, and I think that framing isn't going to win us any elections.
Cool. So what's funny is that was just as dishonest as what you claimed that I said about you. Or you just
didn't
want
even
me to roll
listen.
over.
You were just waiting to say that.
No,
line. That's really
no.
what
Have I ever said that Democrats do no wrong and that Republicans are all evil?
Based on your rhetoric, that is a conclusion that a reasonable
I can
person
say the
would come to.
same thing to you about your tit for tat metaphor. About how you actually
could, but you'd be wrong and I'm right.
Democrats. That's you do
true.
just want Democrats to roll over and just accept Republican tactics.
What if you had to honestly frame what Wick is trying to say, Josiah? How would you say it? Because what I've heard you say is something. It's not exactly that, right? But it's not too far off. Which is like usually when there's a problem, it's the Republicans doing it. They're clearly worse. They're clear like every I don't. Is he that far off from what your actual position is?
Yes, because I'm not saying that Democrats are perfect. I'm saying that as a consistent political issue in modern American history, that I think Republicans violate more norms more frequently
no one's
than Democrats.
With that. Wick agrees. I agree.
I understand. That's my position. That's why I think it's kind of absurd that Wick would say that I think Democrats are perfect and Republicans are evil. But what's interesting is Wick took umbrage at this idea that I think that he just wants Democrats to roll over and accept Republican bad faith. So I'm asking for concrete, specific examples. He goes back to Harry Reid. He references Harry Reid a lot. What should Democrats have done when Mitch McConnell was blocking President Obama's nominees?
Get different nominees. No, that's unironic.
No.
Hold on. What did Trump do? Stop. What did Trump do when it became clear that Gates wasn't going to get the nominee? He
That's
dropped
a cabinet
him
position.
and appointed someone else.
What did he do in Gorsuch? What did he do in Gorsuch?
He's going to get enough votes.
When Gorsuch couldn't get the votes, McConnell killed the filibuster for fucking appointments.
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
What do you wait? What are you talking about? We don't know what we were talking about. Gates was a literal. How is this comparable at all? Gates didn't even have support for the Republicans. What are you talking about?
Correct.
Yes, and when he found out that he didn't have the support to get it through, he got someone who could be gotten through.
Are you implying that his current pick is better?
I'm implying that Harry Reid, right, or Obama at the time, when Josiah asked me that question, should have picked people that he could have gotten through. Because they didn't block every appointment.
Respectfully, do you recognize that there is a substantive qualitative difference between Harry Reid trying to find nominees?
No, I'm gonna agree with you all the time. Yes, Republicans are worse.
I
Yes,
don't know.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
good.
saying is the standard you're establishing doesn't work. I agree that Harry Reid should have found nominees that were accepted by his own party, which is what you're at, which is the Gates and Trump example. All Trump needed was a simple majority of Republican senators to back Gates. 3 or 4 reportedly were hesitant to do so, and that's why Gates ultimately dropped out. But you're actually setting a higher standard for Reid. You're not asking.
At this time, they had a higher standard because you can filibuster these things.
Majority.
Yes,
that's why he got rid of it. Oh my God, Josiah.
Wick, I need you to chill. Do you understand that there is a qualitative difference between asking, get your own party to support your nominees and get the other party to support your nominees?
I'm gonna stop listening to people who are always wrong. And you were just wrong on this. And I've explained why. Because again, Harry Reid had a higher bar because of how the rules work there. That's why they changed the rules so they wouldn't have that higher bar, right? And so now we live in a world without that higher bar, and so Trump has to operate under different rules. You understand?
To be clear, we all agree is a bad thing. We wish that hadn't happened.
I wish it
but
hadn't
it did.
happened.
Yeah.
Wasn't that during a period of time when like Democrats and Republicans were less extreme, and that the only reason that that McConnell was blocking stuff is because he wanted Obama to be a failed president, not because the nominees themselves are bad?
Yes.
He did explicitly say that, so yeah.
Yeah.
He explicitly said that his goal was to.
So it doesn't really matter if he would have gotten better nominees unless they were like pure Republicans. I think it wouldn't matter.
So how is that striking?
No one he could have gotten.
That's striking back. That's where again I'm confused. There seems to be an incongruence here. You say you agreed with Dev. There should be a tit for tat, but then after the tat,
yes, we shouldn't just lie down and take it. There are things that we can do. So,
what's
for
the
example,
tat for Harry Reid?
For Harry Reid, that specific situation, like I said, okay, when they do that, and after we get our nominees in place, then we play hardball with theirs. Yes, absolutely. But we
the tat would be pick nominees
we point
that
out
McConnell would approve. And then when we're in the minority, when Harry Reid was in the minority...
You don't have to get McConnell to approve it. You just have to peel off a few.
Right.
Again, I'd have to look at the specifics and how much they were losing.
I'm sorry. When I say... Just chill. When I say McConnell, I mean the Republicans. Get enough Republicans to confirm Obama's appointees. And then when Harry Reid ends up in the minority due to the Republican president, what McConnell did to Obama.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking Wick. Does that's
okay,
the tat?
Sure. That is one possible tat. There are other possible tats, right? You refuse to support legislation that they want to get through that you normally would. There are 1,000 things you could do.
Well, no. Here, if you want it to be effective, if you want it to be effective, it has to be the same thing, right? So they took a Supreme Court justice from you. You got to take.
And now
we're
going to refuse to support legislation that we don't support.
And can anybody tell me if there's even a thing that Democrats can do that would even make the Republicans seek an off-ramp, or that wouldn't just be seen as more provocation or weakness?
Yes. You can manage to force their hand by very publicly making a stint about corruption. They keep on talking. Their entire, like a huge part of their campaign this time around was about the corruption of the Democratic Party. So, okay, silver platter. Here's a bunch of anti-corruption legislation. Take it or leave it.
Republicans don't care about corruption. They don't care. Republicans don't give a fuck.
Steven, the Republicans in office don't. But yeah, I do think that upwards of 1.5% of the American people who didn't get vote for us this time do still care about not having corruption, actually.
You're talking about future elections. Do you know that the...
Correct! I'm talking about future elections, yes.
Do you know the Electoral College... You know the Electoral College is going to be shifted around or won't need the blue wall states next time?
The Electoral College is going to give a couple more votes to Florida or whatever, and therefore we just give up. And
remember when there was an issue that everybody, especially Republicans, cared so much about. Okay, so you're saying that the anti-insider trading, the anti-insider trading. Hold on, wait. The anti-insider trading. You're saying that because Republicans care so much about that issue, that's the thing you can bully them on, right?
I'm saying that we can go on. We can have every single member of our
Okay. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Okay, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Okay, yes, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Okay,
yeah.
So let's say that we conceive of a anti-fucking an anti. We'll assume it just applies to Congress, okay? Since cabinet members probably do.
Sure.
So if they made a bill in Congress, they could even get a fucking Republican to write the fucking bill, okay? That said no more insider trading. This is a huge issue. We want to stop it, okay? And you think Democrats could push on that issue and that Republicans would go along with it?
No, I don't think they would necessarily go along with it, but I very much want to show publicly, explicitly, very publicly, and leading into the 26th election that they're not going along with it.
Okay. Just feed them an optical loss, right?
Which is
gotcha.
Great.
Feed them an optical loss. I agree.
Yes, optical losses. You're saying optical loss as a dismissive bullshit.
I am.
But like, I don't know if you're aware of this. We're in the optics game. Like,
okay.
Yeah,
so who? Okay. So who in the
context.
class? Okay. So what's the trap that we just walked into? Anybody? This is the bipartisan border bill. And it was written by a Republican in the Senate who's literally another Trump dig sunk. He literally is. Okay. It was supported by Republicans years earlier, and it addressed an issue that every single person, especially Republicans in the country, cared about. And it was single-handedly murdered by Trump, and there were zero consequences for it. So why the fuck would an anti-corruption bill?
Hold on. The corruption bills that I'm describing are presumably the kinds of things that we could make them. We could design those to be such that literally 80% of the normal Americans just out there in the public would support. The bipartisan bill that you're describing was not supported in terms of the actual practice of it. Number one, it was very complicated.
Literally
Number
was.
two, it was not. No, it was supported by members of the Senate and members of Congress. Yes, that's true. That's different than normal people. You can literally write these kinds of bills, and they are a single page long, and they can be read on Twitter by idiots on Twitter, right? And I want them to be that simple and that dumb, right? And all it says is XYZ, very simple things. And would you look at that? The Trumpy MAGA people are not going to get on board with it, or they will. And either one of those is a great option.
I wish I had your faith. I wish I had your faith, but I remember like during this last term.
What's the alternative to my faith?
I'm not saying
he's not going to give you an answer. There's no alternative Josiah's providing. All he's saying is we should go hard.
No, we've already given alternatives. Like, so for instance, term limits. Here's one. Right now. Wait. Here's one easy one right now. Right now. The three ethics things that Biden suggested, one of those was term limits, right? You either accept that or we do 5 more justices. Boom. Easy.
What?
Well,
there were 3 suggestions that Biden made regarding to ethics and term limits for Supreme Court justices. That should have a bipartisan broad support. I haven't heard a real argument against it.
Put something forward that says,
and then wait, and if you don't support it,
term limits for the Supreme Court.
And that's your yes, that's your position. And then to bridge it with our position, we say, okay, and if you don't do this, by the way, the Supreme Court just got 5 justices wider.
Okay, we don't have the ability. Even if you wanted to do that, we don't have the ability to do that. So I don't know why you're saying
when we do have the ability to
have the ability, we should just do that.
Yeah. Boom.
We should not be trying to ramp down at all. We should be able to ramp up further in order to force their hand, in order to make it even worse and even more dire of a situation that we're currently at. But also, you definitely don't want there to be a civil war. And also, like, the Tim Pools of the world are fucking crazy to think that there might be a civil war in the future.
Wick, you're still very upset for some reason.
Yes.
What have I said? What have I said in the past 50 minutes to have triggered you so much?
Again, yes, I am mad because this was a winnable election, but we lost it in large part
because of Hunter Biden being pardoned in the future. Into the future.
Into the future. What do you mean?
No, he's memeing.
What do you mean? I'm not memeing. Excuse me. Hunter Biden was pardoned
after
the election.
Not memeing.
Hunter was pardoned after the election. So they went into the future to get upset about this, and that's why we lost the election. Okay, it's because of the future pardon of Hunter Biden. Okay,
the pardon shit. I have mixed feelings on that. I have no strong opinions either way. Right? Fair enough.
Stephen, Wick isn't pissed at you. He's pissed at me. I'm looking for.
No, I'm mad at Destiny a little bit.
Yeah, he's mad at me too.
Okay.
Maybe I can get him mad at me before we're done. That'd be great.
I'm gonna be mad. I'm mad at all of you. Okay.
What attitudes?
Everything.
What attitudes?
Again, the attitude of when we just have to stop being nice. We just have to keep going at them. We got to go hard. We got to pack the course. We got to, Republicans have do all wrong. We do everything we do, we shouldn't talk about, right? Okay. One of the things that Clinton, let's go back all the way to Clinton. One of the biggest things he did that won him the election in 92 was he had what's called a sister soldier moment. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Yes. The sister soldier moment for the chat is where he publicly, vociferously denounced people on his side, right? Sister Soldier was an artist at the time who made some really racist comments, okay? He called that shit out. And again, he did it in a left-leaning space. I think at some kind of Rainbow Coalition thing. I forget the details, right? But he went out and he looked at it and he looked at the left and he ran against the extremists on the left. He ran against the left. That worked for him. I think we are in a state politically now where that's what we need to do.
What would the sister soldier moment would be?
Just imagine this. Imagine this. Okay. I'm going to walk you through it. Give me a moment.
I'm with you.
So Kamala Harris goes on Hassan's stream. Okay, goes on Hassan's stream. He would accept it. They would sit down. Okay, they have a talk. They start talking, and then she turns to him and says, "You're an anti-Semite. We want nothing to do with you. You were a disgrace to this party and people like you."
Holy fuck.
400 EVs easy. Okay, 400 EVs easy. You pick them out. They weren't voting for you anyway. It's an easy sacrifice. You pick someone out, and because a lot of people, all they wanted to hear, and they didn't feel they heard it. They wanted to hear that Kamala was willing to stand up against the extremists on her own side. That's what they wanted, and they didn't feel they got it.
Also, why is this Clinton sisterhood thing? Does this even fucking matter?
Sister Soldier. Yeah, it was credited at least in part, right? There were other factors, obviously. It's never one factor. This is
no, but not one factor. Right? There was wasn't there a big recession right before Clinton? Wasn't that when Perot won like fucking 20% of the vote?
Again, but it was still a factor. It's like you can always point to the bigger things. Like you can point to inflation.
No, it's not that I'm pointing towards the bigger things. I'm saying that like if I've got a patient in a room and I play a happy song and give them chemotherapy, I'm probably not going to use both of these in the same breath when describing why they recovered from their cancer. Okay, pretty sure Ross Perot was considered one of the largest spoiler candidates in all of U.S. history. Am I wrong on that?
That's fair.
Okay,
yeah, he was spoiler candidate, but again,
you got like 20%. Yeah.
I'm curious. Again, like speaking of legal options Democrats could pursue, right? Of the two things that you just listed, right? Packing the courts and term limits. One of those just requires congressional action. One of those requires a constitutional amendment. And so I'm wondering why we would try to sort of package these together, or even an ethics standard, right? An enforceable ethics standard, as far as I understand, could just be like, Congress is going to pass something that says, under these conditions, this is when we would impeach you. Like, that's something that, if you wanted it to be binding, it would have to be a constitutional amendment. But if you wanted to at least have the force of law, it would just require legislation. So I'm curious tactically about why we sometimes package these things that are, like, to me, far-reaching, like constitutional amendment, with things that are like, well, this is something that, if you just had the political will and you have a majority in both houses and you're willing to get rid of the filibuster, you can do whatever you want.
Do you need an amendment to add more justices?
No, you just need legislation, right? So term limits would be an amendment, though, because federal justices are
Sheldon Whitehouse, when I interviewed him, he said that the workaround.
Oh, when I interviewed renowned congressional constitutional scholar Sheldon Whitehouse, excuse me,
excuse me, fucking professor with 9 tweed jacket. Okay,
I'm sorry. When What did Professor
Whitehouse? What Whitehouse proposed was basically not removing justices after a certain term, but basically cycling them out and putting them basically on because Congress controls through federal statute jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and so he would basically remove them from jurisdictions in terms of constitutional interpretation and put them on a separate version of the Supreme Court. They would not be able to hear these cases. They would be able to hear these cases instead. And then the binding code of ethics, I don't think that would require a constitutional amendment either, because what they're proposing is that the judiciary would have its own enforcement mechanism. The Congress would simply say, you are required to have one. You are required to have a fact-finding mechanism. You would be required to have an inspector general. You would have to, this, and this. Now, I think
I love both of those. They just feel so opaque to me that I don't know that you can get traction.
Well,
from them.
you would
actually
they wrote it out. They wrote it out like this is in text. I'm just paraphrasing.
No, I know. In the same sense though, with Quibble's thing, right, about the anti-corruption thing, I think the problem we're running into now, like the bipartisan border bill, is all you need is the Trumpy people to say, well, here's this part of the bill we don't like, and here's why it's bad, and no one will read the bill and they just agree, right? I don't care how much you simplify it. All you need optically is for Trump to say it was a bad bill. He just says over and over again it was a bad bill, right?
Why don't you just bribe somebody to go tell
them?
No,
I'm saying make a bunch of bills. Put out a new bill every day between now and 2026. Every single day.
Are you aware? I can't tell if you're aware of this. I don't know if there's like an elaborate troll. You know, like Pelosi did this, right? That Pelosi's house passed more legislation than any house in the history of the entire United States. Like, I don't think the American people know about this or care about this.
I'm saying while we're in the minority, we should be going over and over and over. And every single day, there should be marching orders, and every single member of Congress should be like, okay, this is the bill that we're putting forward today. And it's a very simple, all it does is like this very simple thing that we can all get on board with.
Didn't we try to do like the Green New Deal and shit, and nobody cared or nobody...
The Green New Deal was not one very simple thing that everyone could get on board with at all. It was a very complicated and very controversial deal.
What is the simple
Whether
thing
you agree
that
with
would
it or
be...
not, it is not...
What exactly is the simple thing that we're suggesting?
No trades, no for people.
Yeah, no trades. Should I just list them? I can list them.
And nobody in your family can trade either, or?
Yeah, let's ban on working for companies receiving public money for 10 years after leaving Congress. Let's ban on working for companies that have publicly endorsed you.
Jesus. Okay, hold on, wait. Those are so you're talking about wait. You're talking about huge changes right there. Those were huge changes.
Okay, but they'd be overwhelmingly supported by the American people, whether they be supported by Congress or not.
If they be overwhelmingly supported by the American people, why has nobody just suggested these yet? Why don't we have them?
Trump authorize 5 years for that?
Okay, so a lot of times,
because
this is important.
Yeah,
this is important. A lot of the reasons times we don't get some of the legislation that polls popularly, right? But we don't seem to ever pass, except for on like direct ballot initiatives, is because things get politicized. If there's a D next to it or an R next to it, it tends to become partisan. But these same issues often, when they're used as direct ballot initiatives, when there's not a D or an R next to the name, they pass fine.
Well, they're also procedural bodies.
So get rid of all of
like the
Senate.
Senate, like the Senate majority leader, like the Senate majority leader could just simply refuse to bring a particular bill to the floor, things like that. So listen, I'm not sure where the like.
Then start a protest outside of his office. What are we just like no longer capable of like doing anything in terms of like public rhetoric?
No, I
clearly not. If our solution to the problem is we need to pass an anti-insider trading bill to fix the fact that we have a literal fucking insurrectionist as the president again. I mean, like
Quibbles.
That's the solution. When I say individual things that we do for a week, that we focus on for a week, I'm not saying that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm not saying that we're like no longer focusing on anything else. I'm saying every week we can throw out, here's another one, ban on having Secret Service pay to lodge at the domicile of those that they're protecting, right? A very clearly, specifically against Trump kind of a situation as he's done that repeatedly, right? That is a very clear thing that the overwhelming majority of the American people, including MAGA voters, would probably be on board with.
Listen, I'm not going to pick a fight with you on this because I think that the only thing you can do in the minority is to virtue signal the way that you're talking about. That you have to try to make noise because that's the only thing right now Democrats will be able to do for the next 2 years. Wait a minute.
Not just noise. Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be condescending. That's me paraphrasing.
No. I didn't mean it as condescending.
Right, but I don't understand what this.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what this means in terms of the ratchet down thing. That's what I thought the conversation was about.
I'm saying it's not just noise in as much as like when we put something forward about abortion or about healthcare that's obviously going to get thrown down, that is noise in as much as like that's something that no one in the general public expects our abortion bill or our healthcare bill to actually get forward. Whereas these kinds of things are designed explicitly such that they are things that are like clearly anti-corruption and are not progressive by any stretch of the imagination or conservative by any stretch of the imagination, that are just strictly anti-corruption. And that's the only purpose of the bill, to be anti-corruption. And so if the only goal is that, then putting it forward, even under a conservative agenda, is something that conceptually it's very difficult for Congress people to be able to push against, even if it has a D next to it, because you can look at the entire bill on Twitter and be like, hey, it's only a page. I read it.
Well, the only thing is that
legitimate.
the minority party can't force votes on things. That's the only thing. That's why I say making noise. So if you're in the minority, it's the Senate majority leader in the Senate, which dictates what bills. Like a senator can't just bring a bill to the floor. The majority leader has to be the one.
Yeah, I'm not saying we can get votes on it. I'm saying that what we can do, even if we don't get a vote on it, is we can manage to bring it forward. We can talk about it on the floor because we do have the ability to talk on the floor, right? We can demand that it be discussed.
That's why I said make noise. Listen, I know you're getting pushback.
My point about the noise differential is like there's noise that's about things that everyone understands has nothing to do with the ability to pass legislation, and there's stuff like this which is by its nature different than something like immigration, where there is actual controversy, there's actual disagreement in terms of the rank and file of progressives and the rank and file of conservatives.
Yeah,
the rank and file of conservatives
you're talking about again a messaging blitz involving proposed legislation for relatively non-controversial things. That's probably the only thing that a minority party can do in this situation. I don't deny it. I didn't see the ratcheting down of the constant escalation.
What you're focusing on. Yeah.
I don't see the connection.
You're not focusing on it's not about focusing on things that have to do with, even if they're bipartisan, matters of infrastructure. It's specifically focusing in terms of the ratcheting down effect on stuff that is anti-corruption and that will disproportionately likely affect Republicans, which is why they might vote against it, because Republicans happen to be at this particular moment in American history significantly more corrupt on average.
I'll just say this because it's like, okay,
certainly at the top.
I gotta sleep. I am an old man.
I think the others are streaming, right?
Yeah,
so
I know that's fine. I
I
just want to say this before I go. Is what I'm saying, right? I want to give like a kind of a closing spiel, right? Is like I want to win. I don't want to lose. I think the path to victory. We can look at it and we can look at how Obama won, how Clinton won, right? How Biden won in his first term. We could use lessons from like what worked before, and we can at least apply it a little to what we do in the future. And I would like to live in a world where Republicans don't have power at all, right? I want to be in a world where Democrats control the House, Democrats control the Senate, Democrats control the presidency. That would be a great world. I think that my way gets us there closer, and I think that Josiah's way. That's harder to do, but fair enough. I'll say this: I love you guys, and we will fight about this again. I got some shows coming up on Thursday. Well, tomorrow I'm just going to do call-ins because I'm tired. But Thursday, I'm going to be having a show on the deportation plan by Trump. And that should be a fun show. And whether that is good or not, yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Listen, okay? I hope for your call-in show and you're in a better fucking mood, man. You just moved.
You think I'm in a bad mood?
God damn,
look, this is
why Wick doesn't stream late.
I have made so much money tonight. So first of all, thank you to Biden.
I come in and I say hi, and Wick's like, "You fucking hyper partisan piece of shit, motherfucker." You just want to. So when you say hi to people, you're only saying hi to the fucking Democrats. You're saying die to the Republicans.
Messiah wants to escalate to a nuclear war. Okay,
you're like, God damn, Wick, catching strays, pent up rage towards. I'm sure
you love the abuse. Okay,
I did,
and anyway. But yeah, it's I've made so thank you to Biden for pardoning Hunter. Like I don't know if it was good for our country, but it was great for my wallet. Thank you again.
Your wallet is nearly as girthy as.
I'll see you guys later.
No, don't make that joke.
Don't make the joke. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Okay, because it's like
2 o'clock in the morning, but not 1 o'clock in the morning.
Destiny, thanks for putting up with me for this, but this was fun. Okay,
always so much fun.
Professor Bunn, you're the principled conservative here to the extent that such a thing is possible.
Yeah, as much as I can be.
So you and I go round and round on this all the time. You're excited that Destiny's reading the Federalist Papers.
Wait, this guy's a conservative? Why would you ruin him for me? Oh my God, why would you say that? I had such a positive opinion of him.
I'm an anti-MAGA conservative.
Stephen, listen,
we exist. There are dozens of us. Dozens.
I say this unironically. You're going to love this guy. You're going to disagree with him very strongly about certain things, and he's worried. He's worried that I'm corrupting you. But I am curious what ratcheting down do you propose?
Oh, geez. That's it. Well, I don't know, because I agree with you that, like, of course, like on the blue slip thing, for example, like the Republicans are not going to do it. The incentives are all wrong for them to, they've gotten the win, and why would they, hand it back and give the Democrats a power that they don't need to when they're in the majority? Like so I don't know, and that frustrates me. This is a longer conversation. I think I disagree with some of the framing I hear you guys using in terms of tit for tat or like knives and gunfights, where I do think that there is value both optically and practically to sometimes being willing to throw up your hands and take a loss in the short term for long-term gain. And so I do think there is something principled and both principled and useful sometimes about being willing to say, yeah, I'm going to let them do a bad thing, and I'm not going to do the bad thing back. I want you all to see how bad the thing is, and then I'm going to win off of that.
For just a second, though, I'm sorry. Focus in on that, because I don't see any evidence of that, at least in the current modern political zeitgeist.
No, it's a hard sell for sure. I'm not saying this is
not even that it's a hard sell. I'm just curious, like, where has this ever worked? Like, or like recently, in the past like 20 or 30 years? Because I think a really good example that my very close and personal friend Brian Tyler Cohen, I think you might maybe chat with him once or twice, Josiah, but my very close and personal friend says this a lot. Okay, that I was trying to fuck with Josiah so much. It's fair what I was going to say. Never mind.
No,
wait, I remember. Sorry. That like we've like, where is our trust right now in the Department of Justice now that Garland has foregone so much in relation to Trump? Like, where are all of these Republicans? Like, imagine, like, here's what I would believe you. Now I'm being very hyperbolic now, but like, imagine Kash Patel, okay? Imagine Gates, okay? These people are nominated, and Republicans are like, well, hold on. We really did think that Garland was going to be super fast, was going to be really extrajudicious in his prosecution of Trump. But like, he took his time, and, some cases got kicked down the road in Florida. Is it really as corrupt and fucked as we thought it was? I don't know. Where is the evidence for any of these things alleviating any of the concerns of the other side ever? Or I'm sorry, in the past like 25 years. Go ahead.
It doesn't exist. And so this is why it's a hard sell, I think, in the sense that I want better Republicans. I want you all to have a better opposition party. These are people largely that I can't support. So I was telling a friend earlier, like my principles led me to the point where I said this year I can't vote for anyone who's an election denier, which meant in Tennessee where I live, I couldn't vote for any Republican on the ballot. So I don't. It's a hard sell in that sense. I look to grander historical examples, right? I think like direct action in the civil rights era is an example of sort of what I'm talking about. Taking a temporary loss for the sake of long-term gain, where you have like, a willingness to say, yeah, this is a bad thing, and I'm going to subject myself to the bad thing so people can see how bad the thing is, right? That's what
Wait, for what? What are you referring to here?
Well, like MLK, being willing to submit, say, I'm going to break an unjust law, and I'm going to sit in jail, and I'm going to write letters from jail.
What was the name of the bridge? Was it the Pettus Bridge, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, or?
Yeah. So direct action as a concept in terms of protesting unjust law, I view as a form of this. Which
and
is
that
saying,
might
like,
be true on like a citizen level. And he calls you a history professor. You know way more about this than me.
Political science. Yeah.
Political science. Okay, but like there are things that I think were done to make civil rights work that I think modern day Republicans would heavily rebuke. Like, my understanding is, as a very poor understanding of this areas of history, my understanding is after 64, the biggest way that we really kind of got civil rights going was heavy federal government intervention.
Right. Yes. Well, actually, it's interesting. Josiah says I'm sort of, or Wick will call me like an old school conservative or whatever. There's an interesting ideological trend you can track with certain major conservative figures. William F. Buckley is one of these, where he starts out being fairly, he's pro-segregationist in the sense that he supports states' rights, and he thinks in the long run, like, this will shake itself out, market forces, blah, blah, blah. Through the 60s, he sees basically the resistance to Brown v. Board in the South and says, oh, actually, we do need federal enforcement of this. Like oh crap. Like, so this is not working the way I thought it would. And so you see, especially late in his life, but especially 60s, 70s, and 80s, William F. Buckley, very prominent conservative, comes to believe actually that federal enforcement of these things is warranted and is in line with his principles. He has a kind of change of heart on this. So yeah, I think you're right though, that current Republicans would probably go in and be like, yeah, like, businesses should be free to discriminate and et cetera, et cetera. I think you're right. So Yeah, I'm not. I'm mostly a political theorist, so my head is in the clouds most of the time. I'm not a terribly practical person, so I'm not suggesting that I have like the silver bullet here that's going to fix all the problems. Oh, here's the end of the cycle of escalation. Like here's how you fix it. No, it's a pretty sucky situation all around. Yeah.
One of the big things that are floating in my head as of the past year is that we have our brain, okay, that puts together the world around us, but the brain doesn't really know what's happening, right? So we have to use our eyes, our ears, our mouths, our hands, or whatever, to collect information about the world around us, to give our brain something to put together. And I feel like right now the sense gathering organs are the media, and that as long as these media are corrupted, it doesn't matter what you do, because when you say even baked into the language you're using, you're saying things like, well, let's follow this norm, let's let them do this, and then let the American public see how it turns out. The American public can't see because Fox News won't tell them, right? How is it that, and even my own audience will hate me for this, but how is it that life was so hard, inflation has fucked us so much, everybody's living paycheck was so fucked in so many ways, impossible. Trump is elected, the outlook on the economy changes, and this is one of the largest, I think, if not the largest, or on track to be the largest, Black Friday sales in all of U.S. history. So
yeah, I've been joking with friends recently about how right now, if you took a random sample poll, the number of people who believe that Trump is currently the sitting president would be higher than you expect, right? It's the level of political ignorance maps onto what you're describing, but not just political ignorance.
How we experience the world.
Yes, yeah. It's all filtered through sort of elite cues, and the elite cues on one side are, I agree with you, very skewed and horrible.
Let's use a specific
don't know how to fix that.
example. Let's use a specific example outside of the economy. So an easy example of how media has changed things. Consider President Nixon. So President Nixon, after Watergate, the reason that he resigned was because Republicans privately pressured him, saying, if you don't resign, not only will you be impeached, but there will be bipartisan support sufficient that the Senate will convict you. And in the aftermath of that, Rupert Murdoch famously said, that's the whole point of the Fox News enterprise, is that he wanted to prevent what happened to Nixon from ever happening to a Republican again. So to Stephen's point, we can use this as kind of like a compare and contrast. Back then, obviously the American electorate had its issues, as they always do in every iteration, but you could probably make the argument that the media system and the media was such that acts of corruption would be reported as such, and there wouldn't be this robust propaganda effort to counter message or to sanitize or launder what President Nixon did. We don't have that situation in 2024. Stephen gave the example of the economy. And by the way, there's a partisan dip on both sides, but it's 2.5 times greater for the Republicans, depending on who is in power. And so much of this, I think, is a direct consequence of the media ecosystem. So to your getting back to it, I just don't see this changing under the current climate, because this idea of, taking a short-term loss in order to appeal to the empathy and the frustrations of the American people, the media landscape is such that I don't think that's really a viable option.
So do you see kind of my, I guess, frustration here? When I listen to you and Stephen talk, it feels very doomer, right? There's this, we've sort of already lost the courts, we've lost Trump v. U.S., and so the executive can kind of do whatever he wants, and there's very little we can do to stop that. And also the media ecosystem is completely gone, and so there's no way that we could possibly convince these people that they're believing a lie, et cetera. And so anything bad that happens will get filtered through that and passed down. And so in my mind, I say, okay, so you all say, well, here's the legal things I think the Democrats should do. All of those options, in my mind, are going to immediately be spun, immediately turned back around as a bad thing, and immediately sort of entrench the problems you're fighting against. And so I don't want to be a complete pessimist, but I'm not seeing an off-ramp from the proposal that you all are giving me either.
Because I think right now, here, the issue is that people keep saying, do we have to fight? Is it civil war? Right? Civil war is not the worst outcome, right? And it's crazy to me that Americans, a country where baked into our ethos, is the give me liberty or give me death, right? It's not give me some amount of comfort and safety or else, or maybe give me liberty, or the idea that we would be satisfied with some kind of authoritarian dictator. The idea that we would be okay, well, fuck it, we can't civil war. That's not even the worst outcome. The worst outcome is what did the guy say? Chains and slavery, as opposed to being able to fight for your freedom.
Okay,
I have a question.
If you believe that we're on that track towards this sort of dictatorship kind of situation, then it is a matter of figuring out a way to make sure that doesn't happen. That does mean either the civil war, as you're describing, and I agree it's not the worst case scenario, certainly, that is a better option, or it's a matter of the ratcheting down that I'm kind of describing and that Wick was trying to describe and that a bunch of other people have been describing as well, right?
So I would rather be on a path to civil war than on a path towards a totalitarian dictator. And you're putting us on the path to because you're putting us on the path to make them make that decision. If it's civil war, then fuck it, the civil war. But don't bend over and be like, okay, fuck it. You want to have the whole DOJ? You want to be able to do this? You want to be able to ignore it? Congress? You want to fuck it?
It's not a matter of fuck it. Like I'm saying that we should tit for tat, but we shouldn't expand. We shouldn't Wick was the one who was saying that we shouldn't manage to even do proportional actions. I'm saying be proportional, and I'm saying, as a separate thing to being proportional, we should also ensure that we're being very vocal and loud about our anti-corruption campaign during this off cycle, during this time that we don't have power. And then once we actually do gain power again, we should actually manage to get through a bunch of that anti-corruption stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm not as pessimistic in the sense that I see, like, for example, the pushback in the Senate. I don't like Trump v. U.S., but I think it remains to be seen how that will actually play out in the courts, what are official actions, how presumptive immunity gets applied, et cetera. I think, I'm not as pessimistic as you all. I am scared, I guess I would say. Like, I don't like the way that things are trending, but I also am not convinced. Like, there's something I want to run by Pisco about an avenue I think the court could take in line with what they said in Trump v. U.S. that I think would be limiting on the executive, but I don't know if it's true or not because I'm not a lawyer. I just sort of dabble in constitutional law, but like I'm not as pessimistic as you guys. I think there's room within the system and structures that we have, even within the Republican Party, for some resistance to Trump. But yeah, I mean it's bad. It's real bad, and
well,
I don't
think
want to deny
Steve,
that.
Listen, I mean I'm definitely
just real quick. Let me just jump in. I fell asleep, so I'm going to bed. Good night.
Later.
It's nice talking and meeting all you guys. Bye.
See you, buddy. Listen again. I'd be surprised if Steven said this, but I know, I'm more of a cynic. But I'm not saying that the situation's totally hopeless. I just think the hope is consistently shrinking. And I know Pisco's not here, but I've read the opinion. Steven's read the opinion probably more than even Pisco, even though he's not a lawyer. What's the mitigating paradigm you think could be applied to Trump v. U.S.?
So, well, I just sent Pisco a message about this because this might be fleeting, this might be wrong in terms of legal theory, but something that the court
you say what you're going to say, there is mitigation, and it's wrong and impossible already. But go, say your thing.
That's probably true. But so a doctrine the court has neglected to pull out of its hat for a long time is the non-delegation doctrine that suggests that there's both theoretically and practically there are limits on the amount of power that Congress can give to the federal bureaucracy. It comes up in Youngstown Sheet and Steel and the other case that I'm forgetting. But it effectively says that the court has a path to say, okay, the law that Congress passed that authorized this executive agency or this executive action goes beyond, just allowing you to execute the law faithfully as the Constitution requires. It's actually giving legislative power to the executive branch, which is out of bounds. That's something that they've neglected to pick up for at least 70 years. I think it still exists, and there's a Venn diagram overlap of the people on the court who opposed the Chevron doctrine and led to its overturning recently, and those who embrace non-delegation doctrine as something that should be sort of resuscitated. And so I could see a possible future. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if there's hope. I don't know if this is real, but I could see a possible future where a RFK-led HHS does something that is just so ridiculous that's challenged in court that these conservative justices, same ones who said the Chevron doctrine is giving too much deference to the executive branch, come back and say, yeah, actually, the statute that RFK is leaning on to get this executive power under HHS and its subsidiary departments is out of bounds, falls afoul of the non-delegation doctrine.
But
I hope that exists.
What's that have to do with Trump v. U.S.? Because Trump v. U.S. wasn't. It was.
It doesn't directly.
Okay.
I want to wait and see how it plays out in the lower courts in terms of what's an official action and what's not. How you overcome the presumption of immunity versus not. Like I don't know that it will be.
The issue you're running into is these things wouldn't be crimes. You're running into actually a stronger constitutional crisis, which is really scary because Trump probably doesn't even know the three branches of government. Is technically what you're saying, and Republicans who are also all absolutely fucking retarded, and so they can't make any arguments. If a Republican were smart, okay, then what you just said actually implicates what the response should be. Anytime a Democrat is like, oh no, like RFK Jr. and all these people are going to destroy the government, these guys are going to destroy the
vaccines.
Right? Yeah, but what you should say is, well, hold on, excuse me. Executive agencies, departments, offices, the executive can only do what Congress has allowed it to do. So they can't just start rolling all these things back if Congress has tasked them with the job of doing these things. They just can't do that, especially now that Chevron has been overturned. The executive has even less wiggle room for interpretation. But the scary thing is that, right, if you have an executive branch led by somebody who doesn't know the branches of government, what if the executive finally starts testing those boundaries of, we're going to do it anyway. And then the Supreme Court says no, and they're like, okay. Who cares?
Yeah, well, okay, that is a fear that I have, which I think is sort of the necessary outcome of, I think, the world that Josiah prefers. I don't want to get too down in the weeds of constitutional interpretation, but I was just teaching this today. I was teaching a section on Congress and the courts, and we were talking about the view that is sometimes called departmentalism.
Josiah, yeah. He's got a crazy view on this. Not good.
Well, and so I think Josiah is right to lean on the people that he does to say, look, there isn't a consensus view at the ratification of the Constitution over what judicial review is going to look like. The Madisons and the Jeffersons of the world do not like the idea of judicial review as we have it now. Hamilton does. And so, but the Jeffersonian and Madisonian view is departmentalist, that says each of the branches is engaging in its own construction of the Constitution when it operates within its sphere of power.
Right. And they have coordinate constitutional interpretation.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so I think that's fair, and I think that's fine. I think any view that you take of judicial review, Josiah's or mine, runs into this problem, which is, well, what if the executive just says, screw it, I'm going to do what I want anyways? That at that point, you were kind of dismissive earlier, Stephen, where somebody was saying, well, the check is at the ballot box. I think that is, you're reading the Federalist Papers, that in their mind is the primary check, right? When something's going wrong with government, the number one, first and foremost check that exists is just you get to vote, and that's cool.
It's when it's not something's going wrong with government. It's when people perceive that something is going wrong with government. That's
correct.
The important part.
Yes.
I have a question for you. As you're a political science or whatever. Do you have any opinion on the Roberts article about the legislative branch writing out the ability for the Supreme Court to actually review a legislation?
I don't know what article you're referring to. If you can put it in general.
I think Destiny reviewed it a while back.
I don't know if I've read it, but are you talking about sometimes Congress can, I think, expressly put in a piece of legislation the executive branch has broad determination on this particular thing?
Correct. So my question around that is why, because I feel like the Democrats are going to get back in power and have three branches of government. If the tariff thing is as bad as everybody makes it out to be, that's probably what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. Why don't they just write the laws and bind the Supreme Court to those ethics things through that law by utilizing that mechanism?
Oh, in terms of like taking away the power of the executive to
the judiciary to review whether or not that's constitutional or not.
It falls under what Ugars was saying earlier, that you can't really right away, you can't really take or give powers from other branches from another branch. I think the Supreme Court wouldn't
Congress can control the scope of
the jurisdiction
of the court, but there are certain things that are with. Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
Article 3 does permit Congress, with certain key exceptions, to place jurisdiction under the Supreme Court or remove jurisdictions or provide regulations. I just don't know the mechanism for doing that.
For core constitutional
legislation. No. Well, so there's certain things that are listed. That's like so disputes between the states, maritime law, admiral law. There's certain things that it says like the courts have jurisdiction over this, and then also jurisdiction over whatever laws that Congress passes that give them jurisdiction. And so this is, there's an early, I'm forgetting the case, maybe Pisco would know, but there's an early case where there's some sort of dispute about an appeal that comes before the court, and between the time the appeal is filed and the time the court hears it, Congress has passed a law restricting the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court says, yeah, Congress passed that law. We don't have jurisdiction over this case anymore.
Yeah, so just real quick, Article 3, Section 2. In all cases affecting ambassadors and other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. So basically it's saying, with the exception of ambassadors and dealing with ministers and consuls and disputes between the states, Congress can say this particular thing is non-justiciable by the Supreme Court.
So they can bind the ability for the SCOTUS to actually review a ethics law.
Yeah, I just don't know
them.
how that's done. Are you saying, Professor, that
that's the bomb that everybody was talking about? So
it's by law. Like Congress passes a law that says the Supreme Court shall not have jurisdiction over XYZ cases.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as I understand, that is the case with the case I'm thinking of. Again, I can't remember the name of it. My textbook's on campus. But that, like, between the time this guy files his appeal and it coming before the court, Congress passes a law that says in these particular kinds of cases, Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction, and the court looks at the case and looks at the law and says, hey, Congress can do that. That's what the Constitution says. We can't hear this case.
So for all the doomering is what I'm going to point out is that if the Democrats just set up a bunch of stuff ready to go for when they do get power, they can just put in these things, remove the filibuster temporarily, and get the changes they want. And then the Supreme Court wouldn't have the ability to review them.
Well, the ironic part is wouldn't this have to survive judicial review?
Well, well, that's the issue. Is that it does do if you write out the ability for judicial review to happen with this Roberts thing.
I don't know. I mean, Stephen's technically right in the sense that yes, a plain reading, yes,
the court would have to hear it.
On theory, a plain reading, the court would be obligated to say, fuck no, we can't touch this. But to Stephen's point is, it could be appealed, and then the court would have to say, fuck no, we can't review this. But that depends on the interpretation of the court. And I think Trump v. United States is a masterful demonstration of how willfully obtuse the conservative majority would be.
The response to that would be, you now have the legitimacy to pack that court to derive and force them to become ethical. It is win.
The problem with anything about justiciability is that I just mumbled that, but is that the court invokes it when they want, when it's a thorny thing they don't want to deal with. So like you can invoke the political question doctrine and on all sorts of things, right? And so they wield it haphazardly and non-systematically, and like they could have refused to hear Trump v. U.S. and said this is a political question. Like that would have been just as.
And then when they did hear it, they took their time and ruling on it and providing their opinion. That's my issue with the Supreme Court, is that under the current paradigm, the lack of checks against it, the lack of meaningful checks against it, is a huge problem for me, and it goes back to the concerns that the founders had about a rogue Supreme Court and why they intended it for it to be the weakest of the three branches. So listen. You made a shot at it earlier. I totally take your point. I said this when we discussed it. There are serious issues with the Michael Stokes-Paulson interpretation of coordinate constitutional interpretation, because it gives a lot of power and a lot of leverage to the President of the United States. But I take issue with an unaccountable court. At the very least, I can say the president is term limited and that the president is subject for election, every 4 years. I would be much more comfortable with a Supreme Court that truly has the final interpretation on the Constitution if there were other checks against it, a binding ethics code, that if they look at a porno magazine, they get the death penalty. Like the strictest definition, the strictest standards.
You're speaking my language now. You're talking about banning porn for that's fine.
Put it that way. Yeah. If they stop looking at porn.
I have concerns about some of the things I've heard you and others propose in terms of like what these things would do to what I consider the essential independence of the court.
True.
But I think where I'm sympathetic to you guys is that I think you're right that some major change is going to have to happen in the next 10, 20, 30 years, or the court is going to lose all legitimacy. It's been in a crisis of legitimacy at least since Bush v. Gore. Yeah. So something has to change.
Let's ask Stephen. Let's ask Stephen, because he's on this journey. He's not as extreme on this as I am, and I'm still on this journey too.
On this journey.
But I'm curious, Stephen. Where are you with Supreme Court reform at this point? Because
I think I already given my position. It hasn't changed. It's been pretty stable for the past 1.5 months. I think that term limits are a no-brainer. I think that it is one of the most unbelievable, unfathomable things that we play the lottery every time there's a new president. Like we're now in a world where Donald Trump could have 5 or maybe 6 appointments to the Supreme Court. That, like, you want to talk about legitimacy of the Supreme Court? How? That's just absurd. It's absurd and it's insane.
Yeah, I
one appointment per president. It also fixes a lot of the issues relating to like ethics or anything else, because at the very least we can say that the Supreme Court is a little bit more reflective of the aggregate will of the American people, rather than very heavily leaning onto one side.
That's sort of not.
Yeah, but they're not
the point is not to be reflective of what we think day to day.
It's not a democratic institution.
They're not supposed to be Congress or even the Senate, right?
Well, I mean, they're not supposed to be democratically elected per se, sure. But like when the American people vote, they vote for a president that they hope nominates a judge that somewhat politically aligns with them.
Yeah.
And when the Senate,
the idea is that they're independent and loyal first to the will of the people that is above the will of any particular people at any given time, right? The will of the people that exist right now is expressed in elections. The will of the capital P people is expressed in the Constitution. So this is the Federalist 78 argument that Josiah has become increasingly uncomfortable with, is that in this struggle between the will of the people now as represented at the ballot box and the will of the people then and the Constitution and the guardrails and the rules that we have governing the system, one of those is supreme, and it's the Constitution. And so you want justices who are loyal to the Constitution, not to the voters, not to the electorate, not to whatever the
I understand that, but unfortunately, with the way the Supreme Court picks work now, right? You vote for a president, oftentimes, like for instance, like going by your theory, nobody and I'm not saying your theory dismissively. I truly do agree. Okay, because Josiah is a little bit of
insane. He's insane.
He hates the courts. He does, and I understand why he hates the courts. I don't hate the courts as much as Josiah, but I do think that our courts are highly politicized in an insane degree. Like there are people who are voting like. Going by what you just said, it should be an error in democracy in the United States that people are voting for or against abortion by way of voting for the president, right? Yeah. Which is a huge thing.
Would the courts be more or less politicized if we took the most, like even just as I'm arguing for this, but like the most radical extreme version of like making them elected as frequently as Congress? Would that make them more or less?
That would be horrible. Political? It would be game over for the courts.
I agree. So I guess the question is like,
okay,
Josiah's like, hold on, guys, hold on. I'm going to advocate.
So many state Supreme Courts, most states.
But we're not talking about state Supreme Courts. We're talking about the Supreme Court. We can get back.
Screw your state, Josiah. Come on.
But like, the idea is like, if we're trying to have one part of our government is supposed to be like the most democratic facet of it, which is to say Congress, which is to say like that's the thing where you're supposed to have the crazies explicitly, right? You're supposed to have Senate, which is supposed to be a little less crazy, a little bit more long-term thinking. And you're supposed to have the purpose of the court is to be like the most long-term thinking, and therefore they're the ones who stay on for the longest period of time possible, which is to say their entire lives. Right. As a general principle, setting aside what's currently going on with the court, is that a good, reasonable like basis to think about this or not?
Well, no,
if you ignore all human behavior,
it's not all human behavior. It's that the incentives do change materially if you introduce term limits, and I think that's something you have to grapple with.
Wait,
if you're
why?
thinking about a life after the courts, I think that does affect your decision making. If you're thinking about like the idea again to Federalist 78, the idea of a lifetime appointment is to reduce the dependence that the justice feels on the president that elected them. They know, they're certainly not sitting for re-election, and they're not just there for a period of time as a symbol of that president. They are far going to outlive that administration. They're going to serve for I think it's an average of 16 to 20 years. It might be 16 for Supreme Court justices. So they're serving for at least 4, maybe 5 administrations, depending on re-elections or whatever. So the idea is that they will far outlive them. I think that changes in a way. So think of the incentive change, right? If you're you've got what's the term limit you guys propose? What's the most common one? Like 8 or 12 years, or what's the?
Jesus, I just want it so that like every president gets to nominate one pick.
So whatever cycle you guys have, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine I'm making a decision
something like that
today, knowing that I'm going to be off the court in a year. There are cases before me so Supreme Court justices don't get paid that much, by the way, compared to what they could earn in private practice. And so there's something before the court.
Some billionaires, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they could be high-powered attorneys at corporate law and make way more. Hey, there's a case before me that implicates corporate law, and this is a place I could work for after. It changes the decision-making. I think it does. It has to. Now, that it might be a worthy trade-off, right, to make them more accountable, to solve the problem of 5 Trump picks. Like maybe it's worth it. But we just have to, I think, appreciate that there are some trade-offs.
I mean, I think that right now the issue with the politicization of everything, I think that there are trade-offs that I would easily remedy to make that happen. So if somebody's like, okay, well, listen, everything that Eucharist just brought up is 100% true. So if you really want to make it so that we have 1 pick per term for president, then you're going to have to make it so we ban them from holding any other legal or judicial office afterwards, and that we give them like a full pension and retirement. Like I'd be like, okay, sure, that's easy. That's like an easy, yeah, sure. Also, maybe. Okay, and then also, okay, I'm gonna counter you with a judicial. Yeah, okay. What if right now in your current system, okay, what if you're a president and you're looking at two judges and Madison and Adams have come down to touch your shoulders to guide you in your presidential executive wisdom and the guidance of having good courts. And there's a guy, okay, and he's 66 years old. And this guy, God, he lives and breathes the Constitution, okay? He was training in a forest growing up. He can recite every single word. He knows all the Federalist, Anti-Federalist papers, every Supreme Court case, he's got it all, okay? And you got another guy who's like decently qualified, but, not as much. He was the guy roiding in Rocky IV, not like Rocky who was like doing the mountain stuff, okay? But this guy's like 46, right? Under the current iteration, aren't you kind of penalized for choosing older justices? Because this guy's not even going to be in court as long, and this other guy might be there for fucking 40 years, right? So in a way, couldn't you also argue that term limits kind of could guide us towards better picks that maybe are a little bit older and wiser, but might age out sooner?
I think that's possible. And I think you're right that we are in an era of the court where everything feels wildly consequential, where I think this is why Sotomayor doesn't want to retire and give Biden another pick, is because she envisions a world where she can make real substantive legal change in the future, even with the court stacked the way it is.
For political reasons. I mean, these selective and strategic retirements, 100%.
No.
The other thing is, the other thing is, you talked about incentive structure. So imagine in the current political climate, you have lifetime appointments, no ethics code, no mandatory.
Hey, they have an ethics code.
It's just not. It's useless. Yeah. There's no enforcement mechanism. There's no fact-finding mechanism.
It's shame. Shame is the enforcement mechanism.
Right. And
remember when there was a huge investigation after was it Dobbs that leaked or whatever?
Right.
We have no idea. There's like 18 people in this building. How the fuck do we not know?
Definitely Sotomayor's clerks.
What the fuck?
Definitely Sotomayor's clerks.
Alito. But the incentive structure there is if there is no penalty for you to, basically adjudicate however you feel, because the great thing about being the court of last resort is the law is what you make it. There's there's that quote that Michael Stokes Paulson frequently cites of a 17th century clergyman, that he who is he is the interpreter of law, he who is judge is more the creator of laws than the lawgiver, because they're the final interpretation. So what's the check against a lifetime appointee? There's none.
The idea is, impeachment. You have impeachment. You do have impeachment. That's an option. But the idea is you don't want normal democratic accountability mechanisms on these effectively aristocrats of legal judgment. And I don't know, you can argue that that's a bad idea. I actually think, speaking of the guy who's been training in the forest studying all the papers, you guys should both spend some real time reading anti-federalist papers, because I was as I was teaching this courts in the Congress class today, I marked a section in my textbook that I was like, Josiah is an anti-federalist. Like they were quoting thoroughly from Brutus and his argument against the independent Supreme Court that makes exactly the arguments that you guys are, that these are effectively going to be entrenched aristocrats with no accountability mechanism, that are just all of the arguments you all make.
You just defeat your own argument by saying that in theory the founders did create one in the form of impeachment. So clearly there was they were not supposed to be these totally unaccountable people.
Right. Well, totally unaccountable. No one's totally unaccountable. The threshold for accountability is different from someone who represents me directly and gets recalled or gets reelected every 2 years versus someone who's supposed to be this independent sort of on high arbiter of what the supreme law of the land actually means and says.
Right. The standard that the founders had, again, I take your point. So impeachment was the only real viable mechanism to remove a justice. It was there, the supermajority requirement in the Senate. Obviously, it's a high threshold. But they also expected the judges to be fastidiously apolitical. Yes. Fastidiously apolitical. The height of ethical behavior, far more so than a president, a senator, a congressperson.
And that turned around really fast. In the first Supreme Court, you had one of my favorite founding fathers, James Wilson, one of only a dozen or so people who signed both the Declaration and the Constitution, who died after a stint in debtor's prison. we had a sitting Supreme Court justice who was in debtor's prison. He was basically the founding era equivalent of a crypto bro. He was speculating on land in the Northwest Territories all the time. So can you imagine, right? Like Thomas, all the stuff about his billionaire friends. That just throw him in debtor's prison for a little bit, right? What'll that be in the Supreme Court, right? So the threshold for impeachment was very, very high, right? You had people doing stuff like Wilson, who were just like profligates who were not people of upstanding character. Washington passes him over him for Chief Justice after Jay retires because of this, but he's not impeached, right? So it is a rare occurrence, and I think that's by design. And whether or not that design is good, we'll still fight about it in the future, I'm sure.
I think also.
But read the Anti-Federalist papers.
Fuck the Anti-Federalists. They lost for good reason. I'm just kidding.
You guys are echoing their arguments so much. It's great.
No, don't confuse me with Josiah. I like the courts and I like the institution of the Supreme Court. Okay.
Don't let him distance himself, Stephen. We're holding hands on this. You
guys are. Pisco's backstage. Where's Wick? Can somebody drag Pisco?
He went to bed.
Yeah, Wick is gone, bro.
What are your permissions?
There's Pisco. Hey, he can correct everything I've said wrong legally at this point.
Oh, wait, no, I haven't heard anything you've said.
Wait, wait. Yeah, wait. Quick thing for Eucharist. One of the issues that I feel that has led to so much stuff with the Supreme Court too, that I feel like, so one of the things I try to stress is like we shouldn't look for institutional fixes to problems that are like real in American society. So for instance, if we complain about gridlock in Congress, but we see that American society is legitimately like split 50-50 on every issue, then the goal isn't, well, we need to make it easier to pass legislation. The goal is like actually Congress is accurately surmising what the Americans believe right now about whatever particular thing. I feel like one of the big issues with the Supreme Court is because for whatever reason we've lost our ability to govern on controversial issues. We are relying so heavily on the Supreme Court to save us and give us legislative decisions that maybe should have come via constitutional amendment, or at the very least maybe from congressional actions. Like, how much liberal progress did we make in a society that was really just the Supreme Court, right? Casey, Dobbs, gay marriage, or all that, or not, or like gay marriage, like all these things, right? Like either gaining it or losing it, right? I think that's a big problem. And I think that as long as you're looking to the Supreme Court, because when we're asking the Supreme Court to make a decision on something like abortion or gay marriage, Jesus Christ, like these are really loaded political questions that are,
I think I just finished reading a book on Josiah's recommendation, The Most Dangerous Branch, which is a sort of castigation of the current court, and the author locates the problems of the court
35 years ago.
On both sides of the aisle, both liberals and conservatives, as this sort of activist judiciary. And so it's kind of an offensive book to all people, because the author I'm forgetting his name now because
Michael Stokes Paulson.
No, different. Well, okay.
Most Dangerous Branch is Michael Stokes Paulson.
Fuck me.
Not the one I read.
I was going to make
you
a
read
joke,
the wrong goddamn one.
I was going to say I didn't know that I read it.
I cannot find a Michael Stokes Paulson one.
Jesus.
I read the David Kaplan Most Dangerous Branch. There is no Michael Stokes Paulson Most Dangerous. Is it an essay?
It's a PDF. It's most.
Oh well, then
it's his.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, that's an.
Yeah, 1994. Most Dangerous.
Oh well, then send me that. But so no, I was reading David Kaplan's thing. Well, I'm reading Paulson's Intro to the Constitution, which is great. I'm enjoying that. But anyways, Kaplan in his book, The Most Dangerous Branch from 2018, not the 90s, says, well, yeah, look, you have an activist court that in a series of decisions throughout the 20th century is effectively saying, look, the legislature is not doing good things, capital G good things, and we're going to come in and do good things. And so there are particular justices who have this bent more than others. Kennedy is one of them, and others. But so I mean, really, the inflection point for him is Bush v. Gore, where he says, like, yeah, this is where the court just basically gave up the ghost and was just like, yeah, we're just going to intervene in political conflicts where we think there's a right answer, but also thinks this is the case with Roe and others. So I think you're right. I don't think there's any way to argue against that. So it would require both.
What was the rationale for even ending the recount in Bush v. Gore? I'm horrified to ask, but what was the
Pisco might know the case better than I do, but as far as I remember, the legal reasoning was basically the fact that some counties were doing manual recounting, some were doing the digital recounting, some weren't recounting at all. It was an equal treatment under the laws issue that the court was just like, you're handling this inappropriately.
Wait, was this a simple? Is this retarded to say? Was this like a rational basis versus strict scrutiny thing, where it's like you're unequal treatment of like some implied fundamental right or something? Or
I'll pass this to Pisco. Yeah.
It's interesting because obviously there's no fundamental right
to have a vote recounted.
Well, hang on a second. do you have a right to vote for president of the United States? That's the initial question. And the answer to that question, if you read the opinion, is no at the initial stage, right? Because states are selected to assign their electors in whatever manner they choose, right? That's the fact is we had states for many years assigning their electors, and there wasn't really elections in the sense that we understand them today. However, the court held that when the state chooses to have a general election for president, it becomes a fundamental right. And if there is differential treatment on the basis of a fundamental right, that in common equal protection grounds is strict scrutiny, right? So and you can think about this being applied to other impositions on the right to vote for president, right? Imagine that you were to put some crazy standard or test to vote for president. Well, maybe you could think, well, if you don't have a right to vote for president in the initial stage, why couldn't the state impose and say you have to have a PhD to vote for president? Well, we understand the right to vote once it's been granted for president to be fundamental. And I think that logic kind of makes sense. I don't even necessarily agree or disagree on the logic that it might have been an equal protection violation, but the problem was the remedy. They basically, and this I think was Steven's question, is like, why didn't they let them count it a different way? Was your question, right, Steve?
Yeah.
There's the safe harbor deadlines by federal
for the
and statutory.
ECA,
yeah, and I think there's a state one too. Those ones they said they couldn't comply by that date. That's the 5-4 of it. That one of them would have created alternative remedies, one side, and the other would not. It said it's all done. We can't do something. It's too late. Which is insane to think about these days, especially given Trump's challenges.
Desire to push that out to
preposterous ruling. Like obviously, what matters more if you're going to spend all this time talking about a fundamental right to vote. What matters more is the fundamental right.
Is having the vote counted, not whether it's done on the 14th or the 16th. Was this a 5-4 decision or?
The equal protection part wasn't 5-4. I think there was more on the equal protection component of it, but the remedy part I think was 5-4. The fact that they would stop the counting was strictly 5-4.
Damn.
But it was a bad decision, super bad, and it's so unfair if you look back these days. Like Al Gore didn't get a single fucking recount, not one, bro.
Yeah, so I mean I agree with you that the court has taken on a role that I think this has been I hesitate to say this because I think it gets weaponized obviously on the right, but it has been the quote unquote conservative case for a while. It's like, well, here's these activist decisions like Roe and Casey, which even people like RBG were saying at the time, and from then on we're like, yeah, this is like out of step and out of bounds, like probably should have been done better. But I don't know what the easy solution is. I just don't like Josiah's solutions. He's bad and dumb and wrong.
I still don't have the solutions. I'm just saying that Michael Stokes Paulson wrote a really persuasive paper.
Well, now I'm going to go read the paper where I've been reading a book before.
Constitutional interpretation. And again, I just go back to, I feel like our current conception of judicial review is effectively, de facto, judicial supremacy. And I do think not only is that just absurd on its face, in my opinion, given that we are in a constitutional democratic republic, that the least democratic institution has the final say and is the de facto top dog. Not only is that just absurd on its face, it also contradicts what the founders intended when they intended the judiciary to be the weakest branch. Weaker, yes, than the president. Yes, it was Congress first, then the president, then the courts.
I do buy the argument, and we hashed this out the last space we did, but I do buy the argument that Hamilton advances in Federalist 78 that like the final right of interpretation does not imply superiority. It implies that there is a law that's superior to both the legislature and the courts.
Yeah, but if you speak for that superior law and you're the only one who does, what's the difference?
I think Hamilton articulates it well and correctly, and you disagree with Hamilton, and so you are on the shaky ground.
I am wrong and stupid.
Yes, exactly. You're on the shaky ground of thinking the Federalist Papers are wrong about something. How could you?
Here's my issue with all this. Like, all these ideas are nice to remake the core to a better version of what it should be, but is there any actual practical way of going about it outside of what I already laid out that would even be remotely palatable to the population?
I think of the things I've heard you guys bandy about, an ethics standard I feel like should be palatable to most people. I know that, again, Republicans
if you look at how to get it, that's the issue, is how to enforce it.
I think Josiah, again, like you have people who are saying, well, you make the court have a self-enforcing standard, or the other alternative I've heard is that Congress just says, here are the standards by which we determine when we're going to impeach you. So those are the two paths that I've heard.
So the way Sheldon Whitehouse phrased it was by effectively just by federal statute creating under the judiciary their own fact-finding and enforcement mechanisms that would sidestep a potential constitutional crisis or sidestep the court's ability to reject it, because it would be putting the power in the court's hands. The Congress would simply mandate that there be a binding code of ethics with an enforcement mechanism, and then you kind of sort it out yourselves. But this idea that it's just a gentleman's agreement isn't going to cut it. Now, others would say that's capitulating too much to a rogue court, so you would have to try to mandate it into law. Here are the standards, here are the penalties, but that, of course, then
you're saying let the court enforce it. Isn't your whole thing that the court is itself like this rogue branch? And so if your issue is the whole issue is who is doing the enforcement, you don't want the court to have it, and that's the fundamental bedrock here.
Right. So I'll say again, that was Sheldon Whitehouse's proposal in his legislation, that there basically be an inspector general created, a fact-finding process, enforcement standards, and that the court under the Chief Justice that would be the body that figured it out. I do agree that there are obvious issues with that.
Yeah, you just want to get rid of Marbury, and you want to get rid of the court's authority to overturn the political branches.
I would definitely like to see the Supreme Court.
I just want to say, would you overturn Marbury? I think the answer is yes.
I think that I would.
This is why I was yelling at him about this.
I would interpret Marbury the way that Michael Stokes-Paulson does, which Marbury does not.
Which is different than Marbury now.
No, well, it's definitely different from the consensus now. But
can you give a straight answer? You're so political these days.
I think you know what this is? So Pisco is tired of getting reamed on Merrick Garland, and he's trying to flip the script so badly.
Bro, I could smoke you right now on that if you wanted.
Listen, I think it's great. I'll just appeal to attorneys general like Eric Holder, acting deputy attorney general, Sally Yates, who recently on the Daily Show with Jon Stewart said that she felt that Merrick Garland could have acted more quickly. I understand that you think he did things perfectly at his perfect.
It's so funny. You blame the Supreme Court for everything except for the fact that they never had these cases happen before the election.
Y'all are going to be arguing about this when you're old men on rocking chairs.
We are old men.
You're going to be
so you agree with I have a desire to agree to this. You agree, right, that the cases were slated to happen before the election if it weren't for the Supreme Court, right?
My argument is not that Merrick Garland could have acted in a way which precludes shenaniganry by the Supreme Court of the United States. But I think it's perfectly fair to say that given the approximate year between Garland's confirmation and any meaningful action taken against Donald Trump on the January 6th case, that was entirely too long.
Well, can we examine that? I want to linearize it a little bit.
Sure.
You don't blame Merrick Garland, right, for the documents case, right? We can put that to the side.
Just say we don't need to discuss it right now. Don't put that to the side.
Wait, no. I want to exclude it.
I don't.
We're going to linearize this.
I'm thinking of the January 6th case when I complain about Garland.
I know, but that's why I want to just get rid off the table.
But
10 months?
If I remember correctly, wasn't the National Archives, didn't the National Archives and the FBI play footsie with Trump
10
for
months.
about a year as well?
Wait. So the referral to the Department of Justice from that time to when they actually charged, do you believe that Merrick Garland deserves any criticism for delay between the referral and when they charged Donald Trump?
What was the timeline for the referral from the National Archives?
As you sit here, is it your position?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I'm open to it. But I also don't think the National Archives, which contributed to the delay, I don't think they reported.
Okay, so we'll put it on the side right now, but it's safe to say that currently, as we sit here, you are not accusing Merrick Garland of delaying on the documents case. That is not currently your position.
No.
Okay, so now let's deal with the elephant in the room. Do you agree that before Merrick Garland is in office, you can't blame Merrick Garland before he's in office for any delay? Okay.
Correct.
And you've acknowledged that the investigation didn't start with the special counsel in November 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So really the delay we're talking about is from March 2021 to April, a little bit before then, maybe 2022.
I think
About
that's
a year.
because I think he was confirmed in March of 2021. But I can't remember when the investigation began. Was it April?
That's in the Washington Post article that you bandy about. They allege that the investigation started in April.
Perfect.
Okay, so I just want to say right off the bat, everyone who's like they waited 2-3 years, all this shit is already like talking bullshit.
Good. You take it up with them, motherfucker. You're not talking to that person here.
From the time of the investigation, so because I think we can agree, from the time of the investigation into the actual indictment, you wouldn't accuse them of having an improper delay. It's not really the time between investigation and indictment isn't the problem. It's the time when you start the investigation. Fair?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So really, we're just talking about one delay. The delay, that year delay.
Only a year. You're right.
Okay. So
minuscule, paltry.
I think that the case is strong, that these cases would have gone to trial if the Supreme Court didn't go rogue on absolute immunity. We would have had these cases. And if you're thinking totally politically, right in the summer of 2024, right before the election. So if all you're doing is thinking about this like Machiavellian politically, if the court had done what people thought that they would have done if they were behaving properly, which is just deny Trump's applications and affirm unanimously the DC Circuit.
It's not about the political result, because if that were the case, I would not have advocated for the indictment to be made against Rep. investigation into Trump until he announced that he was running for president. That's an incidental effect. There should have been a conclusion. Merrick Garland should have acted in a way to try to bring this to a conclusion as quickly
before the election, because he could have won.
No, it has nothing to do with the election.
Well, he would have had justice if he didn't win, right?
In theory, if the Supreme Court had really wanted to, there still could have been a trial before the election.
Yeah, wait. I think that if the Supreme Court had acted appropriately, we would have had trials in the summer. And you would not have been complaining about, you would have said Merrick Garland has timed this perfectly. Wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't have. There needs to be a conclusion to this. And I think that, yes, you can blame it on the Supreme Court, or at least most of the lion's share of the blame for the Supreme Court acting in the way they did in terms of delays and, of course, the disastrous Trump v. U.S. decision. But we can look back
relatively
and say,
speaking, how much blame? Because if I were to gauge between the DOJ's actions and the Supreme Court, I would put, in terms of the trial not happening before the election, 99.99% on the, well, this is what I've said before, 60% on the Supreme Court, 39% on the American people, and 0.0001% on Merrick Garland.
How do the American people impact the timeline for the
fact that we're not going to have a trial ever for these cases?
I got a question for you while you're on this topic. How much blame do you lay at the House Republicans and the states actively getting in the middle of the investigation and demanding everything from Garland and Smith?
No, that was nothing. That didn't. I don't think that affected anything. I have no reason to believe that affected anything. And I think, frankly, remember the Supreme Court granted an application to like expedite the case, the second one that they filed, I think. So if they had just brought it sooner, the Supreme Court would have just delayed longer.
Didn't they deny one first?
They denied the first one, but the second one. But secondly, I think there was a motion to expedite it faster, and I think they granted that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this was on an expedited basis after they took the appeal from D.C. And if he would have just brought it earlier, the Supreme Court would have just found another way to delay the case even further.
So I can't speak for you, Pisco, but one of the things I like to do when I'm confronted with a failure is that I do everything in my power to bring about the correct outcome, an outcome being a trial and a conclusion. And I don't think Merrick Garland can say that. And that I'm not a lawyer, so you have me at a disadvantage, but I can cite Eric Holder, I can cite Sally Yates, I can cite that Washington Post article, which includes DOJ officials and prosecutors, Glenn Kirshner and others as well, Ellie Honig from CNN, who is hardly, some sort of like, wildly progressive figure. It's not like it's Elie Mystal. This is a guy who, by the way, thought that the New York case against
he's
Trump
out there, and his analysis of the New York case sucks. It's really bad, and he says it's improper, and he makes mistakes. He makes very blatant mistakes in that analysis.
Yes, that the people who agree with me run a gamut, and also some of them have occupied the same position as Merrick Garland. I don't think you can defend that year gap especially when we have credible reporting to indicate that much of that was attributed to Merrick Garland being worried about the politicization of the Justice Department. As far as I'm concerned, that's fucking stupid. Your job is not to focus on politics. Your job is, if you see evidence of a crime or potential crime, you pursue it.
This is how they started the investigation, and you can disagree with it, and you can say whatever, right? Sure. I think what has been established by the reporting that you're talking about is they started with the people who assaulted the Capitol. And there were three different, I identify, this is my conceptual analysis. If you disagree with it, that's fine. You can, but I identify kind of three different prosecutorial pathways that they could have taken. One is the conspiracy meeting of the minds with the actual people who rioted and who were the insurrectionists and the people on January 6th. That's one pathway. The second is the incitement pathway, where yes, Trump is involved, he's an insurrectionist, you could charge insurrection, you can charge incitement. That's kind of the second pathway. And the third is this kind of fake electors, broader conspiracy pathway. And it seemed like Merrick Garland was focused, and the DOJ was focused broadly on the first, which is look at the actual actors, start with the people who were violent that day, start with the easy cases, start funneling them. In retrospect, it's easy to say that was a big fucking mistake. But don't you think isn't that just kind of splitting hairs at this point? I mean, it could have been the case in another universe that there was an actual meeting of the minds between people in the Trump camp and the specific insurrectionists, right? There could have been evidence that said Donald Trump's chief of staff was communicating with the Proud Boys. We know now that we don't have that smoking gun. But that's kind of
Stone was talking with them the day before, right? I don't know how Stone's associated with Trump.
No evidence that goes to Trump, right? We don't have that link to Trump on that specific thing. But it could have been there. And after the fact, you're saying it was so stupid to focus on the violent people first. But that's just because now we know the facts by light of day.
Especially, why not both? The FBI is 35,000 employees. Why not both? Why not knowing what we saw Donald Trump do on January 6th against potential? Was there not a predicate, even if obviously you weren't going to file charges that day, but was there not just prima facie evidence from January 6th alone and all the things leading up to January 6th? Was there not predicate to have an investigation day one?
I think you mean the day after January 6th to have an investigation.
Yeah.
Donald Trump specifically.
It depends on what the charges are, I think, right?
Yeah. So here's the issue with a lot of this. And Stephen has found this out, and he's done it beautifully in showing how all these things connect. The alternative election scheme, in retrospect, was central to everything happening that day. And even the incitement, I wish he should have charged insurrection and incitement. But those crimes, under the high standards of Brandenburg, require intent, require knowledge, right? And all of that is premised on the alternative elective scheme. And it is true that we had knowledge before January 6th that they were doing these kinds of things. We didn't have a true understanding of how pernicious, how systemic all this was until the facts came out. It took a while to even for Stephen, right? And for other people like that to come to the understanding that, holy fuck, this was a massive conspiracy. And that actually took a lot of time. And the legal theories, they are novel. And they require a ton of circumstantial evidence. We never have Donald Trump on. Well, there is some smoking guns, but it's never as simple as Donald Trump saying something like, "Oh yes, I know that the election was completely lost, and we're doing this evil Machiavellian thing." When we have these kinds of high threshold standards,
I mean, we got a lot of quotes from Trump. Just call the election call the election corrupt, and leave the rest to me and the Republicans.
Yes, I understand that. What I'm saying is because this is just for incitement. Our standard for these charges are so high. Even something where it's play out in the day, right? He's inciting the crowd very clearly and obviously. Because it exists in the context where the standard is so high, you actually need quite a bit of circumstantial evidence to build a case that, right? And every time people are they question Stephen and they're like, he said be peaceful, he said be peaceful. Stephen always starts with, let's look at the context here. We have to start with the lies that happened in 2020. And the reason he does that is because he's building the case brick by brick. And these are complicated cases.
No, I listen. I understand. I think you're making a pretty credible case as to why they didn't bring charges weeks after January 6th. But I'm talking about predicate for an investigation, and I'm looking here because it has been a minute since I looked at that WAPO article. I forgot about this, but the article cites that Trump supporters boasted publicly that they had submitted fake electors on Trump's behalf weeks before January 6th. But the Justice Department declined to investigate the matter in February 2021. So right there, Pisco I'm not saying that they had that they had sufficient evidence to indict, but did they not have predicate to at least probe the faked elector scheme? They declined in February.
Well, wait. Here's the question. Here's the question. When was Jack Smith appointed?
In November 2022.
Okay, so how many hours was it after Biden's lawyers turned in that document that a special counsel was appointed for the Biden investigation?
It was very soon, quickly after.
It was within, it was either the day of or the next day, right? Why is it that Jack Smith wouldn't be appointed to begin the investigation?
Because Jack Smith, right? The only reason that this happened under Jack Smith at all was because Trump announced his intention to run for office. The investigation was happening before Jack Smith was appointed under the main DOJ. The rationale, and this would even call into question, like Josiah, when he says you shouldn't be worried about political perception, then you shouldn't be against Jack Smith's appointment at all. Because the only reason that Jack Smith was appointed special counsel and the investigation went under the special counsel as opposed to just the Department of Justice was because Donald Trump announced his election. That's why they happened on the same day. People like Cenk Uygur are idiots, and they pretend that this is a political move, that once Trump announced, they announced a special counsel because it was political to try to harm him, and they weren't going to charge until he announces for president. But it's not the case. The announcement of a special counsel happened because of the appearance of impropriety. That's why it's on the same exact day. But the investigation, as Josiah's own article stakes out, happened months and months before. Months and months before. The specific pathway of the false elector scheme happened in early 2022. So the delay is less time than people say. It's about a year. That's the delay.
When did the J6 committee end and deliver its findings?
Let's look it up. I don't know.
It was right before, or it was right before or after the midterm election. So it was late 2022.
Yeah, I would have assumed that that's where they were wrapping up that investigation, delivering the information to the Justice Department, and then
but what's interesting is, as this article discusses, it's only after the House starts to really probe the fake elector scheme that the Justice Department rushes to catch up. One person directly familiar with the department's new interest in the case said it felt as though the department was reacting to the House committee's work as well as the heightened media coverage and commentary. Quote, only after they were embarrassed did they start looking into something that they declined to do a year before. But meanwhile, the House of Representatives, they found ample predicate to begin probing this. And so to me, this kind of builds into my frustration. Again, not just mine, but Elie Mystal's, Ellie Honig's, Eric Holder's, Sally Yates, which was they clearly believe that there was enough there to start digging the day after Merrick Garland.
So do you blame all these other these state attorney general's offices? So Fulton County didn't open their investigation until May 2022. That's after the DOJ. Michigan, they're
wait. If the Fulton County didn't open theirs until May 2022, when did the Jan 6 committee present their stuff?
That was in late 2022, I believe, in December.
Was the J6 committee or commission kind of like publishing stuff though ongoing leading up to, or did they?
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were having open hearings.
Because here's something that was a little disappointing to me is, and I could be wrong. Actually, it feels really shitty to say this. I don't think I'm wrong. I think most of the investigatory work that went into the Jan 6 stuff, unfortunately, came from that House committee, which didn't have the sharpest teeth, right? It would have been like. It's pretty crazy that if you read that whole J6 report, you basically know everything, at least publicly, more or less that's been alleged by the Jack Smith indictment. And that's working with the federal prosecution powers that can eat through things like some of your executive privilege stuff that was being, flouted by other members of Trump's inner circle, right? That the House couldn't penetrate at all. They weren't allowed to even depose a lot of those people. So it was a little disappointing to see that the House felt like they made all the progress on that, and then Georgia kind of picked it up from them, and then it feels like, maybe not, but it feels like Jack Smith kind of picked it up from them. Like I would expect that the DOJ was the one that was going to be punching through most of that. But
I can meet you halfway and say, so maybe I would say, and this is why I do, a few months here or there, 4 or 5 months, maybe I would say, okay, they probably should have started it 4 or 5 months before. I give them a lot of grace that they were started and initiated and being a part of the largest single investigation in the department's entire history. Okay. And I give that grace. I give the grace that other state prosecutors, they didn't come to that determination until much later, and they kind of followed the House of Representatives as well a little bit. And
yeah, but how would the state? I mean, the state prosecutors. I mean, like if you're Georgia, like fuck, how do you even begin? Like you don't have standing to go after the president doing weird or improper things in his.
Wait, yeah, but those are your fake slates of electors, right? Or
yeah, but you can go after maybe the fake electors themselves, but to start like probing into Trump's inner circle and Eastman's theory of how everything was going, like would you have the ability to even, as a state attorney, to go after a federal officer like that? Like
you have more power.
The supremacy clause would probably interact with that.
You have more power to compel testimony than Congress did. The DOJ, and this is one of the reasons why I understand the frustration, because the DOJ had a lot more persuasive power. They have a lot more tools.
You have power to compel, but what are the crimes that we're even alleging here? Because everything in DC is off the table, right? So there is no.
So crimes related to their slates of those could be crimes under state law, and so you could use your same state subpoenas to get the same kinds of documents that relate to the same kinds of fraud in your state, and that's what they've done.
So we have 7 states now. So when we say all the states attorneys, we only have 7 states really that we're talking about. And then it's going to have to be the ones that had probable cause of, and we're only going to be subpoenaing on the crimes of who was a fake elector. So I feel like this investigation already doesn't have very long legs unless you get some crazy testimony or something, right? But the big theory, the big legal theory that the J6 was based on, like the obstruction of rights and all of this, like these are more or less like federal statutes. Obviously, it's a federal case that's being implicated here, right?
But they allege kind of the same. They're based on a lot of the same evidence. I know they relate to things beyond that. They can relate to for example, the certification of the vote, where the states can't really do that, even though they have to like sort of lock in other ways to that specific proceeding.
But like the RICO thing in Georgia, right? Do you agree or disagree? Without the J6 commission, without like Jack Smith, if it's just Georgia's never doing that RICO case. I don't think. Because
I think it's a lot harder. I think it's a lot. I think, but keep in mind the district attorney, she started it before the findings came out, before they even started doing the open hearings in May 2022.
Yeah, she might have started the investigation for sure, but I don't think that they ever get to.
Sorry, I think it might have been after some of the hearings, but
but I don't think we ever get like an actual big indictment for like a big RICO thing. Because what's even our grand conspiracy to just fuck with
that
the Georgia
Rudy Giuliani lied and tried to manipulate workers there without authority to get access to items. It was a big RICO case. It was actually probably the strongest of the states. The only problem is that they chose, well, I don't know if they chose Fannie, but Fannie was the one running it. And if it was somebody that wasn't fucking hiring their boyfriend, they would have had a lot more legs.
I'm looking at some of the dates. The first hearing was on June 9th, 2022. And Fani Willis opened her investigation before that in May 2022. So they didn't have all this information. Now,
but it sounds like the fact that this was years later means that they were waiting on something public, right? If they didn't even open their investigation until 2022.
Sure. Yeah, I would maybe look into it. I might be looking into it.
I guess like the difference, the thing that feels shitty, we're like rehashing our whole debate from 8 hours ago. The thing that feels shitty is that it's like, okay, like you're saying like, well, it was only a year that Merrick Garland paused on this, or maybe less, and it was only like 2 years that it took for this to happen. Then meanwhile, when we go over to the Republican side, it's not that they wait 6 months, and it's not that they even started immediately. It's that, Ken Starr spends 4 years digging. For Hunter Biden, they spend 4 years digging. For Hillary Clinton, they spent years digging, and they're not even waiting for like probable cause. That's like a post-dated check to them. Like they don't even care if they have like a crime here. And then even regardless of the outcomes of the investigations, they're still just going to act like they won. like if you talk to most Republicans, they would agree, oh yeah, Hillary Clinton clearly broke the law on the document shit and the Benghazi shit, and the Hunter Biden crime family is real. And they're like,
and I know you know this, and I know that you're not describing this to me, and I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm truly not defending Republicans who I think are deplorable, all this shit. It's complete double standard. I totally agree with you here. I'm here attacking what the Supreme Court did and defending what I think Merrick Garland from unfair criticism. I think you can criticize the DOJ for a couple things. I think that you can because I think if they had started their investigation in like November 2021, let's say, would you guys be complaining that much? Maybe not. I think what we're talking about here is like a reasonable window, and maybe that like early 2022 date is a touch outside the window. So maybe I blame them a little bit for some delay. I don't blame them for a year's worth of delay. I think that's too much. And maybe I'm mad that they didn't indict for insurrection. I'm mad that they didn't indict for incitement, and they didn't really go down those paths very much. And so I give a little bit of blame there. but these cases were gonna go in front of a jury before the election. The only thing that made that impossible, the primary proximate thing, the most important thing that made that impossible is when the Supreme Court issued effectively a stay so they could issue their preposterous ruling on absolute immunity. And I think that this Supreme Court would have found a way to delay this case even further. Now, I don't think they could have done that if the investigation started like literally maybe the day of January 6th into the fake electors. Maybe you have me there. Maybe then the Supreme Court couldn't have done that. But I do think that if we're within that window, the Supreme Court could have found some way, and that on the trajectory those cases were going on, we would have had trials if the Supreme Court hadn't overstepped and given their bananas ruling. And if that had happened, you guys would have there'd be nothing to say about Merrick Garland. The case.
I'm sorry, but as somebody that's watched a lot of suits, Harvey Specter would call you a loser if you're blaming the judge. Okay, on the outcome of your case. Just saying.
Come on, bro. Like,
but yet you're right. Maybe in an alternate universe, we wouldn't be complaining about Merrick Garland, but we're in this one where, again, here's how I look at it. And again, I say this as a relatively well-educated layman. I'm not an attorney. You have me at a huge disadvantage there. But it seems to me that if we look back and we say, okay, well, the Supreme Court notwithstanding, did the Justice Department do everything in its power to investigate, prosecute, and bring a conclusion to this situation to the best of their ability? I don't think so.
They were a little slow. What I'm going to say is they were a little slow. I agree there were some months delay. I'll meet you there. I agree that they didn't vigorously pursue insurrection and incitement. I thought they should have. I think that is a shame. The reason I give them grace is because it's the biggest investigation in history of the DOJ. They were scrambling. It's a new administration. A lot of different shit was happening. I agree it's the most important, but the primary blame has to go on the Supreme Court. And I'm sorry to say because I love them, the American people.
I just want to, I'm not saying, and again, I can't speak for Steven. I'm not saying that it's single-handedly Merrick Garland's fault. I'm just saying that is a fault point. And the other thing I'll say is it's not just the delay. It's the reasons that, or at least some of the reasons for the delay, some of the rationale, which was Merrick Garland was concerned about the reputation of the DOJ. And I think in hindsight, it's like that got him nothing. And I've been saying to this
so they shouldn't have appointed Jack Smith as a special counsel then.
I shouldn't have appointed AG Garland, right? If he's going to worry about it.
Wait, so why would we appoint a special counsel if we shouldn't care about the reputation of DOJ?
You're right. That's the only purpose. That's the only reason you would appoint a special counsel. But don't you think that there's a qualitative difference, a substantive difference between, okay, we're concerned about the reputation of the DOJ in the sense that, here you have a candidate for office who is a member of the opposing party of my current boss. So, we'll have one degree of separation by immediately appointing a special counsel who has some degree of independence from this DOJ. I think that that's qualitatively different from another form of concern about the DOJ's reputation, which
we can't be seen to go after Trump.
Right. I'm sorry. I think that as impressions.
Different. I take that as impressions of people. I don't take it as gospel. If it's true, that's bullshit. You shouldn't be being guided by, hey, I don't want to look like I'm going after Trump. What I think what they were saying is I don't know. I wasn't in those calls, but those are impressions, right?
Let's get a crude metaphor. Let's get.
Oh wait, we don't need a metaphor. Wait, fuck a metaphor. Let's just look at a direct comparison, right? Was there a special prosecutor for the investigation of Donald Trump?
There was.
For the Crossfire Hurricane stuff and all of that, right? But what?
Not until he fired Comey.
Exactly. So why was it assumed that investigation was fine until Trump took a horrible action, but it was assumed that under Biden, oh God, we can't even risk it. We need a special prosecutor immediately as soon as Trump announces he's running for...
Because Trump was not a target of Crossfire Hurricane until he fired Comey. That was when he started being a target of the investigation. And the minute he was a target of the investigation after he fired Comey, Rod Rosenstein appointed a special counsel once he became a target. And he became a target when he fired Comey. That's why a special counsel was authorized then and not before.
Okay, that's a good answer.
He was a target because of...
I don't care. Move on. Next topic. Fuck you.
So brass tacks, let me ask you this. If somebody had pitched to Merrick Garland, let's get really crude, and said, Mr. Attorney General, we should probably go from the bottom-up approach because if we go after Trump immediately, it would be seen as political. What would the appropriate response have been from Merrick Garland in your mind?
I think if he's basing it on, it would seem political to go after Trump, and that's why we're not going to do it. That would be wrong.
Presumably, the answer would be whoever recommended that. That's not going to be a reason that we do or do not pursue Trump. We're not going to delay an investigation.
Right. It's a balance because one of the complaints of Hunter Biden stuff is that the predicate for some of those digs weren't strong enough, right? And the DOJ had just come out of this embarrassing moment in Crossfire Hurricane where there actually was a lot of egg on the face of the DOJ. I mean, you guys kind of underplayed a little bit, but there were some problems in the Crossfire Hurricane that we sort of talked about. Now, I don't think that makes the investigation illegitimate. I don't think that makes the indictments that were found under Crossfire Hurricane or Mueller report illegitimate. But the department was embarrassed because there was some genuine misconduct. I mean, hell, some guy was charged in the DOJ for blatantly lying on one of the in one of the communications. Yeah.
But I don't understand why you can't split the baby on this. Why can't you say, listen, we have prima facie evidence that this guy might have committed a crime. You're starting the investigation now, but goddamn it, we're not going to bring charges unless we're sure. You know, what's that expression? Don't go for the king unless you get the king or whatever.
So would it be legitimate for him to be like, listen, I want to do a fake electors right now. We want all hands on deck for the people who were attacking. We want to find out the conspiracy of the people involved here. We need to use all of our resources to go after the ground level people. Would that be a legitimate decision? Especially if this case had gone another way, you would be praising it, right? Praising the fact that they would spend their resources going after the people who literally attacked the Capitol. I don't think that's such a far out there decision policy wise, if that was the rationale. And I think it explains a lot of the delay. I don't think it explains all of it. I think you have a point there, but I'm going to put that so low on the list of the reasons this case is not going to go to justice compared to the Supreme Court and the American people not caring. I think that of those things, we disagree on the scale of it. And you're going so hard against Garland. Garland, who, in my opinion, in every other respect, has been an exceptional steward of the Department of Justice and has done real advocacy in terms of antitrust, in terms of drug enforcement, in terms of all this shit. I thought he's been doing a great job, and I've been really proud of his work. But you guys are throwing him under the bus because there's been this delay, and there was a little bit of delay, when really the target should be the Supreme Court's ruling. That's what you should be spending all your energy on, in my opinion.
Well, Stephen points out, I hate the courts. I have a lot of ire for the Supreme Court. I'm just saying, I said it already. I think that at the end of the day, I would like to be able to say, I did everything in my power.
You call me a cuck. You call me a cuck.
I call you a cuck. I've implied it. I've implied it many times. Stephen called you a cuck. I've said all kinds of other shit about you, but I've never called you a cuck.
I think that we're all. I hear you. I understand the frustration. I just don't want to venture into Hassan level, and I know that you're not. That's not what you're advocating for. But what Hassan said was,
"Oh fuck, Joe Biden." He's about to say blue MAGA. Oh no, don't let him do it. Don't let him get you with that one. Josiah. Don't let him get you with that one.
I've got a question for.
Wait, can I finish this? Yeah. Go ahead. So Hassan said, and other people have said this. I think Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ballman have said this to Hutch, but they're like, or maybe to you, Josiah.
To me and Hutch.
Yeah, it might have been to you and Hutch. Yeah. That what Joe Biden should have done is brought Joe Manchin into an office and said, listen, bud, listen, Buster, if you don't vote the way I want you to vote, I am going to send the DOJ after you. There are people who actually think that. And I want to venture away from that. Everyone has their lines. I think that we need to become more based and more fucking killers in the Democratic field. I think we need to give less of a shit and have some fucking awesome strategies. But I'm worried about becoming what I hate. And I don't want to use the awesome prosecutorial power to achieve political ends. And I don't hear you saying this, Josiah, but I hear some other people saying, if Merrick Garland had acted sooner, we would have won the election. And if that's what's motivating this, I think that is, we're now saying that we want the DOJ to achieve political ends. And I don't want that to be the rationale.
I don't know if we would have. I don't know if we would have won the election because I think it's entirely possible that the American people, their cognitive dissonance,
and you don't want to hear this, and you don't want to hear this, but it's fucking true, and this is going to be your black pill. And I've said this at the election: the American people are the ultimate safety valve. And one of the things they're voting on when they vote for president, they know that they're the chief executive. One of their main responsibilities is law enforcement. And when the people of the United States, in one voice, even though it was close in many swing states and overall, tell you they're voting for this person to lead the Department of Justice, that almost is, I'm sorry, it's almost the safety valve of our justice system. They're telling us.
I don't think it was one voice. Yeah.
I know, I understand, but like you know what I'm talking about. Where like they're saying that it's okay. It's a pardon of sorts that the American people are giving over this conduct.
Here's my question: after President Biden issued that pardon for Hunter Biden, who was more upset by that? Kash Patel or Merrick Garland? Who was more upset that Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father, in your opinion?
I think Kash Patel is probably happy
that Hunter Biden was pardoned.
Yeah, I think that MAGA is happy about this. I don't think they're upset.
I think the angriest person is the special counsel who's still forcing the indictment.
David Weiss.
Yeah, he's still going for it.
Wait, is he trying? Did they file something?
He's going for it. He announced he's like, I'm not backing down because it hasn't been submitted yet. The pardon has not been officially submitted.
One of the reasons I don't agree with this, because I actually do agree that I don't think it's like material, but I don't think it helps Democrats. I don't like, again, people who are like, now Trump is going to be unhinged. That's insane. And you should ridicule people who say it's going to make a material difference.
I don't
think it helps Democrats. I think it helps.
I don't know
MAGA.
what helps. I don't know what helps Democrats.
I think it's a double. I think anything
what
that
helps Democrats. What helps Democrats? I don't think not pardoning Hunter Biden would have helped Democrats.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge deal anyway. But if it's going to help someone, I think it gives some good messaging for MAGA. I don't think it makes a humongous difference, but it helps them a little bit. And I think that they're not that upset about it. I don't see MAGA being like super angry about it. They get to make their podcast more money. They get to,
they get validation.
They get to say, oh, it's all as corrupt as we always said it was.
The argument that people use, and I agree with this, so it's the argument that I will use when we talk about like, oh, well, the American people decided what they cared about. I think the whole point about having the trials is that can we at least see like what it is the American people think about these things by having them hear it, because the majority of people more people know about Burisma than anything having to do with Donald Trump and Mar-a-Lago and everything, right?
I don't know if I agree with that, and this is why, Stephen, like I hear
you don't know if you agree with what,
with the notion that the airing out of the trial would give. I agree. It would give more attention to it, but I don't think that it would meaningfully more inform the people about the nature of what's going on. And my evidence of that is like the New York case. The New York case, how many people truly know what's going on there? I think it's just
the New York case is a more complicated, of all the four. You easily agree that that's the most kind of like legalese type case, right?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
I think of all the four, I think the Mar-a-Lago one is the most like, and again, people fixate on the retention of classified information. That's not even the sensational part of that. It was the obstruction.
Yeah.
And I think that hearing Donald Trump's quotes, having pictures with the wacky whatever clown song with people running around of Noctua running these boxes around where Trump is telling him to lie to the FBI, to lie to his own fucking employees. He's running these fucking boxes around the place, the pictures of the documents. I think that is a far more like, ooh, that's pretty fucked. Like the Mar-a-Lago case was like, that was like an easy.
Are people going to be watching the trial gavel to gavel? I mean, maybe more attention.
Watching gavel to gavel? No, absolutely not. But the fact that I can talk to some guy who doesn't even know what the fuck, like who thinks Eastern Europe is a single country, can tell me the names of like a Ukrainian prosecutor, and the fact that Gazprom and Burisma, and it's probably not many Americans, but way like 10x or 100x of those of Americans know the names of these things than they do the Noctua, the employee. Well, then the fake electors, or the guy that was running around. The fake electors is another. That's a really sophisticated plot. That's a scheme.
That's what I mean. I think it runs into the same kind of issues of.
I don't think so. Mar-a-Lago is not the same level. Mar-a-Lago is an easy one. Mar-a-Lago is Donald Trump saying like, I should have declassified these, but I didn't, and then putting them in a box and telling Nigel, I need you to hide that in the other room before my other lawyer checks.
The problem there is what people say is, and it takes someone like me to disentangle it. Oh, everyone has these documents. Clinton had them. Biden had them.
And but again, that's why I'm saying the public fixation. The public. It has nothing to do with the documents. The public fixation of the documents. It's the obstruction. Like they might have had those documents, but do you have a call? Do you have recordings? Do you have statements from like Clinton saying like, I need you to hide this shit?
There are obstruction theories for both the Clinton and the Biden case, because I have ways factually and evidentially to distinguish these, but they get into the weeds. So Biden actually. The ghostwriter actually deleted all of those recordings. He actually deleted them, and they got some of them back, but not all of them. And Clinton's tech person actually wiped the server. And so, yes, I understand the facts there are much weaker on obstruction, and there's no indication that it goes
server
past
wiping one though. That's like fucking 40% of Americans probably know that, and they don't even know what an email server is. Like that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, does that move the needle? Because everyone thinks, well, not everyone, unless you know the facts. What you hear is Clinton wiped the server with acid spray. They wiped the server.
I think that did move the needle. I think that helped. I think people were like, yeah, that's a really bad thing. Nobody knows the facts of the Clinton case. Nobody gives a fuck. They care about that, though.
But Trump, it's like moving boxes. He moved boxes. And I understand it's obstruction, obviously. But even the obstruction there is like, oh, he moved some boxes. It's just...
The obstruction is he told it's not. It's his lawyers came in to look for some documents and he called not to. And he was like, I need you to fucking move these into a different room so she can't find them. I think I don't know. I mean, I understand like there's theoretically anything can be complicated. I'm just saying that on its face, like if you and I, gun to your head, gun to both of our heads, only one of us survives and you get the first pick. What would you rather make somebody with 75 IQ understand? What was wrong about the New York case or what was wrong about the Mar-a-Lago case?
Mar-a-Lago, for sure.
100%, you know?
My question would be: is like the obstruction, like with the Mueller investigation, the public didn't really bat an eye to it. I wouldn't think they would bat an eye to the obstruction case for the documents.
Well, then you went into what Stephen is saying is that no one ever charged obstruction over Mueller, and Mueller didn't even come to determination there. So like what Mueller said was, we're not deciding whether Trump obstructed or not. And so what do we make of that? You know?
But I just want to I want to be so clear on the difference here, right? Mueller said, this is my very narrow job. This is very narrowly what I'm supposed to do. And I'm just going to go ahead and walk my fucking nuts over to, you know, the DOJ. And I'm going to give this to them and they can, you know, here you go, publish what you want. Comey said, we're not recommending charges, but you better believe I'm going to make like 17 public fucking speeches about it. Like the difference
is... double standard. Yeah, it's crazy. But Comey really fucked us over. And Comey, I think Comey did the wrong thing. I think Comey did like the absolute wrong thing. So like when people say, that's another reason why when they fire Comey, the Republicans have a great talking point, which is like everyone on the Democrats was calling for Comey to be fired after he did the shit about Clinton.
I believe that's what Trump said. Rationale. Yeah, Trump literally said, I fired him because of the mishandling of the emails. They don't even know what the fuck he mishandled. Yeah, they're like, what? I don't know.
And the reason we all said it's bullshit is no one thinks, Trump was so happy with the way that Comey did that. Like he gave him the election.
Well, he could have fired if that was really what it was. He would have fired him on day one instead of dragging it out. So you know it's a bullshit predicate.
I just think that we have a judiciary problem. We had a judiciary problem and we had a people problem. I'm sorry to say we had a people problem, and those are the two components that I think carry the day in terms of not seeing justice for this stuff. And that, I'm not trying to say that like people are inherently stupid or anything like that. Like they can have a different preference scheme that they want. I think they're wrong. I think that people were wrong to not value this higher, but they didn't. And
I don't disagree with you, but this is something we have to start fighting like on all fronts. It can't just be one thing. Yeah. It's not just the Supreme Court that we need to rely on. It's not just our prosecutors being a bit more prosecutorial. It's not like just the media getting better. It's not like all of these things need to kind of be pushed on.
It's not just making Democrats.
Yeah, but don't spend a bunch of time like defending this pardon. I know you're not going to. And I'm kind of speaking more to your audience and to you guys, because I think you guys are well understanding that we shouldn't let this media cycle carry on further or like much longer. Don't let yourself be like defending this thing to the end of the earth. It's not cool for a president to be like, I love my son so much.
Yeah, I know, but like, here's my issue. I'll bet you money on this right now. There's more time is going to be spent on discussing this pardon than will be spent discussing when Donald Trump does the blanket J6 pardon.
Isn't that partly just because like you could have just chosen to just say, yep, it was bad, move on, and then like refuse to continue?
I think that's the right. I think it's the right approach.
Just say, yep.
But I feel the unfairness because Trump's
pardons. Joe Biden, because who cares if we say screw Joe Biden?
I don't know how accurate this is, or if my subreddit poster is like a retard. But like this guy posted the notifications from his fucking phone from Politico. And it's like 11 minutes ago, President Biden didn't just help his son with his pardon. He handed Trump a blueprint. Yesterday, 7:21, many of the governors and senators vying to become the future of the Democratic Party are declining to weigh in on the pardon. Yesterday, 9:09 a.m., Joe Biden's pardon of his son is a parting insult and a gift to Trump's attack on the justice system.
So why can't we all just throw Biden under the bus?
Well, hold on, or not deal with it? I agree we should.
Biden.
Or just say like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have done it. But what about,
Joe Biden is dead, right? I mean, not literally, but like he's dead. Right? He doesn't matter anymore. He never will matter ever again. No one in the Biden entire family will matter ever again in the history of America. Right? So, like, why are we still, like, putting our neck out to be attacked for Biden?
Yeah, no, we shouldn't be.
Because it feels like a concession.
We shouldn't be. No. Hold on. Excuse me. Yeah, Gary Oldman, slow down over here, okay? I'm here because I love Garland. I'm here because Wick told me he wanted to do a panel on this pardoning. Okay.
All right.
I want to see. I'm curious.
You got to choose your side.
I'm curious.
Couldn't have been on. Yeah.
I'm curious where.
I just understand, like,
because the environment matters. It matters. I want to see the Republican.
Your argument wasn't agnosticism earlier. Your argument was not that it's like a small problem. Your argument was specifically that you're in support of the pardon. That's
in this environment, yes. In this political environment, I am. Yes. In this political environment, I am. Yes.
Okay.
If we lived in a different media environment, then sure, then we can have a different type of conversation. But like, I'll be waiting for the panels of all the Republicans talking about how sad they are that Trump has pardoned all the J6 people. Okay, I'll be waiting with bated breath for the Fox News coverage.
He doesn't want to give ground because I mean Trump's pardons are so fucking offensive.
They're egregious.
It's so disgusting. Yeah. Like I almost feel like Stephen when I first heard it, I'm like fuck them all, like whatever. But at the same time, I just really understand that frustration, and so I think that's why he's not giving ground. I also think that's why he's not giving ground on like the assassination attempt. I don't know that it's the right calculation. It's not the right calculation in my mind. Yeah. I don't agree with it, but I think that's what's explaining Stephen. And I do agree that more attention needs to be brought to like how fucking insane his like Trump's misconduct was in his first term. It's just so crazy. But yeah, I'm
just saying like out there.
It's like their side never has to play the defense game, right? Like the whole conversation today was like a massive defense game by Stephen and by Josiah and by a bunch of people in terms of like why we have to defend what Biden was doing instead of just exclusively doing, nope, I'm not going to talk about it. Yep, it was fucked up. See, why can't you admit that you did all?
Somewhere out there, there are Democrats out there, okay, who have MAGA family members whose MAGA family members confronted them, okay, at like dinner or in some, and they were like, "Can you believe what Hunter Biden did?" And the Democrat family member said, "Oh, didn't he pardon his son from the deep state going after him?" And the Republicans are losing their minds. And for the first time ever, some of those Democrats were like, "Damn, you know what? I know why they do. And that does feel really good. Yeah, he should have pardoned him. That was deep state corruption going after his son. It was the son of the president. Yeah, of course that was the deep state."
So the goal is to have like a more pleasant. I mean, it's past Thanksgiving, so this was done after Thanksgiving, but like a more pleasant Thanksgiving afternoon because you can like bully your Republican uncle. Like, what are we talking about?
Yes.
It's like, really? That's the goal?
I'm just saying, you're the kind of guy. You're the kind of guy who watches the shots at Fort Sumter, and you're like, okay, they seceded from the. What do you want us to do? All right, it's the Carolinas. Who the fuck cares? Like, I mean, come on, we're gonna go to war. We're gonna go to war just because some states want to keep some slaves. Fucking war? Are you serious? That's crazy.
What are you talking about? I don't want to make decisions like this based off of what's going to be fun in my arguments with my uncle at Thanksgiving.
That's not the point. What I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is, it's not even just the fun thing. It has to do, as jokey as it sounds, it has to do with things like morale and marching orders too. It feels really fucking good when you're a Republican and you can write everything off on the crazy deep state and you can excuse every single ill that your party does. And when you walk through the streets,
so we're rallying around.
Can I give you a really good example, Quibbles?
Like, what are you talking about?
Quibbles, really good example. So on a recent Piers Morgan episode, Brian Tyler Cohen is up against Kevin Roberts, who is the president of the Heritage Foundation. During the course of the conversation, this Trump supporter unironically says to Brian Tyler Cohen, "Brian, you sound like a sore loser," and he smiles. And imagine being a Trump-supporting Republican and having the balls to say this
laugh in his face. I'm sure Brian did.
The point is, to Stephen's point, they delight in their shamelessness. Roberts isn't stupid. He knows, as an election denier, he's a sore loser. The reason he's smiling is his side won. Our side handled it differently. He knows we're morally superior. He doesn't give a fuck.
Tim Pool,
he's throwing it right back in
Tim
our
Pool
face.
tweeting out that the Krasensteins are getting paid by some foreign power to tweet that shit.
Oh
like,
that's a joke.
He did.
I showed my students today. We're doing Congress and the courts, and I showed them clips from the 3 most recent Supreme Court confirmation hearings. And in the Kavanaugh hearing, Ted Cruz goes on this rant about how the Democrats who are suggesting that, well, we've got all these documents, you just gave them to us last night, we need to delay this hearing. Cruz is like, they just want to delay. That's all they want to do. And I paused it and just looked at my students. I was like, by now, this is ironic, right? You get, there's this is very intentional. Cruz knows exactly what's going on here.
Are you indoctrinating your students to be Dems?
No, I'm having them watch the hearings, and it's hilarious.
That'll do it. That'll do it. But the whole premise that Stephen's arguing for is you have to try to make the Republicans feel pain, not shame, pain. And the only way to do that, as best I can tell at this point, and I think he's on board.
The Republicans
are
feeling pain as a result of the Hunter Biden stuff. What are we talking about?
No.
We're supposed to feel pain for it. Why? When we do the Hunter Biden stuff, you're like, oh my God, think about what the Republicans are going to do next, right? What are the Republicans thinking about?
I don't care about Hunter Biden at all. Hunter Biden is not a friend of mine. He is not some innocent group of people who are desperate for health care.
I'm just saying. No, you're not. No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about the implications of what we're worried about people doing. There is a reason why, and it's not just on Twitter, and it's not just on Piers Morgan. There is a reason why when that immunity decision came out, every Democrat was fucking horrified, and every Republican was fucking celebrating. And it's because they know that Biden is not going to be assassinating or going after his political opponents. And if Donald Trump does, they're going to cheer him on from the sidelines. That's the difference. And it plays out in very real political ways.
All right. I love, as the token conservative, I love the Democratic infighting, but I do need to go to bed.
You're conservative, you, Chris?
Yeah. Not MAGA conservative.
No, he's not. He's not MAGA. He's a good one.
Well, insofar as such a thing exists.
Do you label yourself as Republican anymore, or just conservative?
No, I've never been Republican. I think I'm a registered independent, or I have been in states that require me to register.
You know what I love the most about him is he didn't say libertarian. I would have fucked up. That's what you call a shy Republican when they say that they're libertarian. So
no. I said earlier, one of my rules this year was I couldn't vote for an election denier, which meant in Tennessee I couldn't vote for any Republicans on the ballot. So
did you not vote for Kamala?
No, I voted. I like the American Solidarity Party, if that tells you what kind of conservative I am.
Professor. No, it's funny if he's still, as I dreaded asking him that question, so I wasn't going to.
God,
because I knew he was going to break my heart.
I'm in Tennessee. Do you know the margin in Tennessee? Yeah.
Okay,
all right.
I get that. Well, have a good one.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
I'm going to sleep too. But